Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the EGL Open Series Split number 3 finals. My name is Tun, joined this time by Toby Campbell and, of course, Alexander Frew. And we are so excited to get into this one. It's the accumulation of 8 weeks of play all to this moment with $7,000 on the line. Not just in Europe, but obviously in South America as well. That tournament will be getting underway just in a little bit, but we concentrate on Europe over here. Of course, Toby, Frew, we're very excited to get into this one. But Frew, we haven't seen you for a little while. How are things, my friend?
Yeah. I'm still kicking on. I'm all right. I'm excited to get back into gears after a little bit of a break. And yeah, lots of good teams, lots of money on the line. What a better place to do it?
Exactly, Toby. We've seen 8 weeks of play with some very impressive performances from one team in particular. But let's see if it accumulates today for Team Massive. Of course, they took all 8 weeks in a row of regular season. Are we expecting the same sort of scenario this weekend?
I think so. They're such strong favourites, Chris. It's hard to bet against them. I think out of all the people I've spoken to in Europe, everyone is predicting them they're going to come first. The question for everyone else really is where are the top 5 going to place? That second through 5th. It's open game. It could be anyone, honestly, who plays into second, third, fourth, any way it goes.
Yeah, well, I suppose it gives us the nice storyline of Massive should win this, but, if they have a little bit of a challenge in here, then that really does set us up for a very nice Sunday. But, of course, 2 days of play, plenty of you have entered. And, of course, as mentioned as well, skins available for everybody who has entered and played, because we know you people who join up and don't play. It happened last time. This time you have to play. So if you're watching, you're like, oh, well, we're just going to give them a win. Get yourself in there. Even if you're not a competitor in Gears Esports, give it a go and you might enjoy yourself. Who knows? Anyway, we should be diving into game number 1 very, very shortly. And I'm interested, we set up the prize pool this time, so it was a little bit more inclusive, a top 8 payout as well through. So a good incentive for a lot of these teams to put the practice in.
Yeah, definitely. A bigger split of money going across more people. Why not get involved? I think it's the best tournament we've had so far in terms of that kind of split. Obviously, there's more money on the line as well, as I mentioned earlier. So yeah, more money getting spread across more people. I think that's thumbs up for everyone in Europe.
Absolutely. And Toby, that top 8 placement, there'll be a few teams who have struggled in the weekly cups, managed to at least get a takeaway paid for this weekend. They can get themselves in there.
Get your calories in, get warmed up, and have the energy to play all weekend. Yeah, exactly. I think this weekend is extremely exciting for a lot of teams. We've had new players spring up out of nowhere in the last 2 weeks. Even the 3 modes, of course. The combination has brought in many new players. The controller crossplay all the way back when, but also that first through 8th prize pool is nuts for a lot of players and teams. Are like, wait, we have a really good opportunity here to get into the money and see what we can do. And so loads of teams have been practicing their hearts out for the past few weeks. So yeah, I'm really excited to see how the rankings go and whether we can predict who's coming in the top 6, top 8. It's going to be really exciting.
Well, obviously we didn't see you over the 8 regular weeks of play, so we haven't seen it. But you haven't even had a flutter into control and execution as a casting standpoint, at least. Anyway, what's your opinion on the 3 modes, and what do you like about it? What do you maybe don't like about it? But whisper it only.
No, I'm not going to whisper anything. I like a lot of it. I've been watching the tournaments, obviously, and I think you guys have done a really good job covering them. I love to see execution back in there. The little bit of a slower kind of pace gameplay, single life. That for me is my bread and butter. So I love to see that back in. And honestly, I think Control's been playing pretty well. I like the map changes that we've seen come in throughout the season. I think we've made some good progress there. And overall, yeah, I think we've got a much better all-around rule set that kind of encompasses a lot more players.
And I think that's it, Toby, wasn't it? We were trying to lean in the going with the different game modes. Obviously, we made the jump before it officially came out on the NA side of things. And now we reverted kind of to what the main rule set has went to as well. But we have that split of game modes, and we kind of thought that this would be a good opportunity for some teams to catch up to the top teams. But it's ultimately come out that if you're good at Gears, you're just good at Gears. That's kind of how it works.
Yeah, especially in the storyline of Massive, right? The thing is, a lot of the top teams have been able to, or have been practicing more than the lower ranked teams anyway, and so they've kind of just kept that lead, I think. It was last week, me and you, Chris, were talking about the advantage that Massive had in escalation over other teams. Surely now you take this opportunity, the 2 new modes, to put in the work and try and get a leg up over them and your opponents close by you, but instead Massive have really just dominated from the very start of Control coming out. A little bit weaker in execution to talk about, Massive in particular, but still those top teams are better in the new modes regardless. I think the rankings have kind of stayed relatively similar as they would be, if you predict still playing escalation only.
Yeah, I think so. It's kind of stayed along the same lines, but I'm glad to see that escalation's kind of down to the only game mode we get to see once, because it gives us more of a chance to get to grips and more of a chance for the teams to get to grips with these new modes as well. And we'll see if it comes into fruition. Hey, you never know. There could have been some crazy control team hanging around, not playing in the general weeks, and they come in and they maybe cause some problems for some teams. That's the thing. If you master one game mode in particular, you become a threat during the whole series. Obviously, you have to nick something else, has to be said. But at the same time, practicing one game mode in particular, if it's one of the ones that are played twice, is still not a bad route to go down. But we will be jumping into some games shortly, just getting things figured out. Few late entries now and then, because we know you love to do that in the Gears community. We're sitting there like, oh, we've only got 5 teams, and then everybody comes flying in at the last moment. So we are busy getting that figured out. But yeah, we're trying to get ourselves a game sorted out. We'll be jumping into that one shortly. And of course, we've got Reflections joining us later on this evening from the other side of the pond. I didn't want to drag him out of bed at 6 a.m. in fairness. I thought that would maybe been a little bit rough. I mean, I was struggling to get on time for 1 p.m. So I'm quite glad that he's not the same as me, at least anyway. But yeah, it's going to be a super interesting day. And obviously tomorrow we have our finals. And please do keep an eye on what's going on in South America, because things will be looking good on that side of things later on this evening, of course. But we've seen kind of the same thing in that region as well. I don't know how much you guys have been keeping up, but when I've been doing the weekly players, they've been sent through to me. Enemies, they look absolutely incredible. Every single week there's a ridiculous clip comes out. I don't know if it's just like the difference between the top and the bottom there is quite significant. But I mean, I don't know if you caught it last week through Dordes when we picked up all 4 kills
on
with the sniper, and they were all headshots as well. I mean, look, we'll say what you want, but it was still absolutely ridiculous for.
Yeah. I saw that clip and I had to double check the names because I thought I'd just been out of European, for a little bit too long, and I was like, oh, we got a new team on there. But then I realized, it was off in South America. Those guys obviously they can work around that long shot, and yeah, a quad, pretty disgusting. Yeah, it was a lovely clip.
Yeah, I think it was kind of up there with the one we got from Cougars, wasn't it, Toby? Specifically on Checkout with the sniper as well. So more Checkout, because it seems to be producing some good clips.
Absolutely. As soon as you get that snipe, you've got like a 5 meter walk to nest where you can essentially see the whole map, right? Standing there. Yeah. So you're just asking to get clips from there. But no, that clip was awesome. I watch, each of the clips you guys produce at EGL, and my goodness me, that was insane. That was really, really good. And I think it's a testament actually to the snipe in this game in general. It is a lethal power weapon. In some Gears titles of the past, Gears 3, Gears 2, the sniper's like, it's not as scary as even a Boltok, with some players, but on this game, and you put it in the right hands like Cougars, snipe is absolutely deadly, and I'm sure we're gonna have a plenty of snipe clips this weekend.
Yeah, get them out. Unfortunately, we won't see them on canals. That's still the one that stings me just a little bit. That we did come over. That was the only thing when we were discussing it. I was like, but can we keep snipers on canals? Can we just keep that in? Nonetheless, unfortunately, that comes out, and we don't get to see that. We've seen a bit of a different game mode being played, though, when it does come to execution. A different game style, if you like. Obviously, we're not relying so much on those snipers having to come through. We're not relying on those picks having to come through. So it has changed the map up quite a bit. But as we're just still filling a little bit of time, let's run through what we think are probably the best maps and modes in terms of, well, each mode, I should say. Escalation, obviously, coming in. We're seeing a lot of Vasgar still through. It's still very much everyone's favorite, which is crazy to think. I remember when it came in, and my goodness me, there was a lot of hoo-ha about it. Let's put it that way. But Vasgar now seems to be the favorite. I mean, you might correct me. It might not be the case for it, but it looks like it is.
No, I think it does look like it is. I mean, it's strange, you're right. It's full circle, right? And it's kind of funny given that Vasgar is indeed a full circle as well. But yeah, it's gone from the bottom of the pack to the top of the pack pretty quickly. And you know what? As we change and chop and change maps, that's bound to happen, right? We'll get teams that are more competent or more confident on certain maps, and Vasgar seems to be the one that teams have just been able to just get rolling on. And are comfortable on there now. So yeah, I think Harbour and Training Grounds, both good maps in their own right. For me, I like Harbour out of those 3. Yeah. But yeah, the community in general doesn't really agree with me, I don't think.
Yeah, Vasgar's been looking nice for them on Escalation. Well, for Massive in particular, I don't think they've been beaten on that one. So hopefully teams have been sort of getting the gist of don't pick Glasgow against Massive. But I mean, it's hard to pick against them. Look, they look good in Control too. But out of the map sets we have now, Control wise, what's your favorite? So because I mean, honestly, I do enjoy District, but for me, I think Regency just seems to make the most sense in how to play it, so to speak. So I'm a big Regency man myself.
Yeah, I think Regency as well, to be honest. I think District has been the most popular map so far in Europe, so we've got lots of opportunities to cast over it. And it's nice, it's unique. Of course, when Nexus left the cycle, we were left with District as being like the only close range, fast action kind of styled map. So I like District, but no, I think Regency overall is probably my favorite. I think it's just back to basics. It's nice and stretched out, but there's, it's not endless sight lines anywhere. Like with TG, there's lots of areas where you really have to be careful when you run across and make sure you're not crossed out by one or two players. But Regency, I kind of like the rotations. I like the hills. I like everything about it. It's a gorgeous map as well. Regency is probably my favorite, yeah.
Execution wise though, what were you thinking? Because I mean, I was kind of liking Gridlock, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, say what you want. But at the same time, it was one of those that, I think it was just that classic map that we got to see. I'm trying to think of something in my head what one we've seen the most, to be honest with you. Checkout is super fun, don't get me wrong. We haven't actually had a chance to see Tomb though. I don't know what your opinion is for, but realistically there's a lot to choose from, isn't there? A lot of good maps for execution.
Yeah, I mean, it's bread and butter Gears, right? We know that we can make maps that work for execution, and there are lots of them out there. So yeah, it's a difficult kind of choice to pick 4 of them. It's a more difficult choice to pick the favorite, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I like Tomb. I do like Tomb. I don't think it's my favorite, but I think it's I think it would be better played more, if that makes sense. I think I'd like to see it more often. But I go back to Canals every time. That's been one of my favorite maps for so long, and it's difficult for me to kind of pull away from that. Even with the change of snipers, I still think it's a fantastic map. I still think that it's a map that just in general we should be taking more of in terms of kind of layout, and when we're building more maps for future Gears. I think that should be something that is used as a bit of a foundation, to be honest with you, because I think it just works well. I really like it.
I suppose you know what you're talking about in that respect. I'll give you that. So hopefully you do see that come through. Well, it looks like we're trying to get another game together here in terms of what to go for first. And the one I have been tempted with is Elliot Darko's team taking on I am using keyboard and mouse. So I'm fully keen on that one. I don't think Elliot will be, but I think we'll enjoy it massively, to be fair. For what happened, I thought you won this, Ross. What's going on with that?
we chopped and changed, and as things opened up in real life, for me, Gears took a little bit of a backseat, and I needed to get out and play a bit more hockey than I did.
Was
more
it
Gears.
Just playing with Elliot? Was that what it was?
Elliot's a good lad. I'll play with him till the cows come home. But yeah, in this setting, sadly, it's not me. It's the Italians, I believe, with him. So I wish him all the best of luck. But yeah, sadly, not me, not Jake, not Joel. It's a different team entirely.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how he's going to do, and I'm sure we can maybe bring out some of the Elliot lines that we did see. But of course, some of you guys in the chat that were noticing, oh yeah, okay, you get signed up for skins, but couldn't find yourself 4 players. Well, you never know. You may get a chance to get a hold of some skins over the weekend, so please do stay tuned throughout this weekend, I should say. Team. I was looking at the teams that we've got potentially coming up. I'm wondering if we get ourselves refreshed up and ready to get into this game very shortly. Hopefully, we will be loading in a second, but I'm curious. Look, we've been speaking about Massive and how they are the favorites going into this one. Absolutely. I don't know how much of the past couple of weeks you've caught a hold of, but there has been one in particular, and that's Marsh & Co. that have looked kind of close, like relatively close. This is kind of the time here and now for them to push that and try and see if they can beat them. Do you feel it's possible to happen? Because I know Massive obviously find that 8 weeks in a row, but they have dropped maps that they're not that dominant team and that aren't untouchable. It seems as if they can be prone, well, not necessarily to mistakes, but they're losing maps at least anyway. Do you think it's going to happen now? Or do you think just because of everything on the line this weekend, $3,000 for first, they're going to step that level up?
I think it might happen, but I don't see them losing the tournament. I think if they do lose, I think they'll come back through with a vengeance and quite happily win that grand final. So I think if you're asking me the question, are they not going to win the tournament? No, I'd say they are probably going to win the tournament. There is the opportunity there for a few teams to kind of win there. Sukapon, Fantasy, like they for me have the opportunity to take maps, off this massive squad, but it's whether or not you can take enough maps in a row and also do it twice, right? And that for me is a bigger question. And I think that Massive will run away with this, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think we might see him lose a map or two.
Right, well, we are going to get ourselves set up for game number 1. We'll get this one sorted and get ready to jump back into it when we come back after this quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. First game of the EGL Open Series number 3, split finals coming up just after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Open Series Finals. My name is Tony, joined by Toby and Fru, and we have a game ready. Just about got there in the end. A few of you haven't joined the Discord, which makes things a lot more difficult to do the picks and bans, but we are getting there now. We have a game set up. It is going to be Lucid taking on HFS, so interested to see how this one is going to go. I do believe we're nearly ready to load into it, so let's quickly go through it between us couple of guys. Let's have a look though in terms of the maps. District Canals TG is what's going to be coming up. We haven't obviously seen much of any of these guys as far as I'm aware during the regular season, Toby. So looking at this one from the outside, which way are you thinking it's going to go?
You have to go with LCID. I think they are a bunch of veteran players, right? You got Mysteria, you got Crazy, Kiffer, all these guys. They're very well known in the community. Crazy in particular has been, knocking around in the PC community for a long time, but he's always been a controller player. But he's not really got a huge amount of comp experience, but he's got loads of experience, if you will, and high level ranked and some scrims and what and so on and so on. And so they've got the pedigree to perhaps cause some upsets here today in the lower ranks, just outside the top 8 perhaps. That's where they should be aiming for, and they're the strong favorites today on paper in terms of their roster versus their opponent.
Fru, which way would you be leaning in this one? The same way for LCID? I thought I was being clever by calling them Lucid, but is that was that not a team at one point? Anyway, besides the point, LCID, how do you think they're going to fare on this one?
I'd be leaning right on Toby's shoulder. I think he's bang on with what he said. I think they're definitely the favourites here. If HFS make an upset, fantastic. It'll be interesting for the stream. But I've played a lot against Godcause. I've played a lot against Kiffer. And honestly, those guys, they know what they're doing. They do know what they're doing. They've put time in over the years, and I would not be surprised to see them go through here.
Well, we should be nearly ready to load into this one very, very shortly. I believe the lobby is up and running, maybe just waiting on 1 or 2 players filtering their way in. But the bracket is up. I'm interested to actually see how things are going to work out. We'll have a bracket up and running later on during the day, but it looks like Massive against Le Pepites is going to be coming in shortly, potentially. Sukapon should actually come in. They're coming in the 4th seed, so they're going to be actually meeting Massive in the semi-finals, we would presume. Sukapon look like they're probably going to play Tweak in the quarters. Phantom T on the other side of things, though, looking like they're running into 75 Hertz monitor, who are going to be coming in, or Johnny Walker and Coke. So there's a few decent teams in and around this bracket that we do know will cause problems. Anybody sort of on the line that you expect to maybe make a bit more of a run? Tweak against Sukapon's usually an interesting game, but I'm kind of looking the other side. Phantom T taking on Johnny Walker and Coke. That's kind of where we expect that side of things to go. Any surprises in the offing today, do you think? I think that game between Massive and, of course, Sukapon, that's the bigger one of the day, of course, if it does get there. But are we seeing any potential upsets in this bracket so far, Toby?
I'm not too sure. Like, as you said, as you went through the teams, it kind of makes a lot of sense in terms of big picture theories. A surprise factor as a team is kind of that brand new team in 75 Hertz monitor. You've got Zool, Bertie, Chidwick, and Nesteeks. Some of these players have come from Breaker's former team. Bertie's only just returned. Chidwick's only just returned. All 4 players, very, very good individuals, but they've kind of just slipped under the radar as this, is really good dream team, if you will, for this kind of like seed number 6 spot in Europe here. And I'm wondering, hey, can they cause an upset? Can they take it to Tweak? Can they have a really good weekend and then surprise Johnny Walker? How high are they aiming for? I spoke to Chidwick earlier, actually, and I asked him, hey, this is a really, really good roster you've got here. Where are you looking to place? And he said, we're obviously a very new team, so we don't have that much practice. But if we turn up on the day and do really well, we know individually we have the potential to really cause upsets.
Yeah, it should be very, very interesting. And look, going around 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, it's $400. It's either $50 or $100 each for that kind of placement, which is not bad for a weekend's work, of course. But that weekend's work is just beginning right now. The first game of the Open Series Finals is ready to kick off. And this time around, I'm going to let the old duo get back into things. Shelby and Fru, you can take this one away. Excited to see how things do go for one of these two teams, and it should be an interesting game.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be. Alex, it's been a while actually since we casted. We
Yeah.
were just chatting about the fact that you've played loads of execution, right? As a team, you know you're competing at the start of the split quite a lot, but but you haven't casted execution just yet, which is it's insane. It's been so long, hasn't it?
It has, I didn't really step into the split at all to do any casting. So my experience so far of the new game modes and the new rule set is as a player. So it's going to be interesting to kind of get in and see it from this kind of bird's eye point of view, essentially, and start to break it down with you. Because yeah, I'm interested to see how teams have kind of adapted over the last 8 weeks. It's been a long time since I really got into it, and luckily we're kicking off on a map that I'm quite familiar with. So there's always benefits there. Yep, going on to District here. We're going to get the GLHF for both teams in, Toby. District it is here. Control we go.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we were just alluding to this, right? It's probably the most popular map right now for Control in terms of the picks for Europe as it stands. But in fact, looks like we have a few difficulties in the game right now. But I think to echo the past sentiment, right? Kiffer, Mysteria, Crazy God Cause, this is a pretty damn good roster. And I know, speaking to some of the players and scrimming against them in the last week or two, they have been they have been practicing a lot. And doing a really good job at actually putting in the hours and practicing. So I'm curious to see how well this team does today.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested too. We're getting a couple of messages from both teams here. Whether or not we need to set this one back, we're not sure. But so far, it's looked pretty even in terms of just the kind of raw slaying. The map position obviously went over to LCID, but it's only 30 seconds in here, so we'll see how this kind of plays through here. You're getting HFS here pushing down through the steps. A little bit of a reply there, and the boom shot coming through. Only managed to collect 1 kill there, so maybe could have used that a little bit better. But all in all, kills are going over to HFS, and they've done a pretty good defense there, all things considered.
Yeah, absolutely. So, relatively similar scoreline as it stands. As of course, you can see FanFem here was the winner of the boom shot and has fired it away. And now the next hill, of course, is this bottom left-hand corner, which you can actually stalemate fairly easily if you do lose out. But if you can win that initial, get this best position for hill control, then that's a really good advantage going forward.
It is indeed. Definitely a defensible position here. Boom shot coming up though, so gotta be cautious of that one. FanFilm will start to rotate that one around, but no, getting a double kill coming through from Kiffer there. Will take out that boom shot. Be interesting to see if Kiffer picks that one up. He does indeed. So boom shot now on the side of the cog. Kiffer with a 3rd kill in a row, and this is a really good hold here. Really good bit of control coming through from LCID. Mysteria is going to start to move around. We'll clean up that down in a second. And Sendry goes out. Boom shot used up. Toby, that's a double kill for Kiffer coming in once again. And really liking what I'm seeing so far. Now 3rd maybe on the cards here. The down comes through. Kiffer will just rotate back round towards his team. Maybe start to move over to the next hill now. 20 seconds left on the clock. Still 1 boom shot left. This should be a nice setup for LCID, I think.
Yeah, Kiffer's got the early rotation out of there now, 10 seconds, of course. Then we'll learn when the next hill is, and that is, of course, this very corner. Early rotation coming in for LCID. And in terms of these players, Mysteria and Crazy, they have been playing control or competitive control for quite a long time, actually, even back with the ELOs and Nasha or SSG only gameplay. They're very much used to it. And so the cycle, even the rotation of the hills, they're going to be pretty good at predicting that. Throw in some, the practice that I was alluding to earlier, the past week or two. They are in a really good position for this mode. If anything, this is likely their strongest mode. I haven't seen them play on execution or escalation much as of recent, but on paper, escalation likely is their weakest against some of the experienced European teams.
Yep.
And while control probably the strongest for the aforementioned reasons.
Yeah, and that's kind of alludes back to what Tun was saying, right? In the kind of build up. Some teams, they do have their favorite mode. Some teams, if they can lock in just one of these game modes, that's almost a guaranteed win for them. They're in a real good position to start upsetting some of these bigger teams if they can just find 1, 2, maybe 3 lucky rounds. They can take a game of execution. They can take a game of escalation. So yeah, being good at control, this long single round mode, I think that's probably the best one to be focusing on, in my opinion. And then the other ones, you play them as you get to them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a really good thing for this team in particular as well, and any teams that are dominant in control, is that it's always that first mode to play, not only in best of threes, but also best of fives, right? And so not only are those, the strong control teams going to have a really good leg up and, get motivation going and then get warmed up on a mode you're very confident in, but also just generally speaking, I think it's a nice thing to have controls that first mode because it is your run and gun kind of mode, the very quick respawn timer, the single objective, and all about map control is this mode. And so I think the simplicity in that sense, as it comes down to the Nasher fights, is a very good warm up for a lot of comp players. Allows them to stretch the legs a little bit before you get into, so say, execution as a big contrast, where you really have to think every single play out from the most minor components and manage all risk.
Yeah, you do. It also shows which teams just warmed up quickly enough and well enough, right, as
Yeah.
well, because you need to be gunning from the get-go on this mode. There is no kind of slowing down. You are hitting that mid ring and you are hitting those opening fights quick and fast over here in control. So yeah, if one team's warmed up, the other's not. It's pretty easy to see which one is in the better situation here. And I think right now LCID, they are the ones that are running away with this one a little bit. Toby, 215 now to 35. They kind of got their groove going after that kind of back and forth middle ring, and they've just had full control. The rotations are good, aren't they? They're fast. They're quick. They're there when they need to be, and they're set up really before HFS can get anywhere near these rings.
Yeah, every single hill they're rightly predicting, right? They're positioning for in terms of rotations, and they're getting control of Boomshot constantly. In fact, since that opening initial of this map and winning a lot of shotgun fights, you can see Crazy able to secure that last fight against Razor. No one else nearby. And they can't quite win off this hill, but they are so close. Even now, God calls with a double boom shot as well. Lovely job. And just holding down the choke point from the spawn, right? They got the communication in. They know exactly where the players are coming through. And it looks like 50 points off. LCID are pretty much guaranteed this win.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe a little bit of a controller disconnection there as well for Nasher, which is not going to help things for HFS here. An extra player in the fight will come through. Kiffer gets one. God course does get taken out, though. Nice bit of bouncing here from Driz, though, as he takes a couple down. Razor also finding a third there. Will mean that it is going to be a 2v1 situation on mid-wall here. Good shot again from Driz. Going to jump over. 14 points on the clock, though, Toby. You got to think here. They got to really start thinking about that next hill, and that's going to be down bottom right. You can see here, Boomshot going to go the way of God Cause. Fanfilm does die as well. Rotations coming through that middle. And LCID will be on that hill in no time whatsoever.
God cause, a lot of pressure, not able to find that second shot. Can he find a Gib in this 1v2? No, he cannot. Made it quite difficult, though, for the enemy team. Kiffer trying to follow up just outside blue. Driz shuts him down with a lovely up A, though. Quickly being traded out. Fanfilm will be taken down also. And now only Razor is left on his own on this hill. What a fantastic incend that was, taking him off cover from Crazy. Mysterio accidentally mantling over, though. Good shotgunning from Razor. And completely outnumbered now. Hopefully he's got teammates from behind coming off spawn. Yep, there's one. Cog really just trying to finalize these last few kills. Crazy with a nice incend to open things up. Kiffer and God Cause downing out the players. Kiffer going wide. That will come on through with only 15 seconds to go now. LCID should be wrapping this one up, and it's been a very good performance. Clear as day, right? Who's perhaps more warmed up after this map. LCID running through with momentum, and they're going to close off in style. HFS team, not only are they defeated in 8 minutes 29, but they weren't able to get 50 points in the end.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for them. I think they got caught off guard after that first ring, and the disconnections there for Nasher as well, not really helping matters out. 3v4 is always a bit difficult, isn't it? So no surprise, LCID there running away with it. Eliminations as well. Look at those, 33. Driz, you know what? Driz surprised me there. Driz kept up with the pace and was slaying out even against the odds. So you know what? Props to Driz, but I think just in general, a little bit of an outclass there by LCID, and they're looking good. You know, second map coming up, right? It's best of 3. We got to consider that, but so far they're definitely in the driving seat.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, Driz clearly standing out there with the 18 limbs and had some great kills, right? You know, some up a really good push down on the cinema. And we'll be going to execution next, right? Execution canals. Interested, you know, I'm really interested now because I saw some great moments within the shot with the shotguns from those teammates. But Driz in particular, hey, if he's able to, you know, play that first spawn and win that low side fight for his team, or play the 1v spot up high side on canals, perhaps he could, you know, really surprise the opposition here and bring the momentum a little bit more towards their camp. And yeah, hopefully Nasher one up does sort out his controller disconnection issue for the second map.
Yeah, hopefully so, hopefully so. Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how this one plays out, Canals, because the last time I did kind of play it was with those snipers. So I am kind of interested to see this one. I don't know if you could give me and maybe the audience a little bit of an insight into what we're going to be coming up against here.
Yeah, well, the way I like to think of it, opening strat wise, is because you don't have those snipes, it kind of removes that variable. Haven't seen any teams really go for the shocks and the bridge or do anything fancy up there. It's more so your typical 2-2 junction, or maybe just straight under the bridge, or maybe heavier low side of the 3. I think it just makes teams a little bit more predictable in terms of strats because you don't have that snipes. Of course, time and time again, I used to preach this constantly that teams would commonly leave the sniper off the start and still do well, right? And still have the numbers advantage on that junction fight on high side or the low side fight, or even just leave it open. You know, that trick strat of doing 2 underneath torque bow and flanking low side and 2 low side itself to collapse on, you know, the 2 with 4 players. When you leave snipe a lot, but don't go for that, it gets a little bit unpredictable whether the team is actually trying to do that, right? Usually back on, say, UE, where it was very rare to leave the snipe, right? As soon as the snipe wasn't picked up, everyone would just start panicking. Like, where are they? They're coming for us, and being super aggressive. But now I think a little bit more unpredictable, I guess, and perhaps more common as well, because you've, again, removed that snipe variable, and there's less strats to go on, but you really have to dial them in and make sure you've got everything going for yourselves.
So it'd be interesting to see how both of these teams are prepared then, right? I mean, if we're looking at a bit more kind of strategic control in that middle area, and you're not relying on those headshots coming through, you know, be interesting to see how these teams break it up, how these teams react to what their opponents are doing round by round as well. That was something I always kind of liked about old school canals, was that it was kind of a little bit of a guessing game. You know, does this strat beat this strat? And you know, it was a bit rock paper scissors in that kind of sense, because you could choose strats and you could execute perfectly, but if they chose the you know, the kind of counter there just by pure luck, you know, it shut you down, right? It shut you down. And I like having that little bit of kind of react on the fly. Oh crap, they've got a better setup than we do. We got to kind of rotate this way. We got to go back for this weapon. And hopefully I'll see a little bit more of that then coming through with this kind of reduction of the sniper. Sounds interesting. Obviously still waiting on the teams to kind of come through here. Hopefully Nasher we'll be back in a second. I've had confirmation. We'll get there in a minute. Confirmation, Toby. Audio's been fixed as well, so we don't have to do gun sounds in the next game. I saw that being requested by the moderators in the chat.
You could actually just turn on that mutator, I believe it's called, inside private, where you know the gunshots are swapped for voice lines. It's hilarious.
Pew, pew, pew,
really
pew.
good fun. Yeah. Do you know, even in the shotgun lobbies, I always turn on low gravity death because it's kind of subtle, but everyone's just like, why is it? I can't see. There's so many corpses in the air in this ultra competitive shotgun lobby where we're killing each other. Yeah, it's really good fun. Some of the changes just universally across gears in the past 6 to 12 months have been awesome. For, you know, TC have done a really, really good job. And it's come to esports, right? It's culminating in what we now have, Execution 2.0 being still relatively new, you know, and some players still being unaware of how different Execution 2.0 is to 1.0. And, you know, it's kind of relevant with Canals, right? Canals used to play a lot differently when you had a double the round time limit and no objectives spawning up on the center line. It would cause, you know, a lot of teams to play a bit more passively, you know, play for that snipe and play very, you know, very slow at the back end of their map. But now Execution 2.0, Canals, whole different beast to me, Fru. You know, a lot more important is gaining map control on the center. and controlling from underneath. But yeah, as you saw, perhaps wrong swaps on Canals, and they're gonna make sure they're all correct before we get going. It would be surprised to see double snipes, right? Me and Alex probably low key would just be like, oh, it's, double snipes is all right. We'll keep it in. What are your thoughts, Alex? Because I've not actually asked you. Do you like snipes being there? Would you rather they stayed, or are you kind of on the idea of changing up a little bit, add some variety, and force the 4-man initials?
I quite like the snipes being there, to be honest with you, Toby. I think they're just a little nod to the past, right? And I think they played quite well. Like I didn't have too much trouble with the snipes, and as someone who picked up the snipe, it was nice to actually go onto the bridge and be like, yeah, I can get involved here, but from afar. So like for me, like I don't mind them. I think the swaps that we've got for Canals are fine. I don't mind what we've got now. I think if we were going to change them, I'd have gone further away from kind of what we've got, but to be honest, it is what it is. The teams have agreed on it, right? The kind of competitions, the tournament organizers have all agreed on it, and we've got a bit more of a unified rule set across the world. So I'm all for it. I think ultimately it's the best change that we could have done, and kind of getting us aligned with what other teams and regions are doing makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally. I was in favor of double snipes as well. I even back when UE, before XC 2.0, I really enjoyed those slower pace games on Canals where sometimes teams would try and leverage their awesome sniper as much as possible. But generally, I think Execution 2.0 changes it a lot more so than even the snipes being removed, because that 2-minute round time limit, and as soon as it starts clocking down, if you're just on your high side or on your bridge, doesn't matter what weapon you've got, you need to make sure that you're able to push the middle bridge or push the Boltok area, push high side. You have to get onto middle bridge eventually, right? And so it kind of adds a bit more weight to that initial. You can't just say, hey, we're losing this middle bridge fight. We're just going to get torpedo and run back to our bridge constantly and then go from there. No, you actually have to address the initial. You have to play into the initial and be proactive rather than trying to avoid it altogether. And I think that's a really good change generally.
Yeah.
And XC 2.0 I think there's just so many pluses in general for all maps across the board.
Yeah, it's good to hear. And I quite like as well what I saw in the kind of recent Op7 Drop 2 patch notes. The kind of capture the flag game mode that's going to come in as a little bit of a special event. It's kind of Execution 2.0 with those respawns coming in. And you know what? I played a lot of capture the flag back in the day on many games, and getting that in Gears and having that respawn mode in, managing that kind of flag, I think that's going to be quite cool actually. I think I'm really looking forward to playing that. So I need to get on and try it. But yeah, like that for me, that's another exciting iteration of this kind of game mode. And yeah, further showing just what TC can do with these map settings, right? We're back into it now though, Toby. Canal's underway. Seems the swaps are right this time around. And forward with Driz, Torpo in hand. We'll get out with that. Pretty nice little play there from HFS off the bat.
Yeah, Nasha one up as well, getting the first kill on God Cause, so advantage to HFS. And with that numbers advantage, they have actually just chosen to pull all the way back here and look with that Torpo to see if they can just get that huge numbers advantage on Kiffer, who's sat on the bridge. Meanwhile, Nasha trying a very stealthy flank all the way around the back. He is going to get 2v1, and I think this is the teamwork showing now for LCID, right? They had a man down, but very quickly they organized themselves to make sure that they could win every team fight there on out.
Yeah, they've done well there. Avoided that Torpo. Got themselves in a good position, found some kills there, and you know what? Against the odds, they've come through and won the round. Well played by LCID.
Yeah, absolutely so. And a really good start, though, from HFS. They not only did they get the Torpo, they got that first kill to open things up, which is extraordinarily difficult, of course, with Canals in general, with how the map is laid out, trying to get that first blood. And I guess it shows the advantage of double snipes there for that strategy itself. If you know you're not going to get Lancered, you can pick up that Torpo, but previously you just didn't know if the sniper was aiming at you, right? So you have to have your team comms all working together to make sure you can pick it up. This time around, HFS completely leaving middle bridge and now going all in on the Torpo pickup. Look at this! 4 players are down there for the chain revive. The frag grenade thrown out, just about catching Razor in the back. And look at this for a setup from LCID, already wrapping around to try and block them off. That was Kiffer, of course, at the helm, but Driz was able to take him down. 2v3, 1 player lurking, God Cause underneath. They are aware of Crazy. who has been spotted. Now, HFS, they'll be looking for a Torpo stick as soon as they can.
Yeah, I'd like to jump on board with Driz, just see what he's doing. Sorry, FanFilm with that Torpo, because that for me is going to be the kind of crucial part in this defense here. If they can find a stick, that will open it up, and it'll mean that they can maybe fight the 2v2. Right now, FanFilm not really positioning those Torpo bolts as well as he should be. Second one's going to bounce off the floor. It will get the kill. The revive's going to come through, though. This is pretty good now. HFS trying to back out towards the mid connector here. 2v2 situation. They found that one kill, and that's what they needed, Toby. That's why, you know, that Torpo's so important, cleaning up kills, making sure that they're finding the right way. But here we go, pushing down to this mid-bridge. 2v1 situation here, just for a second or two. They will get control. Question is now is what happens? How do LCID push back on this? Can hit that stick over the top of there, and I think FanFilm just needs to take a little bit more of a second just to aim that one up. Crazy has to move, so you can force the stick. Of course, we'll jump out there and just take a little bit of damage, I think. Torpo might be down and out now. 14 seconds before this ring comes up. Grenades are in hand. Second Torpo for God Cause. Toby, this has just flipped on its head.
Here we go. Is one of them just going to stand on the hill to try and cap it up? Have to be careful of the nades, of course. There we go. Hill is up. One more nade has been thrown. As soon as that blows up, you can essentially just stand in it, right? Try and go for the train revive, follow the Torpo to stop the push. Here they come, 1 second on the clock. They are not going to reach it in time. And a stick on Driz to boot. Well played, LCID. A nerve-wracking moment through, of course, that right there. With frag grenades picked up, you just rotated for the Torpo. It's a tough one to play out, but I think they did really well.
I think they did well. I think, to be honest with you, FanFilm should have held onto those bolts a little bit longer. You know, having that kind of high sec control against a ring that's in pretty open cover there. You know, you could have got the sticks, and especially with the grenades coupled with that, force someone out of cover, get the stick, easy 2v1. I think that would have been the play. But in general, LCID played that one well. HFS got caught out. Here they are again, though. They've got that opening kill. They've got this Torpo out. And let's see how they play this one last time, because this is the situation they were in. Nade's going to drop onto the mid steps there, Toby. Will connect with FanFilm. Nasher dies. Second grenade comes in. Driz dies as well. Razor, last one alive here for HFS. And he's getting hunted down here. Kiffer will lead the charge. Crazy backing it up, and he's going to go for the flank here. Make sure Razor can't get too far out, but on 2% health, there's not much that Razor can do. LCID once again going from a 3v4 situation, some great grenade placements, some quick kills, and another round in the bag.
Absolutely so. Well played indeed, HFS, and they keep going for this quick Torpo pickup, and it's working. LCID haven't had any answers for that. Yes, they've been able to get middle bridge control, but they're not getting any kills out of that, are they? And so you ask, hey, maybe, just maybe, move a little bit quicker, do something while HFS are predictably going for this Torpo, and get your numbers advantage early, rather than allowing them to eventually use that Torpo to their advantage.
Good pickup once again from Nasher. He just doesn't have that extraction, and there we go, the triple grenade coming through, and that is exactly what LCID are looking for. They were trying to bait that through. The pickup came in, a nice down, and a triple grenade will make this a 1v4 situation. Driz, you're going to be in a world of hurt as soon as they find you, my friend.
Yeah, that was amazing. As soon as I saw that nade throw, oh my goodness me, my heart fluttered. And LCID are very happy with themselves, I'm sure. Perfect execution. Driz, great first kill in this 1v4, now 1v3, full red. They're probably going to go, oh, hello, still alive, Driz. First kill came through, second one now through, health regenning again. 1v4 down to a 1v2. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Crazy will go wide, holding his nerve together, and the fourth round will come on through. All right, Driz, we definitely see you. It's safe to say after that first map and now this one, he's getting quite a few kills, but still, yeah, LCID with the 4-hour advantage.
Yeah, they need to find some way to make this Torpo work. They're obviously putting a lot of stock in it, and I can respect that as someone who used to do the same back in the day. That was kind of our bread and butter, right, going that low side, but the kind of key to it is you have to be able to extract the Torpo, and you also have to get yourself in a position where that Torpo is useful. And I don't think they're quite rotating the right way at the moment, and I think they're finding it quite difficult here. Nice kill by Driz will come through. That takes out the grenades as well, so that reduces that threat, and the Torpo now maybe get picking up, but no. FanFilm does get taken out. A bit of a rushed play there by FanFilm. They had the advantage. They had nades out of the picture. And now on the bottom side of things here, Torpo will go to the hands of Kiffer. 2v3 situation. LCID do have an understanding of where this rotation is coming through. A tag grenade there as well.
Yeah, I saw that through the X-ray. Now, Kiffer, of course, he got that Torpo back. They have the numbers advantage. They have map control ready for when this hill does pop up soon. He'll either be underneath, or he'll be on middle bridge, or like before, he'll be where God Cause is sitting at the Boltok. Question for HFS is how on earth are they going to be able to get close enough to challenge for this hill, right? And this is the beautiful thing actually with execution now and the split finals is now that the ante has been up so much and there's so much more on the line, you will see teams play execution a bit more to its limit, execution 2.0, and play for this ring a lot more often. And Canals is going to really personify that change, and a lot of teams will just, even with numbers advantage, will play for that hill and dominate with map control.
Driz now trying to make the play. He's obviously the one that's been told to go forward, but he's going to go forward straight into a Torpo bolt. Kiffer connects there. Also keeps himself far enough away that he's not going to die from that explosion. Push on the other side. Just see Nasher go towards the hill, but in a 2v1 situation was always going to be difficult, and the execution is going to come through as well. Oof. Filthy. Filthy indeed. 5-0 now. LCID looking to close this one out pretty quickly. If you're just joining us as well, Toby, it is obviously 1-0 up. LCID won control on District pretty convincingly. And now here on Execution, looks like they're doing the same thing.
Absolutely so. For those unaware, it is first to 6 Execution in esports across the globe. And so LCID just one round away now from taking this map and this match in strong fashion. This best of 3 series. Crazy again. Frags in hand. Torpo not gotten just yet, I don't think. The nades look really good, though. Dre's going to be taken down. Razor left to his own devices in a 1v4 scenario right at the back of the spawn. LCID are ruthless in these past few rounds. Crazy trying to go straight for that up A. Not going to find it. One kill will come on through, but not another. LCID will win 6-0 in Canals and winning the first map in equal fashion. Well played indeed. GG's in the chat from Crazy. LCID win 2-0.
Well, there we go then. LCID. That was quite convincing. It has to be said. Well, casted by used to our first game of the Open Series finals, and in fairness, you know that is a dominating fashion. And it's something we do see early on in these tournaments, though, isn't it? Teams who aren't used to playing at this kind of level, and LCID kind of just dealt with them there. Anything particular stood out for you there, through? It was just, I mean, it's sometimes hard to really grasp on what was better apart from absolutely everything when something is so dominant in that respect there. But anything in particular that stood out for you?
I mean, one of the things that we kind of mentioned in game essentially was just how easily HFS were getting the Torpo out. To be honest with you, I think that's something that might come back to bite LCID in future games if they do go back to Canals, because better teams, in their opposition will manage to get that Torpo out. They will position themselves better, and they will be able to also contest that grenades at the same time. So I think that might be something they need to look at, but ultimately they had full control. The grenade placements were fantastic. They were obviously chopping people down with those lances pretty quickly and, dropping the nades on top to clean those kills. Really nice play by LCID and deserving.
Yeah, Toby, before we do quickly go to our break, as far as the control goes, was there anything in particular that you were looking at for the other side to sort of say what they could do differently in that one? I know you're a big control man, so is there anything in particular you've seen there that they were fundamentally doing wrong that maybe users at home or gamers at home can look at and sort of say, right, well, okay, this is exactly what we should be doing on control?
I think the most basic take-home point for that matchup in general is the difference in rotations from the teams. I know it's a word that's thrown around a lot, even in other game modes, but in control, it is crucial. The reason LCID had such an easy time on that map, I'd argue, is just because they knew where the rings were going to pop up before the next symbol popped up, and they set up for it. They left the hill when it was down to 15 seconds, 10 seconds left, and then went to the next one because, bang for your buck, that will get you the most points in the end. And you did see HFS play for a lot of 15-second, 10-second hills, and it's not a good ROI. Instead, get your team together, ensure you're not staggered on your spawns, and get to the next hill and set up on it.
Well, there we go. First matches in the books, and we should be jumping into another very, very shortly. We are going to go for a quick break, though, but we've got more Open Series finals coming up after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series finals, and yeah, we're excited to get in the game number 2. The first one was kind of the direction we expected it to go, but jumping into a bit of a different game in the winners bracket round number 2. It's going to be 75 Hertz going up against Chid, Chid and Co. I believe that's the right term to go with. We'll not go with the full team name, but nonetheless, excited to jump into what should be more of a competitive game, guys. Through it, it should be an interesting one, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be a lot closer than that first match we just had on stream.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are, they've got some really strong players on those teams. I'm looking at, Zul, Nestiques. We talked a little bit about them earlier, but got to look at the other side as well. We got Reem on there. We got Onslaught on there. Arifs too. These guys have been playing for a long, long time. They've been getting better and better and better. And it's 6 seed against 11 seed. They're pretty close. These are the times that upsets can happen.
Yeah, Toby, I mean, are we expecting an upset on the cards here, or are we kind of expecting to go along with the higher seed, just continuing to win their games?
I think it's not going to be an upset today for this game in particular. I think just looking at the rosters in general, it's hard to bet against 75 Hertz, right? Chid, Bert, Zul, Nestix, we've named them all. Very, very good individual players. I mentioned that I think they're looking more like a dark horse for this top 6 to cause an upset up there, rather than them get upset from the rest of the teams seated below them. They have so much pedigree, so much experience at the high level. Chid, of course, former teammate of Breaker, Zul as well, and Estiques for a little while as well. He was playing with Tweak. I think this roster has great potential. If they really perform today, they are looking at a top 6 placing potentially if they play their hearts out. I think they should have a relatively easy game in this one.
So we're kind of looking to see how good 75 Hertz look in this one, aren't we? That's kind of our benchmark to see how things are going to go. But yeah, we are in the lobby and we're nearly ready to go into this one, and we'll be jumping in as soon as we possibly can. But Regency Canals Harbour, so we're going to get to see Regency for the first time this weekend. Excited for that one myself anyway, and then of course over to Canals, and if we need it, it will be Harbour Escalation. I don't think we'll need Harbour Escalation at this point. I think it could be a relatively close game, but Regency Canal is very much basic maps when it does come to the specific modes. Of course, control and execution through. Are we expecting it to be a 2-0 here? I know it's going to be relatively close and to a certain degree, but as I said, they are your standard picks when it does come to these modes.
They are. I would say this will go to a last map personally.
Oh, okay.
I feel like we might see one of those first two modes go over to Arifs and Co. I think that, to be honest with you, it probably will be execution rather than control on this, and I think they've got some opportunity there just to sneak a few rounds. I wouldn't be surprised to see it as a 2-0, but I don't know. I just have a feeling that they're going to come out and shock us a little bit. And you know what? I've been a fan of Reem for a long time. Has been getting better and better. I'd like to see them have a close game.
Yeah, well, that's what we want. We always want a close game. We should be diving into this one pretty shortly. Just looking at some of the other games that have been going on. I do actually have the bracket up here. I will do in just a second. So Massive are into their quarterfinals, going up against Deadass Bro. Who's on that roster, actually? Let's just have a quick check.
That's the Bossman roster, is that?
Oh, so that's Bossman and Co. Okay, so nice treat for them in the quarterfinals up against Massive. Sukapom going up against LCID after their good performance in the previous round. Tweak beating Muppet. They're going to be waiting on the winners of Sukapon and LCID, so you would probably presume that Sukapon will advance on through Phantom T into their quarterfinals as well. So nothing too crazy going on. Nothing. I mean, Outsiders beating Italian Washed. I think that's one that we could look at. 10th seed beating 7th seed. So that was actually Crisis and Co. losing to Tactics, Suspects, and Curse, etc. So that's not necessarily something we'd expect. You'd expect Crisis, Marco, Mantis, and Astro to get through that one, you would say.
Yeah, that's perhaps the closest thing I think we've had to an upset so far in the tournament. Yeah. I was surprised when I saw that result. Outsiders, some of the players I've scrimmed plenty of times with, they're good friends of mine. This is a roster that has relatively a lot of experience together. They've had like a similar 3, similar 4 for a while now. But yeah, to beat Italian Washed, Crisis, Mantis, Marco, Collabs, and Astro, really good players, those guys. And again, they're more of like a team that's on the line of 75 Hertz as perhaps their closest rival, many would argue, for that, the top 8, top 6 placement. So yeah, bit of an upset, I would say. It was 2-1. They did go to final map through that escalation. I was told it was 5-3. I think good job from Outsiders. Keep up the form. Really tough game next for them. But likewise, Italian Washed, don't let that game get you down because they have great potential, bags of potential as a roster for this weekend.
They really do, and I think, as things do progress, going through the losers bracket, sometimes you get a bit of momentum under your belt, get a few more map practice coming in, and maybe we'll see them go that a little bit further. This game's nearly ready to go, though. Final predictions then for you. We're going to go for a 2-1. Which direction you go? You went 75 hertz still?
Yeah, I think 2-1 over towards Chid, Zool, and co. I think they've got it in the bag, but yeah, I'm hoping for a close one. Fingers crossed.
Well, Toby, myself, and you are going to be jumping into this one. Regency to kick things off between 75 hertz, and it is what it is, or Chid and Co, as we have been calling them. This should be an interesting one nonetheless, but are we expecting much of a game here? And that's what we want to see. We want to see competitive games, but 75 hertz the favourite one, and this, as we head into Regency, into control, kicking things off here in the middle. Let's see who can get these initial kills coming on through. And of course, it's all about rotations when it does come down to Regency. It is what it is, coming through with these initial kills, and that is going to be a hard one to say throughout the rest of this broadcast, no doubt. Big grenade coming through from Mystiques, though. A big concentration from 75 hertz to go towards that direction. Initial points, as said, go over towards it is what it is, but can't quite lock it in. Mystiques with a third kill. Good start for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, to be honest, I was speaking to Reefs earlier, asking, "Hey, are you looking forward to today? What are your thoughts? What do you think's gonna? How do you think your team's gonna pan out?" And I was surprised Reefs didn't feel that confident in control in general. But a lot of the times I've scrimmed against his team, a little bit different team to what he has now, and heard from other teams scrimming against him that they're pretty damn good at control. It might even be their best mode, in my opinion. So if they can get off to a good start, then maybe, just maybe, Axe's prediction or a similar 2-1 result can come through. Otherwise, I just feel like 75 hertz are the strong favorite today for this game. It should, on paper, in theory, be a 2-0, but a Reefs get an awesome double kill like that and a very close fought first objective, first hill. Perhaps it could pan out a little bit differently.
Very close to kick things off. This rotation, though, does belong to 75 hertz. Short spawn is in there for them. The Reefs trying to make this push around the outside. Needs a little bit of a hand, though, by the looks of things. We can see, though, it's actually Reem going to be pushing around and finding the other angle as well. So through the front door, it is what it is, but there's still a fight going on towards the back. Reem will have to back on down. Good Lancer fight coming in, but inside the hill, which way is it going to be going? Looks like it is what it is. They managed to push through, and Mystiques and Co are going to have to fight out from the back. Keep an eye on where the spawns are coming through. Short still there for 75 hertz, but a Reefs doing very, very nicely towards the back. That's two, Chid and Mystiques going down. It's a good push from it is what it is, and it looks like this is going to be a close game, Toby.
Yeah, Reefs is doing really well, to be fair to him. He's had some really good double kills already just on the first two hills. And points-wise, they've just taken the lead. They've had the quick push onto that hill. Embar not up just quite yet. And it looks like 75 hertz have just won that last team fight. So it is what it is to make this play now and go for either the hill or the spawn. 30 seconds to go, so they should be looking to push very soon indeed to try and get the ROI off this first hill. Smoke's going in both at the front and the back. Nades are being thrown, no connections, but a Reefs and Onslaught will take the first kill. And on that note, in fact, 20 seconds to go, 75 hertz. Hey, we don't have the numbers anymore. They're communicating. They're going to start rotating for the next hill instead.
Get themselves in a good spot. Get themselves set up. Weapon swap coming in, though. Reem with that Embar now. See what he can do to use it to get a hold of this hill. And this is not an easy push around the back here. The Embar is going to help, but he's looking for the pick. I don't think he's going to find it from that angle. Needs somebody else on the team to engage. We can see number 3, number 4, Crusher and Onslaught. Wrapping back around the other way. Seems as if Reefs is going to stay towards the back and try and cause an issue from here. But here we go, Crusher and Co. Pushing through the front door, trying to get the angle from the other side as well to maybe try and flush it out towards the back. But Reem with some good shots with the Embar. Reload's going to have to come in. Active up as well. The fight's being lost on the backside. Can he do anything here with the Embar? Finds one shot in the Zool. Can he clean this one up as well? Down comes through. He's done very, very well to survive. Chid's shot's not quite good enough, but Bert's have been it. Ultimately, it is what it is, just cannot find that final kill. Trades come through very much in the favor of 75 Hertz, and they will continue to lock time in here.
And they clearly have the individual skill to give 75 Hertz a great game here. In spades, in fact. Reem was doing really well with the M-bar and pushes there. Clearly, Reefs is on fire right now. Nest Deeps, though, having some trouble. In fact, he does get some downs. 75 Hertz getting in some great kills already. And 15 seconds go. Once more, teams will start having to look for the next hill on that rotation.
Relatively close game between these two so far. Crusher gonna fall. Berts will pick up next to nothing here as the rotation now back towards the middle. But inside we go. Reem pushing forward. He's the only one who can find a kill. 75 Hertz just seem to be warming into this a little bit now, Toby.
Yeah, absolutely. They have rotated early enough again. So advantage 75 Hertz certainly. As it stands, Zul with the M-bar pickup. Great shot onto the player and a headshot as well to boot. Second headshot coming on through on a Reefs as he goes down. And now 4v2. 3v2 on paper. Yep, 75 Hertz just cleaned up the kills. Crusher tries to go for that last push and Reem is going to be caught out in the middle. Opportunity to stagger potentially for 75 Hertz here. Two players just left on their own right at the front there. Instead, they're going to opt out to not go for that push, R75. Instead, turtle up. Keep leveraging that M-bar. Currently active for Zul. First shot is a swing and a miss. Not going to connect with the Reefs. That check's going to come on through and get that first kill on Crusher, though. Reefs getting down in the process. And the shot holding is superb from Chid on that cover. Excellent showing so far for 75 Hertz. And this will give them a bit of an advantage now, or a serious advantage in the points department. A nice cushion to work with. And perhaps start thinking about the next hill very soon.
And that's the thing as well, when you do build that cushion, you can kind of dictate how you want to play it. You can force the other team to have to play for that scrap. You can start to rotate maybe even a little bit earlier just to get yourself set up, trying to get those maximum points. But Zul just trying to find maximum kills. There's 3. Is the 4th going to come in for him? Well, yes it is, but not without the help from Bert. Nonetheless, Zul with a fantastic transition over towards this next hill. Finding those kills. He's got the M-bar to play with as well. 75 Hertz. Just getting into their stride here. Very nicely done. Let's see if Onslaught and Co can try and find this push. And it's just been the rotations have been there for 75 Hertz, and they've held it so well. Utility end up, smokes and flashes. We're just trying to find the push through, but I tell you what, the Lance Fire just so strong, and 75 Hertz just holding far too easily. Zul with another couple. Very well played. It is what it is. Very much being dealt with here, it has to be said. After what looked like a close start, 75 Hertz have extended away.
Yeah, this is a really big lead they're building up now, and 30 seconds to go even on this hill too. They're approaching that 300 mark, and it's nerve-wracking times now for the COG team. They've got the M-bar, but only 20 seconds to go on this hill. You might be thinking, hey, perhaps we should start looking for this next hill. They have been able to win this team fight, but already they're going to have to stretch the legs. They're going to have to start moving across Regency here and look to build up some map control and a setup for the next hill. Of course, opposite corner, typically hills will go to. A good pointer to remind yourselves about if you are new to control. That is typically where the hills go. And 75 Hertz are certainly cognizant of that fact. They're already set up again on this next hill. They've got the spawn side locked down. Reefs and Co trying to fly on through the front door. Reem's going to get taken down in the smoke. Onslaught does find Zul, though. So still in this. Great shots from Bit. Reef's getting chain revived. Does get the update, though, the trade. And I think 75 Hertz with that short spawn, thanks to their superior setup, their early rotation, will have that spawn advantage on that hill, on that team fight. And now they are looking to come so close on this hill to that 300 mark.
Yeah, they're going to be in a good spot for it, aren't they, if they can lock this in. And the Lance Fire just so strong. Onslaught momentarily, the only one up and running to be able to do anything here. Maybe just trying to catch some players on the exit. And yes, he will. There's Zul going to fall. Now momentarily a 3v4 on the defensive side of things. 75 Hertz. You're going to number it in the middle, though. Bert's just trying to hold it off. Short spawn still here. You're going to have to use the grenades as best you can. The problem is they're running into fire. They're weak by the time they get there, so they really do need to try and slay out as best they can. But look at all these fights going in the opposite direction. It's just so well held. You say that, though. Crusher will find one towards the back. Is he going to be able to clean it up? Not quite. 75 Hertz, as I said, it's just the fact that they find these Lancer angles, if you like, to really even make it just so difficult. But it is what it is to do anything before they even get there. And look at Zool already on the rotation for the next hill. Can they lock this in? 75 Hertz in a fantastic position, only 50 points or so away.
Good shot from Dirt to open the door a little bit here on this push on Garden. Another one coming on through, finding a Reefs. Onslaught is going to be pinned straight off that spawn as Chid does rotate all the way around. And now, nerve-wracking times for the COG team. They can certainly win off this kind of 75 Hertz. They've even got a bit of a points buffer on this hill. If they were to lose it, what a headshot from Burt there onto a Reefs. That will stagger the spawns. That will leave it into a 4v3 as the numbers currently stand. Will it slow? It is, just for a little bit. It might do, in fact, as Chid does finalize that perhaps by finding Onslaught. Crusher finding him, though. Now the collapse coming on through. Burt has to choose who he's going to shoot. Now Steeks tried to push on through to find the kill on Reem. Bouncing back on through, though. Kills still flooding on in. And the COG team just about do take control of this hill.
They needed it as well. Only 17 points away on the side of 75 Hertz. Oh, shots are going to come in. Onslaught now momentarily doesn't have a lot of company. Reem in the middle. Onslaught's going to have to defend this all on his own, and they just angle him out. 75 Hertz can win it here. Oh, yeah, well, Burt is letting them know about it, isn't he? This should be easy enough. The shot going to go out. That's just going to slow things down. 7 points away. I don't think anybody from It Is What It Is going to get anywhere near. 75 Hertz will walk away with map number 1. Fantastic stuff from the side of 75 Hertz. A very convincing 11-minute win in control. Putting their stamp on things early on here in the series.
Yeah, that they are. We thought it could have been a little bit closer of a game in that first third, right before the 150-point mark was cracked. But then, of course, 75 Hertz, their individual skill just shows on the eliminations there. Almost all of them going above the 35 elim mark. And well played to them. Honestly, very, very impressive from them. And again, back to the control point, very good warm-up, right, on Regency. Clearly, they started off a little bit slow and then started to pull together with their shotgun ability and getting M-bar kills left, right, and center. They're in a good position now for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think it looked really good from them there. It was just the rotations, and when they were set up, they seemed very difficult to break as well for the side of It Is What It Is. It was so difficult for them to get past those Lancers. The smokes were coming through, but still the shots would rain in. I would almost, I should say, maybe set up maybe some sort of pinch. It seemed as if they were all kind of pushing one route every single time. Maybe that's just Regency in a nutshell. You know, things can be tight in terms of some of these pushes, but there's a couple of different angles they could have went for. We've seen a couple of occasions they did set up on that way and it nearly worked out, but ultimately I feel as if 75 Hertz, they just outplayed on most levels. You know, when it did come down to slaying, they were there, rotations, they were there, and when they rotated, they were holding because of their slaying. So very well played, and it's going to have to be a turnaround from It Is What It Is. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep across Canals and Harbour. Whether or not we get it based on that performance, I'm not too sure, but execution, Toby, very, very different potential for something there.
Potentially, yeah. And his Canals, of course, as well. The snipes have, of course, been taken out. So it's a little bit different to what it was previously in Europe. So perhaps, you know, some of these teams haven't been as practicing as much as they were back on, you know, during the double snipes. Perhaps they've only just started really practicing Canals in the last 2 weeks to build up to the split finals, of course, only recently changing to the global rule set. Curious to see actually how these teams play it out. You've got some great experience, as mentioned, on the team of 75 Hertz, and they should be extremely good at the Canals initials, both high side and low side. Question is, what do these teams go for? You know, we just saw in our first match of the day, the Torque Bow was clearly a very good approach for the first few rounds for the COG team, but then, you know, it gets a little bit predictable. So clearly Canals is a map where you need to vary your strategies, especially if you start losing rounds at the start. Yeah,
it's one of those that you can vary your strategies. Of course, we see a lot of people pushed up top, but then you can start to play around the Torque Bow or not play around the Torque Bow, whichever you see to be the fittest effort to go for this round. But look, I think execution is very much one of those where we like to see teams adapt to what the other teams are doing. You can't do the same every single round if you're losing. You need to change it up. So potential for something to come through here for the side of it is what it is. But that control, I think just in general, they got outplayed, didn't they? So you would like to think that maybe 75 Hertz can continue that in the map number 2, and that's what they're going to be trying to do. We should be loading in just a second, but I hope everybody at home is enjoying the stream so far, and everybody competing is enjoying their time. Of course, we've got 2 days of play to get through. Tomorrow should be super interesting. Not as many games tomorrow, but we'll be focusing on nearly every single one that we do have on offer to see who's going to come out on top. A $7,000 prize pool. If you didn't enter, well, it was only top 8 that you needed to get yourself some prize money under your belt. But look, it's interesting to see how it is going to go. It's been a very good day so far. We've seen some convincing wins, but things are going to start getting tighter very shortly, Toby.
Absolutely. As soon as we get into even just the next round, we're going to see a lot of Titans clash for the first time in the day. And we've already hit it home a number of times now. It is very tight in that top 6. Yes, Massive is the storyline of the tournament, potentially as being the strong favorites to win it all. But second, even through 6th now, seeing how 75 Hertz played that first map, it could be upset central in the 2 through 6 ranks placements in today's tournament. It's going to be super exciting to see how things do get underway. Clearly, 75 Hertz is getting warmed up in this game right now. They had a really good first map, as mentioned. And I just looked at the Twitch chat for a second there, and everyone's just talking about Hertz and frames now, because you just see a winning team doing really well on 75 Hertz, so to speak. And hey, I got 240. Hey, I got 120. What are you on?
I know you love that conversation, mate.
Of course, mate. Yeah.
You are the man I go to when I'm speaking about monitors. Maybe. We've seen all your posts. You love it, mate. Absolutely.
If Twitch chat can enable a segue into monitors, some of our PCs, I'll take it. I'll just worm my way into that conversation.
Field of View, DPI.
That's the one. Yeah. Oh, that's a heated one. Field of View. That's a heated one.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
no one,
as soon as FOV came to consoles, that conversation died down very quickly, didn't it? I wonder why. But no,
we're not getting into it.
I would tease the entire region on that. But yeah.
Maybe leave this one for Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. Just we're clocking it.
But Canal's going to be coming up next. As we said, it's about variation of strategy and how teams are going to go on that one. We should be getting things started very, very shortly. Just having a look at the teams going on to get things sorted. I believe they're up and ready in the lobby. The admins are starting this one up in just a second. So very, very curious to see how this one is going to go. Whether it is going to be the 2-0 or is it going to go to that escalation for the first time today. Of course, we will be seeing escalation in our next series because we're moving on to the winners bracket round number 3, where best out of 5s will come into action. Best out of 5 the majority of the way through. Best out of 3 just to kick things off. Of course, we've got to keep things ticking along. We don't want to hold you here all day, of course. But best out of 5s is where things really do get very interesting. You have to play every single game mode, and you have to show your worth on every single map. It's going to be interesting as we get into the latter stage of the tournament. But from now, we're seeing what the lower seeds are doing. See who is really going to be contesting for those top 8 positions. I do believe the game is starting. I do believe we are going to be loading in to Canals. No snipes, though, Toby, which is the ultimate shame, of course, that we do say. But nonetheless, it should be a very, very interesting map. And let's see who differs their strategy when it does come to that talk ball, when it does come to that push-up side. Where is everybody going to focus their numbers? That's usually the conversation that we do have on Canals. I wonder, though. I wonder which way it is going to go. Are we going to see a map 3? That's the question. What do you think?
You know what? On the first third of the control, I kind of like to group up the control maps in thirds, given its first of 300 points. I thought, maybe a Reefs is looking really good today, getting double kills left, right, and center. There's clearly some skill on Reem's side. It was very close, but then they started pulling away, right? The veterans started to really dish out the kills, and in the end, it was a very big score differential between the two teams, right? And I think it just goes to show perhaps 75 Hertz now, they've got that first third out of the way for control. Perhaps they're going to be very dominant on maps to come. I think that was the opportunity right there and then to really push for a 2-1 result. But no, I think 75 Hertz looking really, really good now, and I think still confident in the 2-0 prediction. I quite fancy them on Canals.
I mean, you kind of just look at their roster and what it entails. Players like Zool, players like the Steaks, people who have been in finals across the season, of course, in the general season. So hopefully we can get into this one and see which way it is going to go. I'm looking forward to seeing what other execution maps we're going to see. Are we going to get to see Tomb? That's the question.
Is that the only map we haven't seen on broadcast yet in EGL?
I
Maybe
think so.
Reactor, I don't think we've seen.
Oh no, we haven't seen Reactor either. No.
Reactor Control. Good maps. Really good maps.
So
so good maps. Yeah.
So hopefully we're loading in just a second. And we'll see who's going to come out on top of this one. Sorry for the delay to get into it. Just had an issue with one of the players having maybe a little bit of a crash. And we are getting ourselves into the game now. And yeah, let's see which way it goes. Hopefully 75 Hertz and maybe carry that momentum from game number 1. But it is what it is. Maybe turn this one around. I think it's 2-0. But just based on what we've seen in map number 1, based on the kind of setups that we've seen being very, very hard to break, I'm curious to see if execution is going to go in the same direction. And we should be loading in. I've been told we're loading in. We should be jumping into game number 2 in just a second. Okay, well, it seems like we are having a couple of issues, unfortunately. And hopefully we can load in just a second. Just having a look what's going on across the bracket, at least anyway. Let's have a quick look see at that one, Toby. Unfortunately, I've moved your face out of my view. We're just having a look through. So Johnny Walker and Coke advance through against Dreams Come True, and they will get themselves into the quarterfinal. Play the winner of this game, Phantom T against Outsiders. That one will be going on very, very shortly as well. But Massive and Dead Aspro, we'll keep an eye on how that one is going too. But that was Les Pepites and Dead Aspro actually going up against each other. That was a very close one. But let's actually have a look at the bracket. There you go. We can all have a look at it now. Fantastic stuff. Anything sticking out? Of course, we did say before that it was Italian Wash dropping out was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah. That's the biggest surprise on my screen right now for sure. Italian Wash will not be happy that they're in the losers bracket this fast, I think. But meanwhile, Outsiders very, very happy themselves. I don't think they had huge hopes for their performance today in the tournament. You know, a relatively new team, but great friends. But yeah, they've done really well to get to winners bracket quarterfinal here on our screen. Phantom T going to be a very, very tough opponent for them. I guess the other closest upset, if you want to call it an upset, is Leper Pete's and Deadass Bro. Leper Pete's is a team that goes so far back, as you know, Chris, in Europe. That team name itself, it might be the longest running team name actually on our screen right now in the whole tournament. Really good group of friends, great experience under their belt. For Deadass Bro to take the W there in that round of 16, I think that's a bit of an upset, to be honest. Perhaps not as much as, say, Outsiders and Italian Wash, but certainly a commendable performance from Deadass Bro. Likewise, they're going to have a very tough game in the quarterfinal against Massive. Like I said, Tweak, Johnny Walker and Coke sitting pretty in quarterfinal before. They are very confident, I'm sure. Until Sukapon perhaps finds Tweak in their game next. That could be a tough one.
Yeah, there's some very good games shaping up throughout the rest of the tournament, isn't there? And we're excited to jump into some of these deeper games. Of course, tomorrow we have plenty more action as well, but we're running still a good few hours into your Saturday to get things rolling. And we're finishing around the time that the Euros are starting up. Don't you worry. We should be, well, maybe still going by that point, but a couple of games kicking off. The Wales are playing tonight, mate. How are we feeling about that? How's the Welsh Gears community feeling about that?
I mean, I'm not a really good herald for the Welsh football team, I'll be honest. I've not really been following Euros too much, and I'm sure I'm going to get some flack perhaps from Breaker if he's in the chat. Not sure if he's still playing. But
at 5 p.m. yeah, mate. Like, that's a big game. Huge game. Winnable.
We'll have to check. Winnable, as I would say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll have to check the talent schedule, and maybe I'll get my my third monitor in action, I guess. I don't know, but no. I'm definitely much more invested in today's action here on EGL. It's been really, really cool just seeing Europe evolve. Even in the last 2 weeks, the roster change has been crazy. You know, even this team who we're watching next, 75 Hertz, is a very new team, but boy, oh boy, is it a stacked roster, and could be a team to upset for that really coveted top 8 prize pool payout that we have this weekend. So much to play for. There's been so many changes this last split with the mode introduction, of course, control and execution 2.0 joining the cycle, switching over recently to the global settings, of course, as well, gears, the esports gears settings. There's lots going on this weekend, and lots of changes, and I'm excited to see how everyone places and how it plays out.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if some of these teams in and around these top 8 placements, and where everyone's going to kind of lie by the end of it. Of course, we'll have a good idea by the end of the evening, won't we? But it looks like we are going to be getting into this game in just a second, hopefully. I know we have been having some slight issues with one of the players getting into the game, but it's third time the charm by the looks of things. Canals, eventually we will get ourselves into this game. But Toby, I am curious. 75 Hertz, they've got to be looking at their performance at map number 1 and saying, right, yeah, we look good there. Let's just continue that form on here into map number 2.
Well, I wonder if the delay was because one of the teams were trying to debate whether they could get double snipes in without anyone noticing. That would be funny. Reem picking up the frag grenade to the start. Onslaught getting taken down. Oh no! Reem nading his own teammate. A little bit of miscommunication there, perhaps. Very quickly, he'll come down to a 4v1, and Reem will just kill himself with his nade. Perhaps wasn't too happy how he used the first one. Very quick round to start off Canals.
Very quick. 75 Hertz with the lead. See if anything changes up here. Heading into
Come on, you guys. Let's
the
go.
next round.
Yeah, let's keep a close eye on the overhead to the top right, the mini map there, as that will give a good insight actually into the initials for this map. Oh, look at this for a flank from Onslaught, catching out one. 3v2, 3v1 though. The low side fight had already been won.
Wow.
And that is just rapid. 22 seconds it took everyone to finish off that round. And I guess one thing about, double snipes not being there is it means everyone will be really towards the center line of the map, whether that's up high side, whether that's in water by the torp belt, or low side. If you have a very successful initial, that round can finish fast. And 75 Hertz are showing that off right now.
Good work from 75 Hertz so far. 2-0 to them now. Can they continue this? Zula really has been the one just getting on through, but Reem's going to get caught out, and well, questions have to be asked. How has that happened? But nonetheless, maybe they didn't expect 3-man down low this time. Crusher now in a 1 versus 4. Not very often we've seen him. Mystique's kind of just playing with his dinner, and that is a very easy wipe. 75 Hertz looking fantastic here.
Yeah, so far for me, I was about to say through, as I just casted Canals. No, 75 Hertz have been so fast on low side, and Zul just showed it there on his camera, straight onto frags and ready to get that steam train first kill, that first blood to give a huge advantage on low side. And what it is just a bit spread out at the moment. They need to perhaps deathball a little bit more, be close enough for the chain revives, be close enough to assist at the right moments in the right fights, and try and slow down Zul on middle bridge, because clearly he keeps getting the advantage up there.
It looks like some fights have went aside, but it is what it is. Now a 3 versus 3 momentarily. Zul's going to be pushed out here and is getting chased down, but Steaks has done well to cover his back. He will find 1 kill as well, so now 2v2. Zul and Cheddar out, and the pressure's coming through from it is what it is. I don't think anybody got a hold of that talk bot either, and that's exactly where Zul is going. Get hold of it. They know exactly where the players are. Backing on down. Fight's going to be coming in a second. This talk ball may be influential towards this though. Picked it on the floor. Can you get anything with it? Arifs, you're out in the open and you're very dead. Zul with a good shot. No Arifs. Can he find the 2v? I mean, you're running into the middle of nowhere here, and not necessarily the best position. 4-0 now to 75 Hertz.
Yeah, well played, honestly, from the COG team there. That rotation was instantaneous towards the Torpbo. As soon as they got to safety back towards their bridge, the rotation came in. Torpbo stick for Zur. I'm not sure why What It Is committed so hard. Once that Torpbo was lost and they were kind of out of there, maybe just set up a middle bridge, so, wait for the next hill at that point in time, because they were up and away with the COG team on the rotation. Unfortunate. They got their closest round there, What It Is, but no. 4-0. Crusher now trying to go up close and personal with Zul. Zul already winning that shotgun fight, even knifing the wall, perhaps to show how confident he is in this game. 3v2 though, as Zul continues to rotate on through. Onslaught trading out. 2v1 and Reem taken down as well. The COG team really do have their foot on the throat right now of the Swarm side of What It Is. And they're just one round away from securing this 2-0 victory.
Yeah, this is looking so good for them. This one should, well, it's looking like it's going to be done and dusted in just a minute. And we're expecting maybe a bit of a closer game here, but 75 Hertz very much here to play today. Money on the line, and very much want to be part of that party. But what can It Is What It Is do now? Really just, they haven't got going, and they've got such a deficit to now come back from. So the first one to drop though. Shid not in a good position either. Going to be very, very weak. And here we go. This may well be the first round. It's going to get his head taken off, and this should indeed be the first round. It is what it is. And Mystique's going to have to find a 1v3, and well, he's not even going to find one. 5-1 now. It's the comeback on, Toby.
Is it on? I don't think we've seen a comeback from 5-0 down in execution just yet. Even back in escalation when it was 1st-7 still, it was so rare to come anywhere close to a comeback from 5-0 down, 4-0 down. But yeah, perhaps maybe, just maybe, this weekend is the first time for a really big execution comeback from one of these teams. Sadly, I just don't think this is the day for that. But let's see on this initial 475 Zul winning his 1v again onto Reese, but Reem and Onslaught work together to get a kill. Zul reaching for that kill, does find Reem. 1v2 now. Mystique's throwing the nades, but not going to connect as he'd hoped they would. Torpbo in hand for Onslaught and What It Is, but a great opportunity here, Chris, for them to take another round.
A really good spot to do so. This is surely the challenge is going to come through. He gets away. Seems a little bit more doable now. Winnable.
Winnable, as you might say. Yep. Certainly winnable for the Swarm side here. Torpbo in hand, map control for the hill. Completely locked out Mystiques. They do not have to push this. And if they want to take all their chances as comfortably and thoroughly as possible, certainly don't push him. He's such a great player, and that is a very difficult choke point to push, even as a 2 at times. So 3 Torpbo shots left as we wait for the countdown on the timer. Any moment now. There's the overtime. The emotes just popping up from both teams. Mystiques. He could just keep baiting the Torpbo shots, to be honest. But instead, he is going to go on forward. He said, you know what? Now is the time to push. Not going to happen for him, though. Torpbo by the side of his feet. Second round coming through. 2-round streak. What It Is are starting to put some rounds together.
Let's say then, huh? Maybe something can get going. The momentum is with them that little bit now. Can 75 Hertz, though, close this one out? Well, 4 more rounds to do so. See what the tactic is here this time around. 3 down low. Setting this up now. Probably evenly. Zul's going to push forward and get dealt with immediately. And he really was the tip of the spear for 75 Hertz Mono, wasn't it? He was the one finding those initial kills. Now, nades over to What It Is and not finding anything. Torpbo as well. This should surely be a 3rd round over to them. Everything they could possibly want. And now it's a 4v2 here, Toby. This is getting interesting.
It certainly is. They need to be careful now that 75... Oh my goodness me. Onslaught Torpbo headshot from middle bridge. Gorgeous shot from him. The round might have been already confirmed as to who the winner was, but boy, oh boy, what a headshot that was. Beautiful. So difficult to pull that off, and there you go. A third round again coming in through for what it is. And only 2 rounds away now, right? 1 round needed for 75 Hertz to finish this match off. 2 rounds away are what it is to go level with their opponent. Let's see if they can do it now. Again, we're on board with Zul on this initial down low side to see if he can win his fight. Still committing. Reem will go down this time round. Advantage to the COG team as Nesteeks does down his teammate in the process. 3v3. They clean up another. Onslaught will go down as well. 3v1 where the nade's landing. They'll find shit. And now 2v1 Zul with Torpo in hand.
Oh, push him forward. He's very, very weak. He has to be careful. There's the problem with Zul having this tugboat. It just becomes significantly harder, doesn't it? A little shock to his name. Though. That's a bit of damage. Gonna go through as well. Doesn't land the next. Pressure. This is not unachievable, though. Has to be said.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, he's zoned one off. If he can find this fight.
Difficult one here. Goes Crusher now, trying to run through the lands to look for that 1B. Not going to happen though. Zul will keep his distance, and that will close out the map and match in style with the execution coming on through for both these players. There you have it. Canals a little bit slower than we thought it might have been the conclusion after those first 5 rounds. What it is, getting 3 rounds back, but it wasn't enough. GG's in the chat from Zul, and a fantastic game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from 75 Hertz. And just a very convincing performance in the end. And I mean, Fru, let's bring you back into this one. 75 Hertz maybe just looked a little bit more convincing than we thought they would. A very good performance from them.
Yeah, very good performance indeed. I mean, it was quite obvious who was the better team out of the 2 there. And 75 Hertz deserved winners, to be honest with you. A little bit disappointed, to be honest with you, with his It Is What It Is. That's a tongue twister right there. A little bit disappointed. There were a few occasions where I thought, they were gathering a little bit of momentum, a bit of steam, and they just kind of, they just tailored out a little bit. So, yeah, unfortunate for them. They get, a loss on their record, but 75 Hertz looking good.
Yeah, looked very, very good throughout the majority of that. I mean, Zul is quite often one of the standouts in whatever team we do see him in, but it was a good performance overall by 75 Hertz there, Toby.
Yeah, super good, super strong. Clearly, individually, they're on point. Zul was dominating on the low side until, those 3 rounds on the halfway mark. Still kept his composure, his confidence, though. He won out in the end on that very last round. And yeah, a little bit of difficulties on 3 of those rounds on Canals. Definitely something for 75 Hertz to consider going forward when they go with the picks and bans against the strongest teams in this tournament. But they look strong in control. They look really composed as a team. Everything seems to be clicking for them. I have high hopes for them for the rest of this tournament.
Well, let's see how they do. They find themselves now into winners bracket round number 3, and will advance on, getting very, very close to being in the realms of those prizing placements. Of course, top 8 paid out this weekend, $7,000 on the line here in Europe, and let's find out how the rest of it goes this evening. We'll be coming back with the next game just after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series. My name is Ton, joined by Fruit and Reflections for the very first time. Man, welcome to the EU broadcast. We haven't had any Americans from over the pond over here in quite a while, have we, Fruit? But Reflections, it's very nice to see you alongside of us. How are things this evening? Oh, well,
yeah,
it's
beautiful.
morning for you still. It's nice and early for you.
It is early. I woke up in time to see the sunset. No, that's not true. The apartment buildings would block that, so I can't really see it unless I climbed on top of the roof, which would be incredibly weird. It's great to be here, though. I'm already seeing some different strategy that you wouldn't see from North America or Latin America, and it keeps things fresh. It really does. And I've been shocked to hear certain maps aren't played. Tomb and Reactor, I guess, haven't been played at all, which... think of what you will with those maps. Maybe they're not, the best, I guess, maps, at least, enjoyable wise. But it's not really about enjoyment, is it? Whenever you're playing competitive, it's kind of more so getting the leg up and the edge on the competition. And I feel like if people aren't playing Tomb and Reactor, I would be playing Tomb and Reactor even more, because I want to get the leg up on the competition. So I'm shocked to hear no one is even trying to kind of, find that gap in the scene so far.
If Toby was here, he'd be telling you that you're preaching to the choir right now, because we are the same. We're like, why aren't people playing this? So you could really get an advantage. But look, we haven't seen it very often either. But look, we're not going to get a chance to see it either in this matchup, which should be very, very nice. Sukapon going up against Tweak here for should be a close matchup. Sukapon, we've seen them come through in the last few weeks, look really, really good. Tweak with a bit of a different roster coming in as well. It should be a very close matchup.
Yeah, it should be, right? 4th and 5th seeds. They're both fantastic teams. We talked a little bit in the break about how Sukapon probably on paper should be a higher seed. Obviously, they didn't play enough to gain that higher seed, but coming in at a 4th seed, they are definitely one of our top few teams. Tweak, on the other hand, it's the old 1A roster. I mean, it's a roster as old as time, to be honest with you. Jimmy's in there, teamed up with Breaker this time around, bringing a bit of experience in there. I think that's a good change, and I'm quite interested to see how they perform.
Well, the maps coming up are going to be District, Clock Tower, Training Grounds, Regency, and Checkout. So a nice little map pool there. Of course, Reflection, you just said yourself that it's not necessarily too much of what we see. Obviously, we'd nice to see Tomb, etc., but a fairly standard map pool coming on through here. Any standouts in particular in this map set?
Well, first and foremost, District is going to be great, I believe, for Sukapon, given their team chemistry. It's a very team-oriented map. Lancer Fire is pivotal. You have so many different angles that you can lock in. So I expect District to be punishing for those who aren't playing as one cohesive unit. We've seen that earlier on, actually, in the first matchup that you guys had on stream. And District was very one-sided, 300 to 47, and that was because of the phenomenal teamwork from the winning team. Clock Tower, I know it's been playing a little bit more as of recently. I like that. Clock Tower is, again, another team-oriented map. You can provide several different looks. Obviously, the long shot commands all the attention. The reason why it's just too powerful. Plus, if you're able to push up in game position and get the long shot back, it's very difficult for the enemy team to push you. You have that 3v3 standoff. I would like to see more battles for the nades. It's starting to kind of creep in a little bit more in North America and Latin America. Tonight, I would like to see if they can prioritize that. Torque Bow is a little bit too far away. Training Grounds Escalation, bread and butter. Everybody knows that one. There's not going to be anything too crazy there. And then Regency and Checkout, it's going to be kind of fun to see Checkout once again at the very end. I don't know, what are you thinking, Fru? You thinking any of these maps are kind of working out really well, same as business as usual?
I'd be surprised if we get to Checkout, to be honest with you. Both of these teams, they're very, very fast and furious with how they play, and I think as soon as one gets a leg up, we're going to see the map start to roll pretty quickly. Kind of interested to see District and Training Grounds in there. That's actually two really strong maps for Tweak. That used to be the old 1A, basically guaranteed pick was District, whether it was on Control or Escalation. So that's kind of an interesting one there. And Training Grounds is their best Escalation map, or at least was when I was playing them about 6-7 weeks ago. So I'm kind of curious to see if they can kind of make it work on those two maps, because I think they've got an opportunity there to maybe go up 2-1.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see. I do believe we're loading into the game, so we'll hand it over to you guys in a second. But for me, I think realistically, Sukapon have looked very, very strong the past few weeks. If they can continue that on, they're really the ones that everyone's looking to beat massive potentially. District, Clock Tower, I think are going to be good maps for them. Training Grounds, I said, could possibly go either way, but I think they just look a very well dialed in control team when it does come down to those rotations. They're the first one there the majority of the time, and that's what they try to work on. But well, let's see as we do load into District. Reflections, and Fru, you can take this one away.
All right, Fru. It's going to be a fun time, brother. It's going to be great to cast alongside you, get your insight. I know you're a legend yourself, brother. So it's going to be wonderful to see what you have to say. And I want you to be critical. I really do, because you have to be critical, obviously, if you want these teams to improve overall. Starting off the start, though, Siapa is going to get that boom shot, obviously. Very important. Already dropped. Team pickup's going to be in place. The boom shot may only have one rocket in the pocket, but overall, Fru, it is truly impactful. It really is. And if you don't utilize it correctly, you could fall behind.
It is. It's a super strong weapon. I'm kind of interested to see Sukapon going very, very heavy on the boom shot side as well. As you said, down to that one kind of bullet in there, that one rocket. It's a slightly weakened one than the one we're used to playing over here in Europe. But when you put it to use like that, it doesn't matter if it's got one rocket, right? 2 kills off the bat there for Slaps. A down coming through for Hydrone, and that's 3 kills on the bat. And that's Sukapon going to be taking full control of that cinema. They'll probably lock in the next 30 seconds or so on there. And then they'll start to rotate on with about 20 seconds early. You can see right now, they're just setting up, trying to work out their route through. Hydrone and Marsh just getting a little bit of information. Slap's also doing the same thing on the opposite side. They've got to find a way through Tweak's armor here, because Tweak, they're pretty well set up for this next hill.
Jimmy trying to play that sneaky roll against Slaps, but unfortunately it's going to take a little bit too much damage. Forced to rotate off, obviously. Teams are going to be focused on next, and next will be coming up very shortly. You can just see it up ahead, which Tweak is going to be set up a little bit more earlier, which is going to be great for them. Rotations are massive in control, and you better have a good IGO who's going to be calling out those rotations, right? Because you don't want to fall behind. I think District is less punishing on the rotations, like, you know, other maps per se, like Regency, which is a lot bigger. Training Grounds is absolutely brutal if you're not rotating early, but regardless, though, you have to rotate on time. Even though Tweak, though, gets set up early on Fru, they lose the hill very quickly, and I think that's going to be a reoccurring theme, because Sukapon, again, they have a lot of talented Slayers. They're a talented, you know, well-cohesed team. And I don't know if Tweak can stand toe-to-toe with them, at least on control, which is going to be a very fast, aggressive game mode.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, honestly, for Tweak here. They are, in terms of skill, I'd say one of the closest teams to Sukapon here. But in terms of actual full team chemistry and just the way they play the map, Sukapon is definitely ahead in that regard. It's going to be interesting. Honestly, I think, you know, we watch Jimmy, we watch Zenji on the regular, and both those guys can really put up numbers when it counts. We've seen Jimmy drop 40 bombs, you know, in the weekly EGL tournaments. We've seen him do that multiple times, and he can go off in these big tournaments, in these big competitions. So, you know, maybe he's get a bit of fuel for his fire, and he can start putting up big numbers for us. We might see Tweak come through here, but he really is going to have to put on a performance, as is the rest of the team. Sukapon, definitely a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, definitely dangerous, as you said, number 2 to that, probably of Massive, actually one of the teams that could in fact beat Massive, and you have to keep that in the back of your mind, obviously, moving forward to semifinals. There's a very real chance you do play against Massive, so it's kind of, you know, out of the fire into the frying pan, if you will, for both of these rosters. So, you know, we're hoping they can really pop off in this moment. Good on Tweak to get on the fresh hill. Sukapon obviously just on the outskirts looking to take over. I like the battle between Eduardo as well as Jimmy in the back. They want to get Jimmy out of there, Fru, because they want to take over the spawn control, and that's exactly what they're going to do. He's gone now. More work still ahead of them, but the work gets a little bit easier from the flank, though. Zenji handling his business despite taking that early damage. Good on him to win that fight. He loses that. Maybe there's an angle that breaks out that helps Sukapon retake control of this hill, but Tweak, almost a flawless performance. They're going to catch up, close that gap, and might even take the first lead we have seen them have as of yet.
Yeah, they should take the lead with this hill, and you know what? Zenji with a fantastic kill there. Para in the background as well, working with Breaker. They won a 2v2 as well. Really good defense there by Tweak, and it's going to put them bang even. 92-92 as the rotation starts to come through here. I'm not going to see anyone grab any more points on there. It's all about this next hill. Jimmy B, perfect positioning, perfect timing for this boom shot to come up. And the question is how do they use this? Where do they use this? They're going to put it down into the bandstand. It's going to get the kill on Slaps here. So right now, that's advantage over to Tweak. They are able to get that revive as well. Big play coming out from Tweak there. And now they are set up, ready for the next onslaught from Sukapon.
Yeah, Fru, this is where we're going to see Tweak, in my opinion, take a decent lead. And the reason why this hill is so difficult to break once you get set up. Now, for Jimmy B, a bit too weak. I think he was lancered from the cross, therefore a little bit easier for Hydrone to get up and get that elimination. Instants are going to be missed. Maybe Hydrone on fire, but is going to cool down a little bit. Able to now help his teammates who are going to be pushing from the opposite side of the map. Great pinch onto Bandstand. And that lead that I just said Tweak was going to get, I guess they're not going to get it. Normally, when you set up early on for the Bandstand hill, it's so hard to break, and it's because of the long angles you have to take where Jimmy B is currently at. And of course, going through mid is very difficult to go through. Maybe if you get the boom shot, you can clear out Bandstand, but overall, it's a very difficult hill to break. But it's a more impressive, given the fact that Sukapan was able to do it relatively easy. That Lancer fire from the cross was massive for the crew.
Yeah, it was huge, and you know, it's all down to Hydrone wearing his fireproof Benjamin skin. He definitely rolled through that fire. He somehow managed to survive that, and he must have been 99%, right? But he played his damages perfect, kept himself in position, got the damage down for his team, and from that they've got that point lead back. Sukapon, these are the advantages they find where other teams don't necessarily, manage to,
Sure.
and they can play to that percentage, that 1% of health left, and make it work for them. And honestly, that's a big thing across the entire European League, is that these top few teams, they can eke those next few percentages out of their play, whereas other teams, they do struggle.
I think what separates, your talented top-level teams is getting that extra percentage, right? The difference between a 98 and 100. Okay, the Lancer fire, the chip damage, the fighting for each other is absolutely massive. I mean, Perry even just getting that bit of damage from mid was massive, but unfortunately, Slaps is going to go big. Jimmy, though, is going to answer back. Zenji was already down, so no harm there. And Jimmy B will go ahead and pick up his Nasher once again, get out, get inside blue. Could be challenged off the rip. Obviously, he's going to have the nice backside, though, of Marshenko. This is going to be a great position for him as long as his teammate is able to be successful in the hill. Unfortunately for Breaker, tough spot to be in. I think he was being collapsed on by 3 members of Sukapan. Either way, Tweak is going to be there immediately for the contestant. It's going to be a scrappy battle, but it's been a scrappy map so far, Fru.
It is scrappy. It's going to get more scrappy as well, because you've just seen the spawn position come up on that minimap there. 7 and 8 on the minimap. They've spawned up on behind Tweak. So Tweak, they've got basically one option, and that's run off to Cinema. They've got to get out of there, otherwise they're going to get pincered. And they've got to find a fight, essentially. They've got to get back to 4 and find a fight that is advantageous for them, because right now they keep getting caught in these pincers, these crossfires. You can see right now Hydron with that angle there from next hill. He's in a good spot, and the whole of Sukapon have managed to rotate round and through. That's just good spawn control, really, from Sukapon. They managed to push themselves over to the opposite side of the map, get some damage down, and set themselves up for the next ring really well. Right now, Tweak, though, living by their name. Managed to get a few kills on the board. Jimmy, Parrot, and Zenji all finding one each. Hydron now in a bit of a rough spot. Big kill for Hydron would be crucial here, but not going to be able to get it. The cleanup crew is there. Zenji will hold blue as well, and so far, Tweak been pretty good. Zenji out of nowhere as well. Another kill coming through. This is what I love about this 1A team. They are not afraid of anyone. They will aggress on anyone and anywhere, essentially, as well.
And I think aggression is going to pay dividends. In our earlier matches, I noticed some teams were playing way too passive. There are times to play passively, but there are also times to be aggressive. And the better caliber teams you go against, if you play too passive, you are going to be severely punished. I love that you said Tweak, kind of, playing up to their name of Tweak, right? Keeping their head on a swivel, being aggressive. That's what we need to see from them. But look at Sukapon. Beautiful, beautiful fight for them. That's going to live Zenji by himself. Now, he does have the boom shot, fair enough. His team is going to be off the respawn. Sukapon going to be closing that narrow gap, just 20 points or less separating the two. And you can see where Tweak's mindset is going to be. 2 over on the opposite end. Going to be inside of Cinema, ready to go for the fresh hill. And again, Tweak has been doing that very well through. I like the fact that they've been rotating early on, but it's Sukapon who has great penetration power, right? Their ability to be able to penetrate that hill, get the break is, slim to none. Like, you can't really challenge it. Tweak is going to have to find an answer for that, which I think they have for intents and purposes. I mean, it is a close score, so it's very, very even despite a little bit of different play styles.
Yeah, definitely different. There's something I want to point out about that last play that maybe not a lot of teams would have picked up there, is that they saw Hydrone sit on the hill right until the hill expired there, right till 0 points. And the reason why he did that is because Tweak are set up. They have that boom shot. They have that control. 3 members, they've got to waste those boom shots anyway. Maybe they can waste the boom shot before this next hill comes up. Hydrone still capping points at the side of the ring. There's no point him being there. They were going to lose that first offense no matter what. So gain the points, 20 points in hand, then try and maybe bait the boom shot out a little bit. Maybe come into this fight a little bit healthier. In the end, it didn't work out for them. We do see Tweak with full control still, but when they've got those grenades, they've got that boom shot. It's always going to be a difficult one here for Sukapon.
It might be a difficult one, but it's one that they must go for. Only 20 seconds, though. Actually, I beg the question for, do you think you go for it? I mean, I know the scoreline is tight. Prioritizing rotations, low on control, is just as important. Sukapon now is going to be rotating, but unfortunately now straight into the defensive setup of Tweak. So for Sukapon, would it have been better to maybe give up the 20 points? I know it puts Tweak at about 250 or so, which, fair enough, you know, that's a big L that you're taking, but overall, having that early rotation maybe could have been more valuable. What's your opinion?
I'd like the early rotation, to be honest with you, but I think what Sukapon have done here with just waiting for the boom shot is probably the best thing they could have done. They got a few points off that cinema hill at the end there. They've got themselves set up for the next weapon. They should be able to take this hill with this boom shot in hand. They've just got to make sure they find the right shot, and that is not the right shot. Let me tell you that right now. That was a horrendous boom shot from Hydrone. No. I never get to say that, so I'm taking my opportunity. And now they're in a bad spot. Honestly, this is a real rough spot here because this is a really nicely, easily defensible hill when you don't have those power weapons against you.
Man, and you know, I agree with you, Fru. It probably was the right call from Sukapon to challenge the last 20 seconds and then play for the boom. But then, yeah, just a disastrous boom shot from Marsh. And you know, I have seen teams lose quite literally because they messed up a boom shot, and I hope you know, that's not what happens in this case. Sukapon's well on the way to losing, just less than 30 points from that. But Marsh has got to let that go. Short-term memory and just come back into the fight ready to kind of pounce back. But Sukapon, 99 points they're going to have to accumulate. At this point, Tweak can just fight for the scrap time through, and if they just get a point here, a point there, there's nothing Sukapon can do. They're not going to be able to close it out from this hill. Actually, they could. There's just enough time. Slaps literally needs to get a contestation, a touch, but I fear it's not going to happen. 300 to 201. That's where we're going to end. And man, you know, I started off saying Sukapon. We all started off saying Sukapon was the team that can challenge Massive, but clearly it could be Tweak.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I mentioned at the start, district training grounds maps. I do favor Tweak on there. I did say they could come in with a 2-1 lead into that second half. However, I didn't expect it to be that, you know, that one-sided, to be honest with you. Tweak at the end there, they really picked up, and you can see the kills, 22, 25. They started to outslay Sukapon, which is not something I expected. I thought it'd be a lot closer, and, you know, 290 to 300, that kind of range. But really good performance from Tweak, and if they can continue that with that momentum, they're on for a good chance here of making a real big upset.
You know, they started off a bit slower. You know, I think more neck and neck with that of Sukapon. But you're right, that slaying, that scoreboard really tells it all. And unfortunately, I didn't get a screenshot of it. But I do know, for the most part, no one had a 20 bomb for the side of Sukapon. You know, and on the other side, I believe we had 2, maybe close to 3. The lowest one being 11 eliminations on Sukapon. That's just not going to cut it. Even though we've seen Sukapon break the hills and do a great job doing so, that came down to their teamwork, good team fights. But overall, I think from Tweak's perspective, they just had better overall slaying power, and I hate to boil it down to that, I really do, because it's not all about just slaying out. I think for certain matches, especially early matches, quite honestly, it could boil down to just, quite honestly, the other team is just not winning their fights, bottom line, period. But one thing that I did like about Tweak that is going to carry them forward, especially if they continue this run through the winner's bracket, and obviously maybe to play against Massive just in the next semifinals, was their ability to rotate early, right? You can't discredit that. For rotating early is so important. They were consistently getting set up on the hill. Sukapon was challenging trash time when they could have prioritized, you know, the rotation a bit earlier. They weren't doing so. Marsh, unfortunately, with the failed boom shot, and I don't know if that's nerves. I don't know if that's, you know, just kind of the pressure hitting him. It's unfortunate. You said he doesn't mess up too often.
Yeah, I mean, they don't. The whole roster doesn't mess up too often. It doesn't really matter, you know, whose hands it in. I would expect that to be a single kill, at least a double kill, you know, 50% of the time. They're that good with this weapon. So, yeah, I don't think power weapon usage was all that great, to be honest with you, on the side of Sukapon, and I think they can do better than that. I think they'll probably be the first ones to tell you they can do better than that. On the other side of things, Tweak, when they did have it, they made it count, and they used it quite well, and they gained a lot of points from that. So, yeah, I think that's probably something we can also, you know, take away from that, is maybe Sukapon weren't quite on their game in terms of their power weapon usage, and that's something that will step up throughout the series. It's a best of 5, right? We've got a long way to go yet, I'm not gonna, count them out just after one map of District.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
But Tweak, they played District well, and they've just played District well. So yeah, you got to give them the credit where it's due.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, well done. I mean, to take a map off of Sukupan this early on is going to put the pressure back on them. For Sukupan, is that going to affect them? Again, I think coming into this tournament, maybe you can take your placements, throughout the regular season, a little bit for granted. Think maybe you're the top dogs. No one can really challenge us. Obviously, we knew Tweak. I think, obviously Massive is just in their own world. They won every single week. There's no one who can really, I mean, there are teams that can stop them, bottom line, period. I don't care what your performance is. It's like even in the Pro League, for North America and Latin America, it doesn't matter how well you do in the regular season. It matters how well you do during the mid-split playoffs or how well you do during the major. And we see teams, like United and Rise, who may have sluggish performances every once in a while in Pro League, maybe not, maybe top 5, but whatever. But then when that major energy hits through, it's a different energy, right? And in this case, there's a lot of money on the line, and everybody wants that money. Okay, I know they want the skins too. Okay, the skins are important, bottom line, period, but they want the money, and in this case, Tweak might want it a little bit more. We head into execution on Clock Tower. I got to ask you the question because, you've been around the scene for quite some time. In terms of veteranship, are there certain veterans that you might be looking out for on each roster?
The Tweak roster, I mean, it's got to be Breaker out of the lot of them. They're all pretty, I'm going to say new school. It's not new school. It's just not, day one Gears 1 school.
Sure.
They are a bit of a younger roster. I think on Sukupan as well, you got to look at that roster and say, these guys are pretty similar. Neither of these teams have a massive advantage in terms of, just veterancy on this map. I think it's honestly more about, how teams are kind of adapting to it now in the kind of new age of Gears. And honestly, I think, to be honest with you, Sukupan probably have a slight advantage here, just because I think they're a little bit better in those opening and those initials, and for me, this is what this game was a little bit more about. But to be honest with you, yeah, this is anyone's map. It's who runs the right strat first. And Tweak, there's one thing I want to just cover before we get to this, because this is going to be crazy. Tweak, K-Breaker, Jimmy B, two of the best statisticians and not strategists in the game, to be honest with you. So expect some funky stuff coming out of this team on this map.
I mean, case in point, brother, right here, Fru, flying at the team of Sukupan. No respect at all. I mean, zero respect. Tweak said, I don't care who you are. I don't care your I just simply don't care. And by the way, Breaker has been hyped up not only by you, but for some reason, Twitch chat loves the guy. They love Breaker.
He's the king.
He is the king, clearly, and I gotta say, he really is. I mean, obviously, slaying out, doing a great job. Tweak's performance in that district control, 2 different game modes. Oh my god, Tweak.
Here we go.
Strategist, they're already going down low for the 3-man push. This doesn't happen, but they're getting Lancer. This could be a trouble spot to be in.
They've got those grenades out. They're going to use those grenades to try and force this push up top now, and maybe try and just take a little bit of an aggressive push. But you see Marsh is down already. Flashbangs are being used. They're going to have to push him back, and they've split this team. And this is where they're trying to look to use those grenades to try and maybe pick up a kill. Back pillar, they're not able to pick up Marsh there. He spots it out, but they are in a bit of a rough spot of Sukupan, as are Tweak. Both teams quite unhealthy. Marsh is going to be the one going down. There's a headshot. Para cleans it out. 3v4. Now you've got to remember, there is also that gridiron flag going to come up at some point. Hydron has a sniper as well, so you've got to keep your head down there. And this is the back and forth that I wanted to see between these two teams. A bit of execution, a bit of strategy. This is exactly what it's about.
A lot of stress, too. A lot of stress. I mean,
a lot of stress.
I can't believe it was still a 4v4, and Sukupan was able to kind of flip the script with Tweak on the opposite end. Hydron, 4v3. He knows his team is down. Don't overexpose yourself too soon or for too long, right? You don't want to drop, and then, as soon as he drops, Tweak is going on the attack. Hydro knows he needs a pick here. Body shot is cool. Headshot would be even better. Obviously, best case scenario. Tweak understands and respects Hydro with the lone shot. 3 more shots to his name. Same thing, right? Tweak doesn't want to overexpose themselves. Looks like Slaps maybe wanting to make a move, but he's going to kind of hang out. You mentioned the overtime hill. It will be coming into play relatively soon. You have to benefit Tweak with the man advantage. And curious if it's going to be up top or if it's going to be down low. Based on the positioning, I assume it's going to be up. Yeah, there it is. So 15 seconds, it's up. Jimmy will pick up the frag. So that is going to help Tweak even more in this moment.
Yeah, they should be able to force a sniper off the back pillar and then maybe just make a push through. But there's the headshot that they needed. Para loses his head. There's a second one coming through from Hydro, and he's going to push up and look on the back pillar now. Breaker shuts him down, but 2 brilliant headshots from Hydro, and the revive is there now. 3v2 situation. What do? They've got to get in this hill.
Got to get in the hill. Sukapon, this is your chance to strike. Do it. Sinji last alive and gone. And man, you talk about flipping the script. We know the long shot. You have to command attention to it. And for Hydro, beautiful two-piece to open up the door. Couldn't get that shot around the corner, though, with the Nashor. Fair enough. That's why you have teammates. But much respect for Tweak for showing us two different looks so far. I feel like a lot of times in Pro League, you see teams just stalemate up top. And it's kind of boring in a way, but at least for Tweak right now, they're keeping Sukapon guessing. I like that. I think that's imperative and absolutely critical. Early aggression, though. This was the same thing that happened in round number 1, but Sukapon seems to be much more ready for it. And maybe Tweak needs to tone down the aggression because Sukapon seems as if they're starting to counter them quite well, but it's a 3v4 and Sukapon's in trouble.
They're in trouble. They're going to lose at least 1, maybe 2 now, as Ashens is going to go down again here. That's Eduardo, he's get taken out. 2v4 situation now. Just take it wide, Jimmy. Don't lose your health. Hydro's going to get cleaned up, and there's Marsh falling as well. Another round for Tweak, and it seems that right-hand side is favoring them massively. Even with that first down, Sukapon could not clean it up. The aggression was just too much, and I really like what I'm seeing from Tweak. I hope they mix it up a little bit differently this round, though. Sukapon, they will absolutely adapt, and they'll make changes on the fly to counter these plays. Tweak, they've got to come with more than 2 strategies to win this.
Yes, they definitely do. I think right now it's kind of more Sukapon giving up the advantages. Getting those downs were critical. You got to get those finishes you do. But granted, Tweak was team reviving very well, not making it easy at all. I like the fact that Zinji just goes down low, picks up the frags, and he's going to dip out uncontested. That's going to be a big thing. Frags have been making more of an impact, especially on the North American, Latin American side. They always make an impact on this map in general. You want to take out that back pillar player. Hydro forced to rotate around, and he is in fact going to drop off. This is going to be a devastating effect now. Sukapon's going to be in a 3v4. Another frag's thrown out, forcing Sukapon even lower from the flank, though. Is going to be slaps. I do believe Zinji now moving down. It's going to be a scrappy battle down low as Marsh is going to be able to pick up Jimmy B. Breaker as well. Will fall, and maybe an opportunity for Sukapon will present itself despite losing a man early on. 3v2 Tweak forced to rotate back, but Sukapon hot on their heels, and Zinji last alive. He's going to get pincered. No, he's not. Oh, he just about did. What a round.
What a round indeed. And you know what? Tweak got baited with an inch of their life there. They had that player come up behind them, and they all just turned and ran into right hand. Jimmy, he knows better than that. Check your corners. We've said it many times in Gears before, right? Check those corners, and he just did not. He ran. He straight lined it. Got cut down because of it. And to be honest, that cost Tweak around there. They could be 3-1 up at this point in time.
It could be. And obviously they're going to pay for that. I mean, Sukapon is a team that I'm very impressed with. And the reason why is not because of their previous performances. Obviously, they lose control just earlier. Tweak has the 1-0 lead currently in the series. But I think more so for Sukapon to just stay poised. You know, their composure is incredible. To be a man down and still have the ability to formulate a strategy to put the win condition back in their favor is something you can't take lightly. You can't discredit. Already a 4v3. Asenji currently. Tweak. Oh, if they can get it down here on Eduardo, that's going to be big. Para is looking to move forward, maybe get an elimination here. Breaker, though, is going to be isolated. Unfortunately, that push, I think the push was warranted. I like Tweak trying to retake that advantage. But quite honestly, Fru, they spread themselves a bit too thin and were able to get isolated in 3v1s. Not a good scenario. Yeah,
not the best round from Tweak there. The self-kill grenade as well downstairs was
yeah, of course.
Not exactly the best of choices or best of options, but I think it's one of those where you try and throw it just as you go down, you end up blowing yourself up. Nothing you can really do about it. But yeah, Tweak, I don't know. I'm not too worried for them just yet. I want to see something, talk both side. I think that might be interesting if they can pull something out there. But here we go. We've got a bit of a wrap around underneath. We're going to see Hydro with that sniper in hand, Jimmy B with the grenades, and we're back to that kind of round 2 strategy, aren't we? Where we saw Tweak push up on that right-hand side again. Grenades in hand here for Jimmy. He's got to be able to find a way to throw these out without getting headshot here, and that's going to be the main issue that he's going to face. Wouldn't mind seeing him rotate this a little bit. With the sniper here at the back post, there is that option to maybe rotate down that long lane and pick up that second power weapon down there, but looks like the teams don't really consider that an option at the moment.
No, I don't think you can, Fru, because obviously, as soon as you see great shot from, and by the way, I just want to go back to the fact you said maybe that round 2 strategy from Tweak. Remember, round 2 strategy did look good at first until the overtime heal came and then Hydron popped off, picked up the 2-piece, and then Sukapon ultimately won that, and Hydron is already setting themselves up nicely for the overtime hill. Now, this is where you would pick up the torque bow. I think this is warranted. Not only will you have the long shot, you have the torque bow as well. 2 power weapons, obviously, they're going to be instrumental in just taking any member from Tweak as they rotate in. But instead, Sukapon is going to split themselves up. I'm not against this because anywhere Tweak goes, they're going to have to fight through one of the members from Sukapon. Plus, Hydron is easily going to be able to get the cross. If I'm Tweak, I don't know. Do you prioritize maybe the engagement on Hydron, get rid of the long shot, and then kind of work your way from there?
I would absolutely be going towards that long shot. Yeah, try and flash him off the pillar, try and smoke him out, whatever you've got in your arsenal. Use it that side, because if you push the other side, you're just going to get checked in the side. It's a free shot across that mid, and it's going to be so difficult to make happen. So yeah, you could push him off, make your rotation through to the middle, but whichever way you go, it's going to be difficult, right? You're going to get sniped, you're going to get lanced, and there's the the first shot coming in. Marsh does fall though. Overtime ring is up.
Great shot. It's gonna force Breaker back. May not be a headshot, but again, you have to respect it. Eduardo down though. Tweak finds an opportunity maybe to push up. 2v3, nice shot though. Can you get the finish? Overtime hill is just being fought for tooth. Now you love to see it. Hydra's gonna be down 2v2 now. This is an opportunity for Para, maybe. And even the cross up top, this could be risky, but either way, Sukapon finds the opportunity to get the cap. That's interesting, isn't it? For keeping that player up top to Lancer down instead of getting in that scrappy fight. That's risky. And the reason why it is because Par's by himself. And at that point, if he drops, you may be up top and be able to Lancer all you want, but you're not going to be able to avoid Sukapon from getting that cap. But I like the play. It's a unique look, but unique sometimes doesn't always get you a W. And I think that's kind of the theme for this map. Tweak is throwing out many looks. You love to see it. It keeps it fresh, but it doesn't guarantee you success. Bar getting aggressive off the rip. He's going to be joined by his teammate who's already down. It's going to be player number 5, Jimmy B. The Lancer from Eduardo is in. And Sukapon's catching on, it seems, Fru. And they're playing this to a T, but up close is going to be one. He's down. Breaker by himself, the hero. You highlighted him, but in this moment, 4v1, he's going to be taken down. And Sukapon has played this map to perfection. Despite Tweak's multiple looks, Sukapon has been able to see through, I think, the majority of them. And again, that aggression from Tweak through is awesome. It's great. But Sukapon is giving them enough rope to hang themselves and pushing themselves back and putting them in the fatal funnel. That's what's killing them.
It is, and Tweak really aren't respecting that either. They've not changed their strategy up too much to kind of account for that. And that's going to cost them. It will cost them a few technical mistakes here and there as well. That we're not really seeing on the side of Sukapon. Both of those things kind of adding together do mean that Sukapon are in a really good, advantageous position at this point in time, and they also have that right-hand opportunity here. 4v4 up top still. Both teams kind of stalemating out a little bit here, and it's going to be quite difficult. I haven't really seen too much aggression from Sukapon in terms of they've not really been the first ones to make the play here, so unless they've got that sniper in hand, it has been Tweak really trying to force the play and force the fight, and I'd be kind of interested as Tweak just to see what they do if you don't make that push. Well, how do Sukapon react?
So that's the thing. Sukapon doesn't need to be aggressive, though, because Tweak is the one being aggressive. And I think if Sukapon goes toe-to-toe, fire with fire against Tweak with the aggression, it kind of plays into the play style that Tweak wants to implement. Tweak is trying to set the pace, but Sukapon is countering by setting the pace themselves by slowing it down. And I think Tweak wants that head-to-head fight. There's certain teams that love that. You know, Fire and Ice is one of them. They love that big aggression. Tweak might be one of two. Down low, big fight, though. Zenji will even up the odds 3v3. But again, I like that Sukapon is playing more passively because, again, they don't have to play aggressive because Tweak is the epitome of aggression at this point. Overtime Hill should be up top. It was down low just before. And might be setting up for a 3v3 up top, but player 8 and 3 rotate down. I'm curious where Zenji's going. Is he going for the torque? He might, but he's going to go ahead and come back up.
Push coming through the middle here from Sukapon. They're trying to find this 3v2, and so far the downs are coming through, but this is huge from Zenji, looking for 3. He picks up the triple. And just like that, that's 3 rounds for Tweak. we asked what Sukapon would do when they were the aggressors, and they found that 3v2. They really did have that, they had the opportunity there at least. They didn't have it in the bag, but they had the opportunity. And
Sure.
the rotation coming through from Tweak was quick. They were back to that 3v3, and no one was watching the flank there, and some good downs coming through. Really nice play. Really nice play.
This map could hurt Sukapon quite a bit if they don't win. Being so close to victory, you've already lost control, and to be one round away from winning execution, tying up the series 1-1. If Tweak comes back and wins this, Sukapon quite well be devastated heading into escalation. But it seems as if they're going to be okay here. Jimmy B's going to fall early on. At this point, it's going to be a 4v3. Bar's kind of caught out. Now, there is a silver lining, though, Fru, and that's going to be Zinji picking up that sniper. Very nice shot. Marsh will get the frags down low, but Zinji has been on fire. He's got 12 kills to his name. I think that's matching one of the members on the opposite side. I want to say Slaps, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's sitting at 12 or 13 eliminations himself. But Zinji could very well be the X factor. Great body shot. It's not enough. He needs to join his team.
Yeah, he needs to back on out, and he's managed to do that. Realized the push was coming his way and managed to get himself in a bit of a better spot here. Got to be careful not to get taken down too quickly. Those grenades as well will be available for Sukapon to try and make that playback pillar. So rotation's coming through here. Got to look towards that overtime ring. Got to look at what's potentially next here. And well, number 7 there, K-Breaker, has the opportunity to back on down and try and find that Torpo if he wants it. Looks like he's just going to hold the car for now, though. Values that Lancer more so than those explosives.
Ooh, great shot up top. And that's big because the overtime hill is going to be down low. So now you're getting rid of that kind of overhang Lancer fire that Sukapon was trying to implement, which we seen a couple of rounds earlier. It didn't work out. I think it was Tweak who was the ones who were trying to do it to Sukapon, was able to secure that hill. But regardless, though, getting rid of that player is massive. Obviously, now it brings it to a 3v2. We know an execution is paramount. You get the man advantage. Kind of a standard setup. You got the player back. That's going to be Breaker, who's kind of, holding down that vehicle. Player 2 up top. Hydron doesn't even want to. I don't know. He's not even making an attempt. He's finally going to push up, but yeah. No, this should be over with. Tweak is very well going to be able to get this cap. I don't see Sukapon. Wow, it's actually a lot more closer than I thought it could be. Sukapon can still do this. They're doing it. Get on the hill. No. Yo. Tweak, where you at? What was that, Fru?
That was something. That was something. That was honestly Tweak just being looked a bit scared, to be honest with you. The grenades were there, obviously, keeping Tweak from capping, but ultimately you can't give that much time and respect in a 3v2. You need to be shutting down those members early, and when you know that there's a sniper up top, you can maybe force the grenades off earlier. And yeah, that was just complete strangeness from Tweak. They just didn't go for the fight. They just let Sukapon have the ring.
Yeah, that's it can't happen. That's what the gear scene says, right? That just simply can't happen. You got to challenge that hill. You're not. Yeah. I mean, you're not losing anything for challenging the hill either, because they're going for the cap. What are you losing? You're losing the round if you don't go for it. If you die, you get chunked. Fair enough, okay, but you fought. You went down swinging. That was a bit of a misplay from Tweak, who had all the advantage in the world. I was really critical on Sukapon, especially for player number 2, kind of hanging back where the long shot would be spawning up, but he chooses to pounce early on. And as you said, and wisely so, for he didn't want to overexpose himself to that long shot because Sukapon just lost a player in that same position, so he was waiting it out. But that is a big misplay, in my opinion, from Tweak. But fair enough, they did win control. It's tied up 1-1. This is a competitive series, and I do want to give an update to the bracket overall. Massive does move forward. So with that being said, the winner of this match will be moving on to play the number 1 seed, and the number 1 seed by far and for a reason. So like I said, into from the fire into the frying pan we go. Training grounds escalation coming up next. The bread and butter for most teams. It's been in competitive rotation for Gears 5 since literally the very beginning of Gears 5 competitive. Who do you think has the edge here? Because for me, I'm going more team chemistry for escalation, but sometimes that isn't everything. That slaying power on District from Tweak was incredible and could pay dividends on TG.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. Sukapon, I would put as the favorite for this map for sure. However, it is also one of the maps that we do see Jimmy B's team do really well on. In the past, this 1A roster, and Breaker coming in there and offering a little bit of insight from from his ex teams. I think they've got an opportunity here. I do think they've got an
Okay.
opportunity here. I said I wouldn't be surprised to see, Tweak up 2-1 at this point in the bracket after training grounds, and I still wouldn't be all that surprised, to be honest with you.
Well,
I think it's the strongest escalation map they could have got
Okay.
to put themselves in that situation. So, yeah, I think ultimately Sukapon definitely the favorite, but I wouldn't be surprised either way.
So Jimmy B, why Jimmy B? Why is he so good at this map? Is it his slaying abilities? Is it maybe the way he guides the troops now in conjunction with Breaker? Obviously, that makes them a very talented team overall. What is it about Jimmy B that's so difficult to deal with?
I mean, he's a player that's been around for a long time. He really had his kind of comeuppance on Gears 3. And he was in one of the top teams there in NTC. They were a top 3 European team for the longest of times, and his ability to react on the fly is something that I really credit him with.
Okay.
He's very good at understanding, what will pick the opposition up, what will trip the opposition up, sorry, and how to counter plays on the fly that perhaps other teams are a little bit more rigid in that sense. It's kind of interesting because I see Jimmy and Breaker as kind of two parts of a puzzle. Breaker is super kind of prepared. He's going to get that team into those games and have all the knowledge, have all the insights, and he'll have things drilled out. Whereas Jimmy will be the guy who says, yes, we have this opportunity here, this strategy here, but if we just tweak this here and we just move this over here a little bit, it'll work better this round. So I think they gel quite well, and I'm interested to see how this team kind of comes together on training grounds, because I've seen them do some strange things on training grounds before, both teams individually. So bringing Breaker
Right.
and Jimmy in together into that kind of leadership role, we could be interested, could be in for something interesting here.
Yeah, you bring up a lot of strong points for Jimmy B. I like that you mentioned, obviously veteran, that pays dividends. Not always. Just because you're a veteran, you have that veteran status, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be successful. Case in point is Challenger Series that I do every Monday. We see a lot of veterans who are, Yogurt's one of them. He comes back into the mix. Granted, he's doing very well, but I haven't seen him for some time, and I know he's been competing in Challenger, trying to get back up to the top echelon. So good on Jimmy B to be that veteran and still competing at the top level for EU. I think, that ability to be able to see different looks and adjust to them on the fly is very important for Control, especially, which is high intensity, high pace. Maybe that's why we see a successful map number 1 district Control for the team of Tweak, because of their ability to be able to adjust on the fly in those high pressure situations. Execution is a bit more, I don't want to say cut and dry, but it's been around for quite some time. Naturally, Clock Tower's been around, since the beginning of time, it seems. So teams are kind of more familiar with that. They can throw out different looks, and it's kind of more, kind of cut and dry, if you will. But I think that ability to be able to adjust to different looks might be tapered off more with Escalation. And the only reason why I say that is because obviously Escalation has been played competitively for not only for Gears 4, but also for Gears 5. But more importantly, speaking in regards to Gears 5, Escalation Training Grounds, I think the team has been playing it more as a cohesive unit, but also has their set strategies, is going to be the more successful team. That's why you got to tip your hat over towards Sukapon. But for Tweak, who knows? Maybe Jimmy B and Breaker do make a difference. Maybe we will see them be able to guide their troops accordingly. But let's get into it. We got the Overlook fight underway. It's a bit slower than I'm used to seeing, but fair enough. Maybe at this point, both teams want to see how the other one is going to react. Let's see the gut check. Who is going to be able to strike first and get the 2-1 hill advantage?
Yeah, we saw Sukapon run in there. I mean, the headers at the top at the moment, just the wrong way around. But Sukapon over on the Swarm side of things there, they did take full control of the U, and we saw Tweak just back out pretty much straight away. They didn't want to fight at the U. They wanted to fight at the mid steps, the small steps here. So maybe something, in the sleeves there for Tweak, sorry. But ultimately, Sukapon slaying skills do come out. They find themselves in an advantageous fight here, and Benji thinking about jumping over, does go down and will get chopped down very, very quickly. Just have someone looking at him from the overlook.
So that's going to be a tough 1v1 that we're going to consistently see, at least in the first half. Obviously Hydron going against NG. 2 players down for Tweak. Sukapon looking to make a great argument for a domination here. Tweak isn't careful, and I don't think they're going to have a say in it. It's going to be business as usual. NG might be able to get one elimination, dances around. I think he knew, hey man, I want to make an effort for the hill, but I don't want to fully commit because I like my stats, and I know I'm going to die either way. So he kind of, just dances around on the 1 yard line. Fair enough. I see what you're doing there. But Sukapon, it started off a bit slow, but once they got going, it was hard to stop them.
Yeah, they just got full map control, right? They had that mid control over at B. They had the overlook. They had the home hill there as well of their opposition. Very difficult to come back from that position, and that's one of those downsides essentially of not fighting that U. The next fight, if you lose that, by the time you're back up respawn, full control over your home hill does the opposition. So yeah, it's a difficult one. I'd be interested to see if 1A do the same thing here. Sorry, Tweak do the wrong. I'm so used to seeing this team as 1A on the bracket, bar Breaker. I'm gonna slip up every now and again on that one, but yeah, used to seeing Tweak down as 1A. If you hear me say 1A, it's Jimmy B and co.
Kind of wonder. I like Tweak though. I like the name Tweak, especially if you're just firing all cylinders, just head on a swivel, dominating a map. I think it's more fun to say Tweak than 1A. But then again, 1A, Division 1A. I mean, hey, maybe that's something to hang your hat on too. But either way, I think they got you. It's just Breaker had to break the mold. Everybody had 1A. It's almost like a team jersey, in the online COVID world. I think having the same gamer tag is like, yeah, they got the jersey, nice. But Breaker had to be different. But Breaker is different. Okay, we know this. And he's a legend, so he can do whatever he wants. So fair enough to him. I like it, though, for Tweak. They are, in fact, going to take that early advantage. Hydrone is very convinced there's a bug or a spider below him. He doesn't want to get touched by it. Fair enough. He's just kind of looking down, seeing if there's any players down below, but more importantly, hoping he doesn't get bit. Sukapan, what's the play here? I know their retake ability is strong. It looks like maybe home hill to home hill could be it, but players 6 and 5 quickly, as soon as they go forward, they kind of back up, and Hydrone finds an opportunity. They're going to be on B.
They are. They're going to get chopped down a little bit here. Jimmy in the pocket is able to offer a little bit of crossfire here, and his NG coming around the backside of things will manage to trade out one. Hydron's so weak. If Jimmy knew, he probably would have stepped out there, but he goes down, as does his opposition, Hydron, and it's a foot race here towards the B hill. Tweak are going to win that one. Hydron goes down. 2v1 opportunity here. Breaker's going to fall here. Slaps will get that, and back up top will come through here for Sukapon, so they will get control of the B hill. Jimmy has to back off. Look now for Tweak to start to push around the back of the overlook as well. They need to get Eduardo off that balcony.
Yeah, that balcony is going to be a troublesome spot. Obviously, getting that cross, you don't want to have somebody there for free. Para, he's already there, and that's going to be great for Tweak if they choose to push. Jimmy B's by himself. I hope he doesn't overcommit to this 1v2. He's going to be pressured already by Marsh, though, and Eduardo. Slaps is going to fall. Jimmy B and Breaker already down, and that's what I was worried about. Jimmy B overexposing himself, maybe over-rotating. You got to play with your team. Have a cohesive push. It's obviously very important, especially this late in the game when the scoreline is so close. Tweak just a little bit ahead, but it's obviously not going to matter because Sukapon has that win condition 2-1 A and B. A tense 1v between Para and Hydro, but I guess the biggest battle is going to be on B as Tweak is going to get the break, and they should have it just in time. Sukapon, you got to answer back. Put them into the blender. They're doing it, but not in time.
Not just in time yet. That's a cog win condition coming through. Slaps is going to fall as well. Big 1v1 on the A hill. Back and forth here. The decap coming through on the B hill. The question is it in time? And no, it is not. That is going to be a Tweak round. Yeah, fantastic comeback at the end there for them.
Yeah, it really was. And for the majority of the round 2, Tweak had the 2-1 hill advantage. Even though the scoreline was very close, I think Tweak controlled the pacing and controlled this round very well. Sukapon was consistently trying to fight back and gain control, which fair enough. Obviously, you have to do that at times. But Jimmy B was a big influence, I want to say, for that round overall, despite him maybe, overexposing himself. Maybe, in my opinion, going for a 1v2, he shouldn't be. Fair enough. In the earlier portions, when Tweak did take that early lead, I love that Jimmy B was in that pocket, in that god spot, making it very difficult for Sukapon to retake control of Bravo. So business as usual, 3v3 on the Overlook fight. You'll have that 1v, as I said before, between Hydrone and Zenji. Those are two just powerhouse players that who knows is going to win. Power, though, with a bit of a misthrow. Even though he misthrows, he doesn't get punished. Sukapon not ready to take him down. Slap's going to rotate in. He's going to be double teamed. He's gone. That's 2 out of the way. It's going to open up the overextension, but maybe not as comfortable as they were thinking. They're going to maybe go and backtrack, get over towards C. Fair enough. This is going to tip off Hydro now to force the issue on Zenji, and unfortunately, Zenji will win that Tweak. Off to a phenomenal start, but they leave player 8, Marsh. He's going to be able to decap the opposite hill, forcing Tweak back. It's not going to make a huge impact, but you got to get those finishes through.
Yeah, we saw that. Jimmy, he kind of went back and went, I'll leave it. He'll time out. And yeah, well, you're playing against Sukapon here. You're you know, against just ranked players. They know their distances, they know their timings, and if they can get a decap while down, they will get a decap while down. So yeah, not surprised to see that one coming through. Good play there by Sukeupon to just force Tweak back essentially to their home hill, and it just gives them a couple of seconds really to kind of recoup, to rebreathe, and get themselves set up for this next fight.
All right. Jimmy B with that retro, it's going to be great because Jimmy B is a slayer. You know, he can get in your face, and we've kind of seen a trend where your slayers will take that retro to get their own chip damage, kind of like a walking army, one-man army, if you will. So respect to him, but unfortunately he can't really push up at this moment, but does he really need to, right? He already has the home hill, so it's up to Sukeupon to push into him. The retro's going to be instrumental, plus he's got the cross from afar with Zenji. Parents is going to be just down below, but either way, Slap's going to make a break for it. He's going to be damaged. Jimmy B, big fight for him that he must win. He does have help with the Lancer, but now he's going to be pinched, but either way, able to take down Eduardo. Par's going to be there for the pickup, and now Slaps is by himself. 1v2, he's down. Great communication from Tweak. I know we're not in the team comms through, but you can really see how everything was kind of ticking away and really clicking for that roster. Again, that teamwork worked for them very, very well in Control District. It's working here during escalation, and they could take a 2-1 lead here in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. So I loved that play by Jimmy. He realized he had the opportunity for a 1v1. He had the crossfire, but didn't go for it. He went back towards his teammate, and he knew that that revive would be there for him. So good play by Jimmy, and now a bit of a flank coming through from Hydra, and a couple of deaths here on the side of Tweak. This is going to make it a little bit more spicy as we get to the ending seconds of this round, but only 2 players alive really for Sukeupon anywhere near the opportunity to break, and they're going to be nowhere near, are they really? Good defense by Tweak, all set up around their home hill. Second round coming through, 2 in a row, and they take the lead.
Yeah, they definitely do. You know, their initials are good, aren't they? I mean, they were able to win the Overlook fight despite maybe a little bit of a shaky, I don't know, not getting the finish. I mean, he looked directly into his eyes. He just didn't lancer him down. He didn't kill him, fair enough. I mean, sometimes you got to intimidate the opponent, but even though the decap mishap was in the beginning, Tweak never really fell behind, did they, Fru? I mean, they kind of had the advantage overall. Sukeupon, I like this, though. Let's switch it up. They got the long shot down, but it's not like they've been dominating the Overlook fight, so this could benefit Tweak as well.
Yeah, this will be really interesting to see how Tweak play this. They do have that incendiary as well on their side, so they're a weapon ahead. Could be an interesting fight, actually, for Sukeupon if they do end up getting hit by the fire. We'll see. Breaker's going to pick that one up. Para is off to the balcony here, and it's going to be a 3v4 situation. Tweak will go over towards that neutral hill at the same time, I think. So interesting play all around here. Eduardo can't really pick up. You know, he will get hit by that incendiary.
Mr. Krabs, Fru!
Yeah, this is lovely. This is lovely.
No, Tweak is doing a domination. They're going to get it. They're going to get it because Slaps his last lap. He's sprinting to B. Oh, my. Yo. Hey, just like in execution, Fruit Tweak is showing us some looks that I have literally never seen a round end like that. And by the way, that was, if I'm not mistaken, Zenji player 4 going all the way on the flank. He caps B and then casually walks over and takes the home hill as well. Meanwhile, Sukeupon committed 4 strong on Overlook. I thought that was going to be kind of Tweak's undoing, but that was a brilliant play, a brilliant round, and a huge loss for Sukeupon. They don't even know what just hit them.
Yeah, that was a brilliant play by Tweak, and you know that's full confidence. A lot of teams will try that, but then they will not go fully into that E fight. And you saw that Tweak, they committed. They went up to that balcony. They had the incendiary cutting off the steps behind, and also covering the sniper. So yeah, really nice play by Tweak all around. They really did bait Sukeupon.
They're doing it again. Well, they're trying.
Yeah,
they're trying.
They'll give it a go. They'll give it a go. They like to play for the point lead, right? And I think against Sukeupon, you have to. You have to. They don't give you a lot of opportunities to get points, so why not take the free ones?
Jimmy B can pull off some heroics, which he can't. Fatal funnel, Sukeupon just lasering him down. Said Tweak going for the points, fair enough. Not gonna lie, I'm having a blast casting over these European teams. I really try. This has been a great series, and obviously it's tied up 1-1, but I think it's been a great series for me personally, just as a spectator, as a viewer, because of the different looks that I'm seeing, and it's like I'm rewatching, I'm relearning Gears in general. Not only Control, whatever. Control was pretty standard, but I mean execution and even here on Escalation, it's fresh, it's fun. I'm sorry, I'm having a blast, Fruit. This is just great fun.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad a little bit of European gears is something that you're interested in and something that you're finding exciting. Because yeah, week to week we see this, and you know, we like to share it with as many
It's
people as we
nothing
can.
new to you.
Yeah, it's nothing new to us, but it stays exciting because honestly, you can't predict what these teams and players are up to week by week. They're always bringing something different out, and they're always surprising us one way or another, whether that's good or bad. So yeah, credit to the players, to be honest with you. We just talk over the top of it, but yeah, they keep it fresh and they keep it fun.
Well, I mean, you say good or bad. I mean, you can't have good without bad, right? So
true.
the bad makes you appreciate the good. So we'll take both of them, I think, hand in hand, and obviously take one for the other. It's been a big battle, though, objectively, as Sukapon's been trying to close out that point deficit that they accumulated early on, fighting, tooth and nail for the long shot. Eduardo does have a bit of a missed shot, though, unfortunately trying to go for the body. One more to his name, Tweak. Even from the start, not fighting for the long shot early on, they went home hill to home hill, and they continue that trend. Another Mr. Crab moment coming through. Sukapon 3 strong off the respawn. Going to go straight into the troops of Tweak, but not in time. Not in time, and the domination comes in. Sukapon at the 1 yard line, 3 strong, but couldn't get the touch.
They could not at all. Getting them back for that last round on Clock Tower, that's what's happening here. Keeping them right on the outskirts, just tripping them up, getting those hills when they're just not quite in range to do anything about it. Really well played by Tweak. Really well played indeed. And this sniper doing absolutely nothing for Sukapon. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Just give it up. It doesn't even matter. I mean, at this point. But that's because Tweak is prioritizing the objective. And so many, I think even spectators and ranked players, they think kills and flashy plays are everything. And they do have their moments, they do have their purpose. But I think Tweak objectively, and you called it perfectly, Fru, saying Jimmy B and Breaker have the ability to, as the veterans they are, or at least as the players they are, the ability to throw out different looks and adjust objectively and just adjust in general. And, we prioritized and really prided Sukapon in their ability to play as a team. We knew training, but you said, training grounds for Tweak was probably their best escalation map they can pick, but Tweak's objective work has been everything. I mean, quite literally everything, because they're not winning the big team fights. I mean, every once in a while, yes, but objectively, they're killing Sukapon.
Yeah, they're just around the map. They're pulling Sukapon left, right. You can't have big team fights if all of the players are all over different areas of the map, right? Like, it just doesn't work.
It's true.
You can group up all you want as Sukapon, but it is not going to make a difference, because at the end of the day, you're fighting a 4v2. There's 2 of the players capping 2 hills behind you, and you're still losing points. So Pyro with a big kill there will help things out. And here we go again. We're back on another hill. We can see the decap coming in at F. E's already capped up, and Tweak once again will have a double cap. And this is what they're about. This is what they're about. Yeah. Drag the opponents. Frustrate the opponents. Oof. Headshot the opponents. Breaker says, get the double on the opponent. I tried. Yeah, like this is what they're about. This is what this team does.
Yeah.
And maybe another one coming through here. You can...
Yeah, you can.
Hit that.
Get that little pixel.
You can hit that.
Yeah, you can get that pixel.
You gotta hit it right. But here we are again.
Yeah, Tweak, despite starting off with the 20-point deficit, they do have the 2-1, as you mentioned, but the difference here is that Breaker has the long shot, and this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, for that Tweak. Well, really, yeah, it is 100% the first time that Tweak has had the long shot, because they've been prioritizing. Oh, great body shot! They've been prioritizing the objective work instead of the long shot, and I think they just got a bit of a buff now with the power weapon. Breaker forced to back up. It's going to be a tough hold, though. I think for for Tweak, but. It was a 3v2 momentarily, but Sukapon is able to waste out enough time for Hydron to move in. Good push from Eduardo. Jimmy B should be picked back up. Good team fight. Bit of a misroll from Breaker, finished off by Hydron. And the team fight is won from Sukapon. And really, you only have to deal with player number 4. Tweak will be off the respawn. They have the point lead. Sukapon will take the win condition back in their favor, but only by a narrow margin. So at this point, still a lot of work to be done, but Zenji is doing it.
He is doing it. He's done enough work as well to draw people back to this home hill, and that's just relieved a lot of pressure over on the other side of things, on the airfield here. Zenji playing this really, really well. Just have a bit of backup here, and Pyro's going to come in to clean that one up. Good bolt up coming through by Hydron. Flashbang's going to go down again on the D hill. Pyro pushing through. Isn't quite in range there. Didn't quite time his shot right, and here we go again. Triple kills coming through. Anyone in position? It's got to be Zenji, hasn't he? I don't think he's going to be there in time, is he? Does he get the touch? No, he does not. He just misses his slide there at the end, and resits on the same wall. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
You're a bit more experienced than me. I think more seasoned, right? Not only in EU, but I think in Gears in general. Much respect to the entire crew. I mean, you just been in the scene literally since the beginning of time. I akin you to like that of Blaze, who has, I don't know, he's an old man now. Okay, he's got like 13 years in Gears. Just insane. Ryan, Ryan Fool's Summers, but. I see so many times players will dance around too much, and I know they're doing it for a purpose, but is it maybe worth it to kind of, be more aggressive at getting in the hill and keeping the round alive as opposed to dancing? I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of that happens. I mean, you'll see this in ranked actually a lot as well. It's something that I kind of pick up on is when players first find out about wall bouncing, that's all they do forever.
True.
And they love it. But it's not always the best opportunity, right? It's not the best option because it does cut into your speed to get from point A to point B, and sometimes you can get into those kind of technical mishaps where you're costing rounds or costing kills that if you'd have just taken it a little bit more simply, that you'd been fine. So yeah, it happens. It does happen. It happens at all levels. Not surprised to see it, especially when you're under pressure, right, against a very strong team like Sukapon. But the better teams, they cut those they cut those mistakes down, don't they? They don't do them as often. And that's why they're up at the top.
Sukapon had a good start, was able to secure Marsh with the long shot. We know what he could do with it, and obviously is going to be deadly to deal with. You see Tweak already setting up for the overextension. Fair enough. Breaker misses or just barely avoids the shot from the long and out. He's going to be able to join too strong to challenge into the last players. Jimmy B will take down Hydro. It's going to be a 2v1 on the home hill. Marsh could play an impact, but unfortunately misses the shot, giving Jimmy B a little bit of a haircut, but that one will connect, but only the body. He's picked back up, but the third, I mean, sometimes the third time's a charm. I think he shot 4 bullets, but I'm calling it the third time's a charm. I don't care. 4 times charm, whatever. But hey, well done. Either way, though, for Tweak, they're still there. They have a presence, but Sukapon does break them off. But Tweak finds an opportunity to get on the neutral to keep that 2-1 hill advantage for themselves. But momentarily, Zinji is about to get pincered in. Might have 3 players to go against. He's going to try and break out. Unfortunately, too much ground to cover, and Slaps will punish him, leave him to bleed out, giving Sukapon once again that 2-1 back in their favor. They won't even lose a point lead.
No, they've played this well, have Sukapon. They rotated quickly there towards the E-hill. I like what I saw from Denji bringing that smoke grenade off spawn, just to try and block out that sniper as he's taking the E-hill from behind him, but ultimately, yeah, I mean, Slaps ended up not really being too bothered about that. Sweet. I couldn't do anything about it. Crossfire in the back of Breaker here. Has to heal up, but the flashbang's going to come back in. Both teams will pick up their incense, so it'll be interesting to see how they are used. Breaker eats one of them, and now he will also get Jimmy B killed, as Jimmy cannot go backwards. This is good play by Sukapon, and I expect them to go into their next round here with 3 under the belt, I think, as they start to hit that 200 mark. Para, though, with 2. Where has he come from? Can he get the clean up, though? Yes, he can. This is huge from Para. If he can get this 3rd kill, this might be a turning point for this round. He can indeed. That's beautiful. Breaker comes in with a little bit of support here. 2v1 situation, 3v1 make that as Jimmy flies in, and there is opportunity here for a bit of a wolf pack. They have to find that kill in the middle. They cannot let Hydrone get away. Slaps should get cut down in just a second, and honestly, someone needs to get up on that hill.
Hydrone's gone. Hydrone's gone. Tweak could get the break here for this is the opportunity. You mentioned the wolf pack, and even though Sukapon mere points away, the break is going to be coming through just in time. 248, and Tweak could in fact do this and close out Escalation Trading Grounds 5-2, but Sukapon isn't going to go down without a fight. Marsh tries to go for the team pickup, not going to happen. Breaker will pick up the elimination. That was going to be a 1v2, but wasn't enough time, and yes it was. Tweak will take the map 5-2 off the back of a 30-point comeback. Well done.
That was amazing. An MVP. Who would have guessed it? MVP Breaker right at the end there.
It has to be.
Right at the end. He was in the ring so long. Just getting kills left, right, and center. Brilliant.
Look at Sukapon slaying, though. Look at the difference in kills, right? From the bottom to the top. Sukapon outslayed. And that's the biggest takeaway. And I can't believe it. Yeah. Sukapon outslayed the team of Tweak. But, we talked about it and we harped on it time in and time out. It was that objective work, right? That objective work, those sneaky plays, those big Mr. Krabs they pulled off. Zinji, instrumental for that, by the way. Shout out to him. So confident. capping B off the first, I think it was round 3 when they really started it for the battle for
Yep.
long shot, right? Sukapan commits 4, Zinji goes on his own. It's a 3v4 at the top, but either way, that battle is extended, and I think that was a brilliant play from Tweak because they know, hey, we can slay, we can win this fight, and if we do win this fight, all the better, and they eventually do, mind you. But I think at the beginning they were kind of just trying to distract them, create that spacing because they knew Zinji was going to be capping the neutral, and then ultimately going around capping the triple cap, capping the home hill Sukapan. Brilliant plays. And look, chat, that comes to show you, by the way, I know everyone thinks they're the superstar. Everybody wants to be the king, the breaker of the scene, okay? The explosive, whoever you want to compare yourself to. But objective work sometimes shines through a little bit more, Fru.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does, and we saw that just in this match, right? Tweak, they really did dive down on those objectives, and they played them well, and they eked point leads where other teams probably would have gone for a big fight instead, and instead they just said, we'll rotate you, we'll try and find a hill decap here, we'll find a cap over there, and that's Tweak. That is Tweak through and through. All of those players. That's what they're good at. They do it on every game mode. They find a way to win, and it might not necessarily be the same way every other team's winning, but they make it work for themselves, and that's honestly what I love about this roster. They're all brilliant people on that roster, and they play fantastic gears, and it's exciting gears as well.
You mentioned they don't play or win as other teams win. Fair enough, but you know what? It's not really, because this is the thing. You're not going to play the same way you're playing against Tweak or Sukapan as you would play against Massive. You're going to have to adjust your play style. You're going to have to play differently. And I think where Tweak is capitalizing on is they're not playing Massive yet, right? They're not playing, against Jack and Coke. They're just simply not right now. They're playing against Sukapan. And that's the big takeaway. So love what I'm seeing from them so far, or Johnny Walker. Why did I say Jack and Coke? Anyways, a classic drink, but Johnny Walker, excuse me. But I take both of them. I don't care. I'm indifferent, right? Just give it all. But regardless, though, we're heading into Control Regency. Another very team-oriented map. You can play it a little bit more default style. I know it's been really big, not only in NA Latin America. It's kind of been played every single series. For the longest time, it was the default map number 1, right? Because Control's map 1, and then obviously, Regency. But this is a bit of a scary point now for one of the favorites of that of Sukapan, who are now trailing behind in the series 2-1, and they've already lost 1 control as it is, Fru. So you've been a competitor. What's your mindset heading into map number 4, knowing you've already lost the first control and you're down in the series?
Yeah, you've got to reset. I think, I mentioned that Training Grounds and District would have been strong for Tweak, and I think Sukapan will have gone in knowing that as well. You do research on your opponents, right? You understand their strengths and weaknesses, and I think at this point you're not going to be too surprised to see yourself down 2-1, so I don't think they'll be all that shaken up. I honestly don't. I think they'll be looking at Regency and Checkout as an opportunity to go forward and, turn the series around. I think that's what you've got to do as Sukapan as well, because if you get in that downward mindset, you're done and out, right? You're going to be losing the 3-1 if you have that headspace. So, I think honestly they'll be picking one another up. I think they'll be realizing that they've made a few mistakes here and there. And you know what? The Mr. Krabs round, for example, just losing track of players, just not respecting rotation times, like that kind of thing. That's not really Sukapan. They don't do that. So if they can clean up that, they can definitely come through and make a bit of a comeback here. But it's going to be difficult, and they've got to respect that as well. I think that's something that sometimes Gears players at all levels do at some point. They go, oh, it's just Breaker. We beat him on the weekly. It's going to be easy. And sometimes that is actually more detrimental to yourself than it is, trying to pick your team up because you underestimate your opponent. And I think that's what they've done a little bit here, to be honest with you. Yes, Tweak have stepped up, but I think Sukapan as well, they haven't respected what Tweak are about and how they play the game.
You can't underestimate anybody. See, that's the thing. You have to go in with the mindset you're going to destroy whoever is in front of you. I don't care if it's Massive or I don't know who's been first rounded. Well, I'm not. No, I'm not even going to call it anybody who's been first rounded. But regardless, though, you have to go in with the same mindset, animalistic mindset. I hate to make it that deep because maybe it's not that deep. I learned that from Blaze. But regardless, though, go in and destroy your opponents and take nothing for granted. And maybe again, Sukapan did come in knowing for a lot of I think Toby, for example, put them in their number 2 spot as in terms of his power rankings personally, and I think that's a fair assessment. But obviously today's a different day. It really is, and one team is going to win where other teams may fall. It's not about your regular season now. This is where the money's on the line, and you're going to see the best of the best come into play. I will say, after watching Control Regency today so far, I've already seen a different look. And what is that different look? Well, off the rip, I've always said, by the way, little Easter egg, I didn't know the guy was running around. Okay, fair enough. I like this. You got the bots fighting it out. They're vicious. The Lancer Fire is brutal. You got to trap them when you can. But there's not that big of an emphasis, at least from what I've noticed off the early rounds, for the M-Bar fight. It does look like Slaps is going to prioritize the M-Bar off the rip. I like that. The M-Bar is something that you have to prioritize it. And why is that? Well, it's because you have to respect it as an opponent. Even if you're not connecting shots, it has the ability to reposition and move around the opponents from their cover, therefore exposing them to Lancer Fire, maybe Nasher Fire. Obviously, you hit a body shot, you're great. Frags, another thing you got to prioritize on this map, as well as shocks. I think you got to take any advantage you can. And earlier on, I don't think the M-Bar was being fought for as hard as it should be.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. When my team played, we really did, look at that M-Bar as something that was crucial on this map.
Yeah. Yeah,
we found it. We found it quite often. Our opponents would not do that, and they would rather play garden or play down for those grenades in middle. And the M-Bar, when used properly by someone who can really make use of it, both through actual shots and just pretending to take the shots as well, because that can be a big part of it. Yeah, it's a huge weapon to just leave on the map.
Huge weapon indeed. But for Sukapan, maybe they're going to get ahead of the game by obviously prioritizing. That's going to be massive. Tweak does take that early point lead, but now you have to be thinking, especially with 17 seconds remaining, we got to get off this hill. We got to prioritize the next. For Tweak, though, one of the things, they might have made a bit of a, well, no, they didn't, excuse me, because they have Para, who's going to be just off to the right, if you guys notice him. And that's going to be a big position. Not only, well, they have two players back there, for goodness sake. So at this point, it's safe to say, for Sukapan, it's going to be very difficult to gain any type of spawn control, because you got to get these guys off of this back pillar, which I respect this. I don't normally see a double anchor, but I'm here for it, because now you got the double Lancer too, and that's a lot of ground, open space you got to cover. And I believe Slaps just sent flying his last M-Bar. Maybe he has a couple more. He has one more left, but he did connect good on him. But either way, despite Tweak having that anchor role, they're going to be able to respawn there, but it's all for naught as Slaps gets the break. He's playing out of his mind.
He is indeed. Finds that headshot, the opening kill. Finds one there on Jimmy as well. Big play by Slaps to get his team this hill back, but you know what? Points still pretty even here. I do like that by Tweak. I do like that setup, the double spawn setup. We do see that in Europe quite often. However, it does break down if there is an M-Bar against you and you lose your head to it quite quickly, because the rotation from that spawn to the hill isn't all, it's not all that quick. It's about as far as actually the M-Bar spawn itself. So, yeah, you gotta take that into consideration. And here we go, another M-Bar coming through from Marsh, gets one. Arrow's gonna fall as well. We do see Eduardo fall, but Slaps makes up to it. Hydrone will lose his head, and this is back and forth, isn't it? Slaps finds yet another. Now the rotations come through, and we're gonna look at who's getting there first. Looks like number 8, K-Breaker, gonna be the first one on the hill.
But the only one, I think, momentarily, right? Or is the rest of his team? Yeah, the rest of the team will join. They're gonna come from his backside. I do like that Sukapan is kind of attacking from different angles. Not only are they coming from mid, they're coming from bottom side. You got player 1 who's gonna be up top. That's gonna be Slaps. They will all congeal together, Wolfpack in to have a theoretical 3v2. Great frags. That should break Jimmy B, and it will. Breaker forced out, but unfortunately Marsh can't get the connection in time. He'll be picked back up. Breaker in a very tough spot. I know he's been the hero on many occasions, but this is going to be one I think the odds are stacked against him. Good movement, though, from Sukapan. Zenji will pick up one, but either way, Sukapan will get the break, and that's something I wanted to highlight as we were rotating over through. They got the break in a great way off of hill number 2. Hill number 1 is always scrappy. You take an early point lead. I don't take too much weight into that, but off of hills 2 and now hill number 3, Sukapan has broke the defensive setup of Tweak by wolfpacking, playing together as a team. That's going to pay dividends on a map such as Regency Control.
Yeah, it is, and you know what? Good use of power weapons as well. We've faulted them for it a little bit on District, and I think this time around they've done a lot better so far. They had those nades, they made a nice push with them. They've now got 2 M-Bars, or they had 2 M-Bars for just a second there in hand. Slaps did trade that one out for a Lancer, just for the next hill, but yeah, in general, Sukapon making use of these power pins. There's another headshot coming through with that M-bar, and this is what I'm liking a little bit more about Sukapon now. They are getting these shots off. An easy headshot missed there though from Breaker. Should have cleaned that one up, and he's going to pay for it. He is going to pay for it.
Oh, well done from Marsh. Not only gets the headshot with the M-bar, but also picks up 2 members from Tweak, and then the third is finished off just a little bit over. Actually, the fourth, that was a team wipe. Now Tweak, of course, is going to be off the respawn. But again, 4th hill for him. What did I say before? Sukapon's been doing an extraordinary job at getting the hill breaks. Prime example right here. They just did it.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And, you know, that comes down to just that power weapon usage. A missed shot by Breaker or a, you know, not a headshot at least coming through, and then a headshot in return. One of them is a lot more valuable than the other. Especially when you're taking out that power weapon as well. Wrap shot coming through maybe from Slaps as he dives into 2 shotguns. Now we're going to see Sukapon a little bit fish in a barrel here, stuck on that cover. They will go down. Marsh trying to make the best of it here as finds himself in a 2v1. Does find another down here. Revive's going to come through. Meat shield here for Breaker will be useful as Hydrone's going to take a lot of damage from that pistol. Breaker does have someone behind him. Sukapon pushed back towards those frag grenades. Looks like the rotation is going to come through here for Sukapon. They are bailing out on this hill.
And you have to. Only mere seconds remain. And it's a common theme to leave about 10 seconds. And the reason why you do that is, I don't know if you've ever noticed this. I'm sure you have, being, you know, who you are, you're fruit, for goodness sakes. But if you do leave that hill, it starts ticking down in a slower increments, right? So what would normally take 10 seconds if you're on the hill could take, I think, I don't know, what is the tick rate? I don't even know. Do you know, Fru? I think it's like maybe like, it's 10 seconds if you're on the hill, but then that 10 seconds, okay, so maybe like then takes 15 seconds. So overall, it's giving you more time to rotate.
Yeah, ever so slightly right. I think that's a good addition, to be honest with you. Just allows teams who do have full control a little bit more opportunity to get set up and get moved over, and it doesn't give the advantage over to the team that are technically behind, right, the hill before. I like that. I like that. Keep it an even playing field rather than give advantages to the team that, you know, played or misplayed the previous hill.
I think Sukapon, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me if I'm wrong, has acquired the M-bar every single time. I think they've done it every time. Or did Breaker? No, Breaker hasn't had it, if I'm not mistaken. I think Marsh has pretty much been the only ones with his hands on it.
Breaker had
Hydra
one
maybe
shot.
a couple.
That's all he's had.
Yeah, that's Eddie. It's not enough. Oh, Marsh, good. No shaky hands with that guy. You know what I'm saying? For like, no shaky hands. He's not trying to get any fancy flicks. The guy is just a cold-blooded killer.
Yeah, he is fantastic, and he never seems to lose it either. Every time you think, oh, he's on a bit of a downward slope here, nope, pulls out a double kill or a triple kill.
Running back up the hill.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Fantastic play. Just a shame we haven't been able to see, you know, these kind of top European teams face off against the top teams over in North America and Latin America. That's something I've really missed over the last couple of years. Is kind of getting behind the guys and then seeing how they face up against, you know, the rest of the world, essentially.
And again, that's why I'm so happy to kind of, you know, be here and really see a different play style and a different look, because you can't discredit what EU brings to the table, and I know that's a source, but I'm not looking to get into a debate, or I know you're not either. Okay, but I would love to see what Europe can do, and it's almost kind of the same thing. Like, I think across the board, I enjoy seeing different looks in general, and it's the same thing even from North America and Latin America in the Challenger Series. I like to see Challenger teams every once in a while join in another series called Emergence Days, and why is that? Well, typically they're going to lose, right? Any team in the Challenger Series going against, you know, Rise or E United or obviously Fire and Ice, who's the #1 Pro League team currently in the scene right now, they're most likely going to lose. But the thing is, you get to see a different look and see how they can stack up against the competition. I think the biggest reason why EU teams don't play in E-Days to, you know, kind of play against the other competition is naturally why I woke up this morning at 6 in the morning. Okay, it's the time difference, right? So that's the biggest thing that hurts. I know these gamers are already gaming as it is up until 3, 4 in the morning. So hey, I don't know if there's really that much of an excuse, but regardless, though, I do understand and I do get it. But you're right, Fru. I would love to see where EU stacks currently in the world scene, in the world competition.
Yeah, it's something that I hope we get back to one day, for sure. And I'm sure these guys do as well. I'm sure they do miss the the trips out to North America, out to Mexico City. It's all good fun, right? It's all good fun.
Oh, absolutely. I've never been. Have you? No, you have been. Of course you've been.
I have. Yeah, I've done.
You know what? I'm
few,
so jealous of you. I just want to say that. I am. I'm so jealous of you, Toby. Well, I hope so, but who knows with the world as it's been. I don't know. I just want to taste the tacos in Mexico. I'll be honest with you. Great headshot from Zinji. Maybe a second. Speaking of which, we kind of highlighted Sukapon's had the M-bar pretty much flawlessly, but finally Zinji gets it, but maybe a bit too late. The scoreline's 270 to 104, but I mean, a comeback's a comeback no matter where you cut it, so who knows. Tweak is still in it, and I've seen some massive comebacks. This is probably going to be the biggest one I've ever seen if Tweak pulls it off, but hey, it's always possible as long as they're still playing.
Yeah, I mean, Zenji's got to hit those shots, right? I think that's the first part of this comeback if it is to happen. Easy shots like that with the M-bar have to be hit, and in the end, he's just flicking away. That's kind of what you said about Marsh, right? He had those steady hands, right? He didn't make that crazy flick. He lined it up and took the shot, and it's really what Zenji needs to do there. Just take a little bit of time. Rotation now from Sugapon. They're giving up on this hill. I think that's the right thing to be doing here. They're not far away from a win. They don't want to get slayed out here. Marsh is going to go down, but he'll be spawning back up if they can get this spawn in time. He's going to spawn over towards the M-bar. Might have just timed that perfectly as well with the next spawn coming up. He's going to pass over on it as well, probably a few seconds late. Bolster the defense
This is going to be big though for Sukapon to be on this hill early on. It's going to be popping up. There it is. They're going to start getting those ticks again with the point lead that they have. If they can get 10 points here, 10 points there, it's going to be honestly very troublesome from Tweak. I think already the round is troublesome. You can almost chalk this up. It's pretty much over with unless, as I said, Tweak plays absolutely flawlessly. Now they're forced to get desperate, and I think that's always a bad place to be in, but you see it all the time, whether it be in control or escalation at a certain point when the round is kind of one-sided. You got to get desperate, make desperation pushes, and obviously that's not the most strategic play, but it is the play that you have to do. This looks like it's going to be wrapped up. Zenji can't get a touch. 300 to 145. And call that a beatdown. Well done from Sukapon. They tie up the series 2-2. We're going to Game 5.
Who'd have thought it, eh? Start of this series, we were all on that Sukapon train, but 2-2.
Yep.
The 4-game mark. I'm all for that. I am all for that. And you know what? We've had some good games so far as well. And we said a little bit, didn't we, before this one? How does Sukapon bounce back? Well, that's exactly how they bounce back. They outslay, they out-rotate, they out-position. And just in general, they completely dominated that game of Regency.
Yeah, well, Fru, do you want me to call out some stats? It's totally up to you. I finally got a screenshot. But I don't know if you want me to put any players on blast. I'm going to make it up to you. Is it okay?
Oh, absolutely. They're used to it. They get it from me and Toby
They're
week
used
on
to
week,
it.
So.
Yeah. I'm trying to make friends, so not enemies. All right, but I'm not opposed. Like I tell Twitch chat all the time, I'll take on all 400, 5,000 of them. I don't care. They're like little tiny ducks compared to my 6'8" stature. Regardless, though, Harley would disagree. Let's go ahead and take a look. So, Zen G, 9 eliminations. Jimmy B, 8 eliminations. Para at 9. Breaker, the only one breaking double digits during that entire round. He was at 12. Even caps and breaks, not that impressive, as opposed to, of course, the scoreline of Sukapon. Marsh leading the charge, MVP, as you saw at the very end there, 27 eliminations to his name, but 23 and 23 respectively for slaps, and Hydro and Eduardo sitting there at 19. So the lowest on a totem pole, but 19, still better than anybody from the team of Tweak, which is quite surprising because, again, you go back to district control, and remember, it was kind of the roles were flipped. The script was flipped. We were kind of highlighting how well Tweak slayed out against that of Sukapon. So well done. Great response. Good answer. Shows you that just because a team loses one control map doesn't mean they're going to be weak in the next control. But now let's focus the conversation to execution checkout, right? Another OG map, much like we just seen on Clock Tower. And obviously, we're going to see that big team fight. I'll be asking your opinion, at least what we can be expecting from the individual players. But same conversation that we had going from control to control now, from execution to execution. Sukapon won the last one 6-3, despite Tweak showing many different looks. Is Tweak in trouble here?
I think Tweak is in trouble here, to be honest with you. I think they are in trouble. You asked the question actually before Clock Tower execution. What's the veterancy like on these guys? Well, check out. It is a Gears 3 map, right? These guys are used to it. They played this a lot. and to all extents, I think it plays pretty similar to that Gears 3 version. However, Sukapon have, they've stepped up their slaying no end, and Zenji and Jimmy with some quite disappointing and discouraging figures there in that last game. Those are the guys that really should be leading the way, and if they're not leading the way, it's big trouble for Tweak. So yeah, I think they're in a bit of hot water here, to be honest with you. And I think Sukapon, yeah, they should be looking at this as an opportunity to carry that momentum through and take the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that you said, and I posed the question to you, what is the mindset of a competitor? You've been a competitor yourself, heading into Fresh Control after you've already lost, obviously losing, Escalation Training Grounds 5-2, pretty much in a dominating way, quite honestly, a surprising way. But you said, you just got to let it go. Short-term memory, right? Come into the next map fresh. They did exactly that. Now they have the momentum. Momentum is a very real thing in Gears. And at this point, you have to, really respect Sukapon. You really do. And I know Sukapon wants to move forward to play against Massive, right? That's kind of been the biggest storyline that's been through and through each and every single week of this series, was that Sukapon is the team to dethrone Massive, right? So Sukapon wants a chance to kind of, make that narrative true, make that narrative correct. But make no mistake, for Tweak, 1A, whatever you want to call them, they want that opportunity as well. After all, that would be a semifinal matchup, and that's going to be a titanic matchup in general, man. I mean, anybody playing against Massive, we're about to lose in semifinals. One talented team to lose a bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that challenge of Massive is something that both of these teams should really be, excited about. Not many teams get the opportunity to take on the best team in Europe, right? And honestly, the first team that does take them down, they're going to be heralded as gods in this region. They will be the Titan breakers, won't they? So and maybe it will be actually the Titan breaker that does it. There's an opportunity there. So yeah, I think. I think both of these teams, they have to be excited about this opportunity. It's it's a good opportunity, right? It is a super opportunity for them both, and they're both one map away from being able to make that matchup.
So I'm looking at Jimmy B. I don't know if he's going to be the head guy, but I know he's been slaying out quite a bit. Breaker as well. Obviously, we talked about him. I've been very impressed with Zenji, and kind of under the radar, but not so much in certain moments, has been Para. I think he's been playing incredibly well for what it's worth. He's not, as flashy and as dashy as that of maybe Breaker and Jimmy B, but in moments he does in fact shine. Just focused on those four players, obviously in checkout, you do have certain players who like to push for the instance, but more importantly, go for that early chunk to bring it to a 4v3. They just push head straight into the opponent's. Tweak did that, time in and time out on Clock Tower. From Tweak, Jimmy B, Breaker, Zenji, and Para, who are you looking to be that tip of the spear to get that early damage, get the early chunk?
I know who I'd put there if I was in charge of that team, and that would be Jimmy. That would absolutely be Jimmy, day in, day out. He's a bit headstrong. He thinks he's better than the world, and to be honest, a lot of the times he is.
You have to as a competitor.
But yeah, in that kind of platform area, that's the kind of person that you want. That's the mentality that you want. And I'd be honestly putting Jimmy over that side. I'd be putting probably Zenji over down by the grenades to fight that 1v1, and then Breaker and Para helping out in the lanes. Probably Breaker at the back, kind of controlling everything. That's how I'd see the setup. But you know what? Realistically, it's honestly up to what Tweak does. Right? They might run 4 grenades for all we know. We have no idea at this point.
Could you imagine?
We have no idea.
That'd be a disaster, though. I hope they don't, but if they do, I'm here for it. I mean, I'm not the one playing. I'm not the one trying to move forward in the bracket. So if you want to go 4 for nades and show me something I've never seen, I'm not going to be opposed to it. I like chaos. All right. The more chaos, the better. Okay. That's just my opinion. I do agree, though. Zenji is probably going to be the one fighting for the nades. He might be opposite of that of Hydrone. And I'm only saying that because they were the ones fighting for the neutral, that Bravo Hill on Training Grounds. So maybe we see the same roles here. But let's find out. Here's the breakouts. And Para, one of the guys I said was kind of the unsung hero, having his moments. My goodness, is he the one? Is he the tip of the spear? Nah, he's going to break off down low. No, he is the tip of the spear. He's going for it.
He is indeed. He is indeed. And it's a big old strong push, isn't it? The spear is a bit of a 3-pronged approach at the top here. Grenades are going to come through. Not quite juice from Sukapon. And there is that sniper going over to Zenji. I want to jump on board with him as soon as we can. Breaker with those incendiaries. We'll try and catch someone on the way out. No one goes down though, so no opportunity for a kill just yet. Rotating around Zenji on platform, just skips that shot on Hydro. Two opportunities there for headshots, nothing really coming through. I'm a little bit, you know, if I'm Tweak at this point, I'm cautious as to what these two guys on Sukerbon are doing super close to us, because they were a little bit too close for comfort there, and Jimmy's found both of them. Sendries aren't great either. This is going to be Sukerbon's round if they can just collapse here. Breaker's done well there to find that. Should be able to get the kill here as well, but in the end, a bit of indecision comes through, and this is beautiful from Sukerbon. They've played this really well.
Ooh. Nice 1-2 punch onto Breaker from Slaps. Para last alive now as he's going to be forced to rotate. It's not going to be easy. 1v3. I don't believe I've seen a 1v3 yet in any execution map so far, at least from my time casting personally. I'm sure you've seen some in the past, but they're very few and far between. That was an exciting round for me. It didn't look I mean, I guess for like maybe you or maybe chat, you know, kind of watching, like, what was special about that round? Why is that exciting? Because again, I seen a different look, something I literally never see. First and foremost, to see the long shot get picked up and the Ensigns with no loss of life and still a 4v4. I don't remember the last time I've seen that. And then Sukerbon to lose the long shot but still win the round because they broke up 2 and 2. 2 stayed down on the checkout, and then 2 went up top for the nades. But that was the most unique look and unique approach to retake control. And Sukerbon was doing that against Tweak on Clock Tower. So I love the fact that even though they're not, because Tweak is the one setting the pace. Honestly, they are, but Sukerbon is the one adjusting and reacting more efficiently to what Tweak is throwing their way. So Sukerbon's big brain here. I mean, I dare I say 5 head, but I'm just smooth brain, so I don't know. Zenji last alive 1v3, and he has the world on his shoulders, and well, I guess he has no head, so it just got a little bit lighter. 2-0, Sukerbon leading the charge.
Yeah, that was a much nicer round from Sukerbon as well. I mean, the first round was nice, but that one was a little bit less worrisome for them, a little bit more flawless. Finding that early kill, I mean, it always helps, right? Especially over on that checkout side of things. That sniper can be very deadly, especially in the hands of Sukerbon. They've got quite a few players who can really make use of the long shot, to be honest with you. That's what, you know, Tweak needs to be aspiring for. I haven't really seen that level of precision from them with the long shot, to be honest with you. Whereas Sukerbon, obviously, there's been a few clips already just in this series alone that
Hydro.
have kind of, yeah, exactly, Hydro have said it to me that realistically they are the better ones with a long shot.
All right. Bit of a 4v4, more of a stand. Now, see, this is what I'm used to, right? This is what I'm used to. More of a standstill. Those first 2 rounds were not lightning fast per se, but just a lot of moving pieces, and at times not a lot happening either. But Eduardo does find the opportunity to get the Ensigns. Does he get away? Well, Marsh will get picked back up, so he does get away, and Eduardo is going to be the guy we have to pay attention to now with the Ensigns. And so obviously this, well, he throws out 1. Does he have another one? I hope he does. He does. So he's going to have 1 more to his name. Tweak is going to rotate 3 up top, maybe 2. And they're trying to go with that same retake potential that Sukerbon did in round 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the kind of golden thread here for Sukerbon is they've managed to stick Slaps all the way around the back there into the electronics, and he's causing a bit of havoc. You don't really get an opportunity to rotate, because if you do, Slaps will just come in behind you, and that'll be that, to be honest with you. So Zenji has to be careful here. If he goes down, you know, that's it. That's game over for his team. So he's the one that has to be so careful. Breaker also is going to try and make the push here. Nothing really available. That second incendiary was used, and that's going to be Breaker hitting the deck. Para's going to go down as well. Grenades in the hand of Marshall. Now Sukerbon, they should be able to clean this round up pretty quickly. That's 3 dead, 4v1 situation. Overtime starts in a second. Ain't going to matter though. Zenji loses his head, and that's another swarm round. 3-0 now to Sukerbon. Looking like a very strong map for them.
Well, yeah, because, you know, I asked you for, I said, you know, is Tweak in trouble? Yeah, they are. And you said they would be, right? You expected Sukerbon to play this very well, and I think they have. Marsh is clearly hypnotizing the team with the team skins or the skins that he currently has. Maybe I don't know if that plays a factor. Maybe it makes him 30% better. But either way, Sukapon is on fire and looking incredible, and that's going to be nice. The series isn't over with just yet, but one thing that I do like about Sukapon is the fact that if their execution game is this strong and they can see different looks, that could be something that benefits them greatly when they play against Massive, because Massive isn't bad at, and I learned this from Toby, right? Massive isn't bad at execution. It's just that's one of the game modes that they're probably weakest in, but I say weak in parentheses because they're not really weak at all as a team. Zenji, I wish I could give this guy a pair of fuzzy socks so he could feel more comfortable, because he's by himself all the time, brother, and I feel so bad for the guy. I mean, he is just taking on the world every round.
It's not the best look, is it, for him, to be honest with you, because he's trying to stat pad at the end there, but the 4v1, it's not coming through for him, and 4 rounds in a row now he's been left in a really rough spot. They just need to do better, to be honest with you, in that opening window, and I'm not really seeing the kind of same tweak that we've seen for the first 3 maps. They're not really strategizing here. They're just kind of sitting into what Sukapon wants to do. They're not forcing a play or a fight anywhere, and that's kind of worrying for me, because that's not the tweak that I know.
Sure.
I like to see them being aggressive. I like to see them making fast plays, and this is kind of what I'm talking about here. You can see a little bit more of what's going on. They're trying to get some early kills before those power weapons come into play, but the incens are just there and no one's tracking them. This time around, Snipe's going to come out, but the grenade's there, and Tweak just not able to they're just not able to count anything. They didn't count players, they didn't count grenades, they didn't count rotation times, they didn't count anything in that round there. They just went basically hell to the leather and couldn't find a kill. Couldn't find a kill. Unfortunate for them.
Remind me, was it 5-0 for Sukapon before Tweak started coming back and won the 3 rounds on Clock Tower, or was it a little bit, was it 1-1 or 4-1, 5-1?
No, they started earlier because they got that first round off the back, did Tweak. So
yeah,
Sukapon Sukapon took the 3rd round, I believe it was. So it was 2-1.
So this could be obviously a problem. It might be over in just mere seconds. 3v3 now. Zenji is going to pick up that snipe. This is looking great for Tweak. Maybe, honestly, the strongest they've looked as of yet. I say that, but Zenji, no, he's by himself again. 1v2, snipe in hand, the world on his shoulders. Luckily, though, with the long shot, that makes it a little bit more manageable, but Sukapon is not giving him a chance to breathe. And Zenji might be on life support. He's down. Will we get a beatdown? No, they're going to be they're respectful over here in EU. Fru, they don't really beat down or do any executions from what I'm seeing. So 6-0 victory, and well done from Sukapon. They're going to get that victory, move on to play against Massive, and I think I would be lying if people didn't want to see this matchup or said they didn't want to see this matchup. Oh no, Breaker and Jimmy B. We highlighted them a ton, and well, we said they were going to pick up many eliminations, and they sit at 0. That's tough.
That is tough, and even after what was a promising series from Tweak to go out in a 6-0 fashion like that, it's a little bit of a sting, isn't it? Because I think had we looked at this from the offset and sort of said, right, okay, if they go to a last map, then that's pretty good. But the 6-0 is going to be a little bit of a painful one. Maybe just the wind finally falls out of the sails for the side of Tweak. Sukapon, though, really pushed the distance there. And through, I don't know about you, but I wasn't really expecting it to go that far. I definitely thought as if Tweak would give them a game, but all the way to that map number 5, I don't think either team will be too ecstatic with that result, personally.
Yeah, I think Tweak will be a little bit disappointed they couldn't take one of those last 2 maps. I think Sukapon will be disappointed that it went to last map, to be honest with you. That's not the kind of performance they want before they go into Massive. They probably wanted a bit of a sweep there, to be honest with you, a nice bit of time to relax and get into that Massive game nice and fresh. But yeah, I think both teams will probably be a little bit disappointed. Either way, though, I think it was a good series, and I think in terms of for us and for the viewership, I think that's probably one of the best series we'll get all weekend. Disappointing though for Tweak, to be honest with you. I'm kind of sad for them because you know what? Before the series, I said I would not be surprised to see them 2-1 up after 3. That's exactly where they found themselves, and that's the situation that if I was in their shoes, I'd want to be in. Right? I'd want to go into that kind of last couple of maps with the opportunity to take one of the 2 and just roll the dice essentially in those last 2. And they had the opportunity, and sadly for them, it didn't fall through this time. But a losers bracket run awaits them.
Yeah, and a losers bracket run that could go on for quite a while if they keep playing like that. Let's have a look at the winners bracket side of things, though, to see how things are starting to form, because we are just about getting there. Sukupan, with that win, as mentioned, will go in up against Massive in the semi-final. The other side of things, Phantom T and Johnny Walker and Coke, which will be the next game on stream. That should be an interesting one as well. We've seen those two go up against each other in the weekly normal open series pretty much every single week for the past 4 or 5 weeks, so it'll be interesting to see if that does continue. How are we feeling, Taylor, on these matchups, though? I think Sukupan, as we mentioned, will feel a little bit disappointed going into that game against Massive after that series, but I suppose you could argue that sometimes having a harder game kind of prepares you a little bit better than just going for the 3-0 sweep.
Oh, you're taking my thunder, brother, because that's exactly what I was gonna say, Todd. No, I don't think Sukupan should be disappointed at all. First and foremost, they had to go against LCID. Now, say what you will, LCID opened up the stream with an incredible victory. I love their teamwork. They impressed me tremendously, especially on their district control. Wasn't an easy well, I mean, I guess it was. They ended up beating them 2-0, but regardless, though, probably wasn't the easiest run, or at least starting matchup for them. Going against Tweak, we understand. We've seen Tweak 1A, whatever you want to call them, many times. Sukupan, they're seasoned, they're weathered now, they're warmed up. They've seen several different looks. They have shown us that they can readjust accordingly. So I think for me, that makes them more ready, in my opinion, to go against Massive, who did not have the hardest of matches, I'm saying. And I don't excuse me for I apologize if there's any talented members on Bro or I'm using keyboard and mouse, but I think Massive had an easier run, so therefore they're not going to be a season. On the other side, though, this is going to be a tough matchup, though, for Johnny Walker and Coke, who we know is a very talented roster in general. We've talked about them quite a bit. For Phantom T, though, what do they bring to the table? What makes this roster so special? Why did they make it into semifinals?
Honestly, and I think Fury will probably be there with me as well, they've just been one of the more consistent teams, constantly putting the time in. Honestly, Phantom T have been maybe a little bit of a surprise package with how well they have done across the regular season. They've been there every single week. They've had a good few amount of times to have finals up against Massive. They're putting the time in, and I think that's what's made the difference for the guys on that roster, and they've looked very, very solid all the way through. So I'm super interested to see how that game does play out. I think it's got the potential to go just as far as the series we've just seen, which is great news for everybody at home. It's great news for us as casters as well, that we get to see those competitive games, and they are coming up. Just after this short break, it's going to be Phantom T taking on Johnny Walker and Coke. It should be an absolute blast, and we will be back with that game just after this. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series Finals. My name is Tone, joined by Reflections and Toby this time, and we are into the winners bracket semi-finals. Things starting to get very, very interesting. Now, we said we were going to be coming in with Phantom T and Johnny Walker and Coke, but we change it up and we'll go to the other side of the bracket. Has a small issue there. It's being figured out. Well, that'll be coming next. But we go over to what is kind of the marquee matchup for the day here, Toby. We're going to have Massive taking on Sukapon. We just seen Sukapon just about get themselves through into this next round, and now it's the time for them to go up against the favorites in Massive. How are we feeling heading into this game?
Well, that's a good question because Sukapon just had a very tough game against Tweak. If anything, you'd really want Sukapon to be winning that 3-0, right? To have a good chance against Massive. Instead, Sukapon, watching them play, yes, they had some great moments. Hydran was going off with Snipe, for example, on an individual basis, but They didn't look like their usual selves. Yes, Tweak were playing incredible and full credit to them, but Sukapon need to be absolutely flawless against them if they have a really good chance of beating Massive today, I think.
Yeah, they will have to be. Reflection will come to you in a second, but an important announcement for everybody in the stream. If you are on live.gearsofwar.com, you now have the opportunity to claim your Team Phantom Boom Shot. We said there would be skins coming, and there's your first of the day. More to come as well. So make sure you do complete your quests and claim that skin. So there you go. Reflections. Let's move into that game we just seen. As Toby just mentioned, Sukapon, we expect them to maybe do that a little bit cleaner up against Tweak, but then we had the conversation of, well, was it maybe better to get a more competitive game underneath their belts?
Yeah, I mean, the competitive game, you can't discredit it. Again, all matches they've had to play, they played 2 so far, have been, in my opinion, tough, right? They've been against opponents who have shown a lot during the regular season, and even one team that showed quite a bit at the beginning of the broadcast. So I think for what it's worth, Sukapon, despite a close series, I think they're going to be okay. I really do. One thing is going to be a big talking point, obviously, is going to be the maps. I'm sure we'll get to that in just a second. But for me, though, I think Sukapon's got a lot to work with here. Their escalation game, though, was a bit rocky, and I really hated how they got outplayed objectively despite slaying out the team of Tweak. Massive is, I think, been coined as the dream team of Europe, but yeah. We'll see what they're going to be able to do overall. I don't know. We'll see how this is going to go. Massive, they're the top dogs, and they need to be dethroned. We'll see if Sukapon can do it.
Yeah, our first opportunity to see them up and running. But let's have a look at the maps, Toby. These are going to be important. We discussed it time and time again. What you shouldn't play in map number 3 up against Massive is Vazgar. But the important one that gets through here that we haven't had a chance to talk about whatsoever is Reactor in map number 4. That, I believe, as said, and as the graphic shows, picked by Sukapon. The problem is here for Sukapon is that they need to get to that map number 4, right?
That is the issue here, because of course the number of games that they've had against each other now, both these teams, the majority have been 3-0s, literally 3-0s, and so you have to get past that Vazgar and the rest of the maps to even get there. So fingers crossed for Sukapon that they actually can manage that. The best opportunity for them probably to do that is Checkout. They have beaten them on that map before, even 6-3, actually, very good results. On Clock Tower, on Checkout as well, 6-4 all the way back in week number 5. Did a roster similar to this, beat Massive. And so, it's definitely possible if they turn up and do really, really well. But that Vazgar pick, my friend, I was tearing my hair out when I read that. I was like, come on, you can't play Vazgar. Yes, you've had some tough games on TG against them as well. Ideally, you want to get Harbor in there. That's the obvious pick for me, but that was banned very quickly. If not, just play TG. Vazgar, I feel like, is Massive's map. They're incredible on it.
Well, it does seem as if Massive are instantly banning Harbor with the way that the vetoes do work. They get the first pick of a ban on escalation, and that's why we always end up with Vazgar. But nonetheless, I feel as if looking at that map pool, I need to see it. Well, obviously, you need to see one of those first 3 maps go over towards Sukapon if we are going to see a series. But I feel as if they've got a chance to take one of those. If they do take one of those first maps in those 4th and 5th maps that do come up, we've seen a very, very close game between these teams on Clock Tower last week, Toby, which arguably Sukapon probably should have won had it not been for that 2v4 that came through. So this is possible for Sukapon to do. They need to steal one of the first 3 maps. We then go towards Tomb, which I honestly have no clue what to expect on, because we haven't seen either of these teams play it competitively, on broadcast at least anyway. So we're not too sure what goes on there, but we get to see Tomb, and then we get to see Clock Tower to close it out. But we've got District to kick things off, and your casters in this game, of course, will be Toby and Reflection. Boys, take it away.
All right, Toby, I'm excited to see this one, brother. I really am. District, I've seen pretty one-sided maps so far on here, or at least here for Control. History-wise, though, Massive, Sukapon, District, I'm assuming Massive is consistently winning this. Sukapon, they lost this just a little bit earlier, so they've already suffered 1 L today. What makes you think, or if you think at all, that Sukapon can get a W against a better team, in my opinion?
Well, I'm hoping it's game day. I hope it's the tournament that actually drives some adrenaline, through their veins and able to warm them up now to the occasion that is Massive. They've had lots of experience against them. Yes, they had a very tough game against Tweak just now, but hopefully that's been, a kick to the rear end, if you will, and a warm-up ready to play against Massive here.
All right, well, let's see. You said it's game day, and it really is. And Crazed is, man, just unstoppable per usual. He also has the boom. By the way, important fight that he just won, Toby, specifically because not only does he get a two-piece, he alleviates that pressure, but he also has the boom to immediately put it to use on Eduardo. Rest in peace. He'll be back to the respawn screen. But even with all that excitement, all that slaying out, Sukapan strikes first, gets 49 points to their name, takes the early lead. But as we know, Toby, that first hill doesn't really mean much if you don't rotate early for the next. But good on Sukapan. They're already on next and defensively set up, plus they have spawn control.
Yeah, and it's a very good sign for them actually so far for Sukapan, because historically Massive have always been able to get an early lead in the first third of control, and in fact won most of their games because of their quick early starts. Oftentimes they can go 80-0, 100-0 just straight off the first two hills. So Sukapan to have the lead and to have the setup on the next hill, this is a very good sign for them.
Let's see how this is going to go. Will Massive be able to get the break? One of the things Sukapan was doing well early in their series, just a little bit earlier against Tweak, was they were breaking the hills quite well. Obviously, this time they just need to set up defensively, which they are doing. Slaps, big fight, big win against Craze, who had that boom as well. I think he already shot it off, if I'm not mistaken. Slaps has to hold his ground here. Nice shot onto Bounces. Unfortunately, will fall, but Bounces is down. Great teamwork. Eduardo being the hero, and Sukapan, again, much like hill number one, they haven't gathered as much points as they did off the start, but it's promising that they're fighting toe-to-toe with Massive right now, and quite honestly, looking like the better team early on.
Yeah, and despite losing that boom shot early on, they are definitely in the driver's seat right now. They got the short spawn, they're able to get control of the first hill. Bounces from Eddie coming out, a double right inside green. Fantastic moves, and he's going to be able to get the revive on Marsh. Chain revive starting, but Eddie will trade out, Craze will trade out with Marsh. Getting the boom shot, can he get it off? No, he cannot. Gets the quick pick, but does not get away with it. Crimson saves the day, picks up the boom, and now the eyes are set to the next hill here in the corner.
Yeah, I mean, even getting it backpacked in that moment could have been the perfect play. He knew the pressure was on. He tries to go for the shot. Unfortunately, just not enough time. As soon as he gets it up, he drops it down. So good on Massive for getting that. And Crimson's obviously is going to keep that and use it for the counterplay when Sukapan goes for the push. So we'll see how this is going to turn out for Massive. They do have a decent amount of points to come back from. However, you know, things don't get scary until one team gets around, I don't know, the 200, 220 mark, and maybe you're still at around 120 or so. So I think for Massive, they're still okay. Plenty of time to cover that 70-point deficit, and they might be able to do it off of this hill, but look at that pressure and already the aggression from Sukapan.
Yeah, this is the first time Massive have been able to get the setup at the start of the hill. And so far, there's Incense blocking the way a little bit for Sukapan. Crimson's still trying to put in the damage at the front door. Getting traded out, though, and the battle does continue from the rear end. Slaps does get a trade out. Actually, yes, he is going to get taken down. Marsh coming through blue also. An absolute scrap for this hill currently. But looks like Massive just about coming up on top here.
So next hill, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be Bandstand, and Sukapan looks as if they're trying to set up to kind of counter that rotation from Massive. I like that. Sukapan knows that last hill, the scrap time, it's just going to be lost, all right? They just got to cut their losses. It is what it is. Massive won't be able to take the point lead off of this hill alone. Sukapan knows that. Quite honestly, they don't really care. They understand this next hill is, in a way, a money hill. It's so hard to break. I say that Sukapan did have the early setup, I do believe, against Tweak, and the Tweak was able to get the break. Could be a successful instant thrown out. Bounces is going to be weak. Manages to get away. Craze was there for the pickup regardless. Hydro is up close and personal. Will the Lancer Fire take him down? Yes, it will. Craze by himself. Fresh Hill is going to be up. Eddie's going to be being pressured quite hard. He's going to be finished off. And despite Sukapan fighting tooth and nail, Toby, to establish themselves on this Fresh Hill, Massive gets it pretty early on.
Absolutely, and they get boom shot control despite all the resources put down on the bottom elbow of District to try and get through to the hill. Well played from Massive, and they've been excellent actually in the past at actually pushing this hill on Bandstand. Sure. It's a difficult one. The pinches that you can make, though, are quite clinical, and they can be very effective if you can make it happen. Pains here. Excellent movement, as always, stuck in this corner. Barely damaged, just putting out damage constantly. And there we go, finalizing the kill on Slaps. We time and time again, Reflections refer to Pains as the best player in Europe, perhaps for raw skill just like this. And now I think it's literally between him and his teammate Crimson's for that #1 spot if you're trying to come up with the best player in the entire region. But hopefully, for Massive's sake, Pains does turn up today and really performs. In the past few weeks, it's been Crimson's that's been the most consistent player, many would argue. But from what we just saw, Pains seems to be playing pretty well.
I'm blown away. I really am. The fact that Pains is still alive is truly amazing. That is a no small feat by any means, and he is going to be the reason why Massive is able to take a 16-point lead. Not a lot, but let's think about how far Massive has had to come back from, Toby. They were down about 90 points, right? And again, off of the start, it's not as scary to be down 90 points whenever you're not getting close to the 300-point mark, but regardless, though, that is still a substantial gap where you have to be pretty flawless on one hill. Pains, unfortunately, will be called out there as Marsh will get the finish onto him. The battle for the fresh hill is here. Craze is going to be on the outside going for the team pickup. Marsh is going on the flank, and Craze trying to take down Marsh. Marsh has been on fire as he took down, Pains just a little bit earlier, but unfortunately will lose his life here. Regardless, you got teammates for a reason. Sukapon fighting tooth and nail for the fresh hill, but just going back to Pains, Toby, I agree with you, man. He is definitely looking like one of the best players in EU currently.
Oh, for sure. And it's been like that for a long time now. The top Italian with his duo bouncers and his team still playing together after a long time of these two being together, battling it out in Europe. Hydron recently returning back to comp as well against his former teammate here. Craze just fallen to him there. But this is good so far. I'm really impressed, Taylor, from how Sukapon are playing. You expect them to perhaps not be playing as well today as you have seen in the past. The best performance they've actually had on District Control against Massive was when they lost by only 27 points in Week 7. And that was map #1 as well of their grand final game. And so this is panning out quite well. This is certainly possible. In terms of the win here for Sukapon, you really feel like if they can win a control against Massive, that would be absolutely huge for the rest of the game.
Oh, 100%, because it guarantees a game 4, right? That's the biggest thing you have to focus on. It guarantees a game 4, and the curveball Sukapon threw at Massive during that pick and ban was picking Reactor. Okay, Reactor is literally never, I don't think it's ever been played once from what you were saying, Reactor and Tomb for control. So fair enough. And maybe that's Sukapon's, kind of ace in the hole, if you will, right? That's the one they're going all in on. So if they can win map 1, and best case scenario, win an execution, which we know Sukapon is a decent execution team. We saw them earlier just win 6-0 on checkout. They have checkout coming out for map #2. There is a very real chance Sukapon can take this series. However, Massive is not going down without a fight, Toby, and they are within points of retaking the lead once again.
They are. Slaps, of course, retaking that spot. And you see that very clever incend hold from Massive there, just to block out that top of the staircase cover. Of course, you can just sit on that cover and ensure it's contested. No points can be gained, but holding onto the incends to keep the scores running is a great strategy indeed for Massive. They're pushed up quite far now. Pain's trying to fight too. He's going to get the down, but Eddie will trade out. One player remaining. Excellent movement from Eddie, just stopping shy of Gib range. And Sukapon retaking that hill.
You're taking the hill and about to retake the lead. It's a close one. It's going to be a nail biter to the very end. Most likely the last hill that typically is fought for and typically determines the winner or the loser is that bandstand hill. So something to think about in the future. Naturally, we're on Cinema now, an opportunity to kind of go back and forth. I think this was hotly contested. Well, no, it wasn't. Sukapon gathered quite a few points off of the rip from here. Marsh will be traded off despite picking up bounces, and from the flank is going to be Slaps, who has had one hell of a night so far, but despite that, he will be finished off. But as I was saying, Toby, bandstand hill is most likely going to determine the winner or the loser, and you have to benefit Massive off that last hill. So if I'm Sukapon, I'm trying to gather as much of a lead as possible heading in to the bandstand hill.
Yeah, absolutely so, and especially this Cinema Hill indeed has been a really good hill for Massive historically. They've been able to hold on and get loads of points on it in the past. If Sukapon can get a really good push on, that would be super, super helpful. Craze and bounces sitting right back here. as they wait for teammates perhaps to give them some support. Sukapon have the numbers advantage. There you go. Pains will come through the middle. Always the man to be the icebreaker on maps. And there is the first kill on Hydra. And Bounces and Craze trying to follow up with the damage. Great down onto one. Slaps trying to clutch up in the corner, and he will get one. Make that a second. Sukapon will hold on for now.
Definitely will hold on for the time being, and they need to hold on. As I said, they need to gather as much of a lead going into Bandstand Hill, which is most likely going to be the final one where Massive was able to dominate the first rotation of Bandstand. So, and by the way, that was because of Pains pulling off some just historic plays overall. Oh, this is the incident. Unfortunately, that would have been a great connection over in the corner, and I think it would have. The second one is out. Bounces is going to be a bit in an awkward situation, but he's going to be okay. The team fire for Sukapon right now is going to be critical, but you also need those finishes, and Massive will get the team pickups, the team revives, and they come back in as a full force unit. But curiously enough, Massive prioritizing mid. They wanted that boom, and they get it.
That's huge. That's huge. Not only have they held onto the hill, but they've been able to rotate to the center, get that boom shot, and now in a position to use that to push up. Try and open up. Oh, that boom shot's a little bit too short. Not going to get around that corner to get the kill on Eddie, and that could have not only started getting the points drain on the hill, right, but also set themselves up to maybe push up and take down the remaining players and get thorough map control for this hill. Just look how close the score is. It is so neck and neck now, as we're into potentially the final third of the map.
Neck and neck. I think that's kind of been the theme, right, throughout the entirety of this map so far. Is Sukapon had that early lead, but once that lead was kind of collapsed down and more manageable for Massive, it's been just so back and forth. Things now will start to get more tense. The pressure is going to be at an all-time high, as both teams will be around the 220 mark. Sukapon could, in fact, retake that lead. It's probably doubtful. I don't know. Eddie's been playing very well, and he can handle this 2-piece, or this 1v2, but unfortunately will drop, so Massive will continue to garner more of a lead. But at this point in time, you know, Sukapon, I know they can win this. They just got to avoid shaky hand syndrome, keep those rotation crisp, keep rotating earlier than Massive, and more importantly, Marsh with the Lancer fire, right? Keep that Lancer fire up. That team fire is going to be everything.
And that's historically been the theme for Sukapon in general, is they've been excellent at rotating early, and even in this map as well, they've been doing a really, really good job, and it's on show on this hill as well. They've already got spawn control. Marsh is already getting downs onto the blue room there. Pains is just going to tap out and get back to the respawn queue. And this is the thing. Two players will come up now for Massive. They're going to have to get together and formulate some kind of push. Will you go through the front and go all in with utility, or will you try and retake the spawn area and push all the way back there where number one is right now, and that slaps? That is the difficult thing to do for sure. And getting the boom shot, Pains, that is going to be a really good tool to try and run through the center, or even through the front door even.
Yeah, Pains was okay with giving up enough time for Sukapon to retake the lead, because he understood the retake potential would be greater if he had the boom, which obviously he has. We're going to be contesting this hill for the time being. Nobody gathering any points. Pains, he knows. He knows that player's in the corner, but Eddie wants to take him down before he can make anything happen. Hydro, oh, so big, and the trade is in. This is going to be massive for the team of Sukapon to retake control and gather that point lead heading into one of the final hills.
That's huge. That's an awesome trade out from Hydra. And just to think as well, Pains was aiming at that corner. I'm not sure if he was fully aware as whether someone was there. Hydra just perhaps secret manning that corner has helped him out to eventually get that trade. That's amazing from him. But still, 25 seconds left on this hill. The points are being blocked currently. Sukapon, a push through the front might actually be beneficial here to just to get up to the map to get to the next hill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think this late in the game, you have to prioritize your rotations. For Sukapon, it's a win-win. They already have the lead. If they can get this next hill before Massive, there is a chance they can win off of it. Okay, that's the reality of the situation. And as I said, Toby, with the scoreline as it currently is, this hill normally decides a winner or a loser. And let's not forget Pains, who just absolutely tore it up and slayed out, but Hydra with the 2-piece with the incense will burn. Bounces and Pains to a crisp, send them back to the respawn screen, and Sukapon is on the up and up, looking to close it out and take map 1.
And that was such an intelligent incend as well. Instead of just throwing it down to the right corner where the players are probably just going to roll off, instead he throws it on the top, so it's more of a tactical incend that blocks their escape. And he gets 2 as his reward. Fantastic stuff now trying to collapse on the Crimsons in a 1v, getting great damage, and allows the rest of his team now to try and set up on the hill itself.
Right, this is where, in my opinion, you have to have the utmost composure, Toby, right? Whenever you know you have the point lead, you're about to take a massive win off of, well, massive. I guess I gotta stop saying that, right? Because it kind of flows a bit too much. Eddie with the boom will aim it down sights, connect onto Pains. 282 and counting. Sukapan within their grasp of winning this, and a huge win this would be. 10 points away. Massive looking to make their final stand, their final push. They will contest the hill. Eddie needs to clutch up in that corner. Pains is so successful win. Eddie will in fact get it down. Pains last alive. He's cleaned up. 5 more points. Can they do it? I think they can. And map number 1 will go to Sukapan in the way of 300 to 233.
That is absolutely massive, and I don't think Massive actually lost a control this entire time. I'm pretty sure this is their first loss in control in the entire season. In the whole split, I'm pretty sure. In all of the matches that I've seen in the semi-finals and the grand final, I do not think they've lost a control. They've come within 5 points or 7 points of losing 2 or 3 times. They've never actually lost. And for Sukapan to finally deliver that W on one of the strongest modes of seed number 1, that is huge, and that really sets us up for a great game. You mentioned it earlier. Reactor is guaranteed now. The surprise pick from Sukapan. Advantage them perhaps when you throw that in the mix. Have they been practicing behind the scenes in the last 2 weeks? Have they got this extra strat hidden away? That's fantastic to see. I'm excited for sure. I was excited before, but now I am over the moon. Sukapan, well played indeed, and a deserved map win.
Yeah, and again, Sukapan's had a tough tournament run so far. They have had to work very hard, where in my opinion, Massive hasn't had to work as hard. And granted, you kind of come in with a chip on your shoulder with the performance Massive has had, not losing a single week. And again, sometimes you can complacency kills, right? You know, that's the biggest thing. And it's not hard to come in with an ego and to be complacent, saying, well, nobody challenged us before. Why are they going to challenge us now when the money's on the line? In fact, we should get better, because that's more pressure for the other teams, you know, to have going against us. But for Sukapan, clearly today, they want to be the champions. They want to be the winners. And this could be the biggest win that they are able to achieve just yet. 30 bombs across the board for Sukapan, 33 and 33 respectively for Slaps and Eddie, which, by the way, Eddie was playing phenomenal off the rip. He was reason why Sukapan was able to garner a 90-point lead. Marsh, 35 eliminations, Hydron with 31. Across the board, though, for the team of Massive, not bad at all. 20 kills, Crazed at 29, just about at the 30 mark. But 30 bombs for everybody for Sukapan is just massive, and why they were able to secure that win, plus the early rotations. We head into execution checkout, Toby. You know the history more than me about these two teams, but I do know at least some history from today. Obviously, Sukapan just got a 6-0 win on this map in their series previously. How much do you think that helps them mentality-wise heading into Massive, play against them on the same map?
That is, I think that map, that first map in particular, talking about mentality, is huge for Sukapan. To come away from a very difficult game against Tweak, perhaps a team that they kind of just, didn't give much thought when prepping, and thought, hey, this is a guaranteed win, we need to focus on Massive. For them to go from a very tough game into a extremely difficult game where they've been probably practicing so hard with them in mind, to then take that map finally is huge for Sukapan, and for Massive as well. They aren't used to this. They aren't used to losing map number 1. And it wasn't that close, was it? In the end, it was what, like a 67-point differential?
Yeah, 300 to 233. Exactly,
and for Control as well, it's a very surprising thing to see, especially this early on after this many weeks of play. It's very surprising. But check out map number 2. This is not necessarily a strong quote-unquote map for Massive either. They have lost this in the past. Back in week number 5, they lost by 2 rounds to, at the time, Johnny Walker. A similar roster to what Sukapan have now, slightly different. We haven't got Dragons or Cougars now. But Massive will really have to pull themselves up by the bootstraps and make sure they are firing on all cylinders now. They cannot be relaxed whatsoever. And also, they can't let this momentum that Sukapan are going to gain from this first map to carry them away.
We had a chance to chat before the tournament, actually, yesterday, breaking down storylines, really kind of, dive in a bit deeper into the history of these teams. And one of the questions I posed to you was, for when it comes to Massive, it seems like their weakest game mode tends to be execution. And you did check me and you said, Massive isn't bad at execution, okay? It's just if they had to be weak on any of their game modes, which they're phenomenal in all three, execution would most likely be the one where they kind of trail behind more so than that of escalation and control. Why is that? And where can Sukupan maybe, gain an advantage heading into execution?
I think it just comes down to Massive's consistency on control and Asker. It's just been so flawless. Again, that was probably their first control loss, and I don't know how many months. Certainly in this split, from semis and finals onwards, I don't believe they've lost a single control. And escalation, they have been the best escalation team for a long time now, and it's so phenomenal. And as a result, anytime they get a loss on execution, it stands out like a sore thumb. And boy, oh boy, they've lost 3 execution maps in the entirety of this split. Week 5, week 6, and week 7, they all lost. They lost an execution in each of those weeks. So it's fairly recent as well, I'd argue. They have to be on their toes, do Massive, and check out. You know how it plays, Taylor, from NA and LATAM side. It is hectic.
Right.
It's incredibly consistent strat-wise at the moment. It's 3 to check out, 1 to nades. Typically, no team has really veered off to go Gears 3 star and send 2 nades and go for that bookcase containment strategy over towards the checkout end. Curious to see if that comes out. If we see Reactor coming into the cycle, I think anything's possible at this point in time from what we've seen so far in Europe. Excited to get this one underway. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, it's going to be an excellent one. And for Sukupan, not a must-win, per se. They already got their must-win, which is control. They wanted to force that game 4. But if they can win this and lead 2-0 in the series, we know how Baskar most likely is going to go. This could be a chance for Sukupan to take the series if they lock in this map. But already, to a rough start, Marsh will fall early on. It's a 4v3 Massive. They've got the man advantage. Slaps opposite of that of Bounce. Either way, that big team fight on the opposite end, not going to the way of Sukupan, and unfortunately, Slaps is going to be last alive, and 1v4. And like I said it before, and I was casting my through, I've not seen a 1v3 yet, and I've definitely not seen a 1v4.
Yeah, it is super tough, and check out in particular, right, all the way back to Gears 3, clutches were so rare on this map, even, all the way back then. And when you throw in, how the game has advanced over the years, even now, check out in 2021 is just as hard to clutch up on. And so it's tough. I think if you need a power weapon, you need something going for you. You need to be already with it, in a 1v2 to try and, bring down the numbers a little bit before it gets to 1v3, 1v4. But so far, early doors, Massive do take a confident round number 1.
All right, well, let's see how round number 2 is going to go. It seems like Sukupan want to be a little bit more aggressive this time than they were the first time around. Bounces will get his hands on those frags. Hydrone's going to fall early on, pick back up. The pressure from Massive still there, but also from Sukupan. Pains, though, sees an opportunity, goes for it. The frags to throw, bounces. Picks up 2. Slaps and Marsh will lose their lives. Massive now, 4v2 man advantage. Crimson's finished off, Bounces, answers back, and Hydrone is going to be pinched, but hey, he's going to be all right. Frag thrown out. Hydrone, you got to get away, and he does 1v1.
Oh, this is huge. This is massive. I have to stop saying that as well, actually. I've noticed we keep both saying massive for an adjective. It's not going to work out. Hydrone 1v1 against Bounces, 2 of the best players in European history for sure. Kind of like new school versus old school, because Hydron, of course, formerly of that Space Station Elevate team that dominated Gears 4, the entirety of Gears 4 and early Gears 5. Now against Bounces, 1v1, damage advantage to Bounces. Right hand advantage for Hydron. Have to be careful that neither player stands up and goes for the gib over the top. It's certainly doable. Hydron going for the back A, not going to connect as he still pushes up. Oh, this is a tense 1v.
Yeah, it's... Oh, the incense. Hydrone gets a pick. Bounces might have just blown his opportunity. He's caught between 2 flames. Hydrone has him. Bounces makes a break. He can get the capture, Toby.
He's going for it. And he can definitely stand in here and just hold his guard. Lancer out. Hydrone stuck in the corner. He has to reach. No, he cannot.
Brilliant.
What a 1v1 that was between those 2 players.
Oh, no. Wow. Wow. First and foremost, Bounces was dead to rights. Caught between those 2 instants. That was the opportunity where Hydrone should have capitalized. He should have been more aggressive. Bounces, though, makes the high IQ play heading for the over. And that's the beautiful thing about Execution 2.0 that teams might not take into account. Like, look, playing for that overtime hill is a W. I mean, it is absolutely a W. And sometimes the best play is to disengage and go for it. In that case, Bounces made the right play.
Yeah, both players playing super smart in that 1v with the incense and the rotation for the hill for sure. Another round we go into and might still be a 3 versus 1, but the strats do change within the checkout themselves. Pains with a double through the center. Fantastic movement within the aisles of checkout. 3v1, slaps will be drops. And Massive now 3 rounds up in a very short a bit of time, and Massive looking very good in this checkout right now. Sukapon have tried different strategies, right? In the round before last, they went all wide on that sniper to try and get either the pickup or the kills down there. They tried to go through plat this time around or through the center of checkout, not really paid off. We're halfway through the map potentially if Sukapon can't win a round.
So Marsh is sitting at 0 eliminations, and the reason why I point out Marsh, despite also on the other side Slaps being at 0 eliminations, the fact that Marsh he's in this big team fight. He's also the one leading the charge. Slaps has kind of been by himself. From the flank, those going to be bounces. That needs to be called out. You have to have your head on a swivel in this moment. Losing your life to a flank is not obviously what you need in this moment. Marsh by himself, and he'll be finished. Again, Toby, getting on the flank, that's just not communicating. In Sukapon, I thought they were communicating quite well in their last series, but clearly right there was some type of breakdown.
Yeah, I think Sukapon, they went for the 4 checkout strat, right? And when you do that, when you force yourself into a 4v3, you have to go forward. You can't just stay in cover. You can't just wait to land to someone down or hope one of your players wins 1v. No, you have to go, because otherwise Bounces will do exactly that. Free pick of frag grenades, he'll then rotate round and get the awesome pinch that he did. Sukapon have to play a bit faster than that.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do so. This is their opportunity to strike while the iron's hot. Keep Massive off of the map point area, right? That'll be at 5. Bounces has been deadly accurate with the frags, and he's going to have to be so here. Oh, great frag placement. He gets pushed, but unfortunately doesn't get a kill. And that should, I believe, is going to be a team ace, if I'm not mistaken, from Sukapon. So what a way to answer back. Bring it at least 4-1. Still a long mountain to climb, Toby, but I guess they're slowly making their way up. Let's see if they can come back here.
Yeah, that's for sure. Much better from Sukapon there. Just a 3v1 or 3-1 strat from both teams. Sukapon win at the checkout finally. They need to keep that up though. They really do. And so far Massive have had the better fight there. Again, 3-1 from both teams. You expect both players to play quite passively at nades as they show the utmost respect for each other. Meanwhile, just looking at the mini-map, both teams playing very slow so far over at the checkout. You have to be super, super careful. Each of those players in checkout that you don't give away too much damage, don't give away the opportunity for a player to go wide on you or push you. Because as soon as one player drops in that checkout area, your whole team can crumble very quickly.
Yeah, because you already know one player drops, the opposite team is pushing you, right? Because they have the man advantage. Maybe the enemy team is going for a res. It's just a great opportunity to capitalize on the chaos and mistakes that obviously brings whenever you do get that early down in that big 3v3. For the time being, it looks as if we're going to go ahead and have a little bit of a standoff. This happened last time when Sukapon was playing against the team of A1 or Tweak. But who's going to make that first move? It might be Pains. He has the utility in hand. There he goes.
Yep, on right hand, lovely down on Marsh. That will start things off. Craze goes around and on the flank, 3v2. The rotation started, of course, already for Sukapon towards that frags area. Snipe in hand of Crazed. The best sniper on Ultimate Edition all the way back when, before Gears 4 released in 2016. And it's been a long time since we've seen Craze get the sniper as frequently as that. But now it's great to see him pick up this weapon on this massive squad. The overtime, of course, starts in 20 seconds. Craze trying to get the angle. You can get the headshot there. Beautiful onto Eddie. And that will start off the push. 3v1. Simple collapse on the slaps. And Craze with the final body check to get the down. Excellently played from Massive there. The execution was awesome. And funnily enough, actually, Taylor, several weeks back, Crimson's got a double kill, a double headshot in that exact position with the sniper, with that angle, because many players just aren't aware of that angle that you can get all the way back in attack when players are forced to sit back on that cover, and it really surprises players.
Maybe he just has that area locked down. You know, I know a lot of players will go in and practice, you know, their angles, lands of fire, whatever. Muscle memory, it seems, at that point. Well done. And Pains is ready to end this map right here, right now. He's been playing so very well, obviously, even on Control, taking the L on District. I think he still played well for what it's worth. Even so, he will lose this live 2v3. And despite Massive getting first blood, they find themselves a man down.
2v3, Concray's trying to and keep himself alive. There's a 1v1 on the other side of the map. He needs to be fast as bounces. He tried to push Slaps all the way to the corners of checkout. Cray's getting angled out though. So difficult for him, and he will get dropped. Bounces tried his absolute best to try and close the gap, I believe, to Slaps, but you can see how far he double backed, right? And that's a sign of a really good, intelligent player here on Execution. Do not have a 1v unless you absolutely need to. Slaps really didn't need to give it away there, and so just kept drawing away his position to force Bounces into a very difficult position to try and kill him.
You know, I like to say it's not over till it's over. It's really not. Anytime the round or the map is still alive, there's an opportunity to come back. Even if things look dire, they look, you know, a bit slim. One of the things, though, I have noticed is Massive hasn't been getting those nades, which is a great thing. Sukapon's been keeping player 4 bounces in check, and that's exactly what he needs to do. It's going to be big if Slaps can win that 1v. Crimson, so we'll get the down. March now forced to kind of defend while the team pickup's coming into play. It's going to be a 4v3. Now 3v3 as trades are going to be going. It's chaotic at the moment. It looks as if it might slow down, however. Unless Hydron has something to say about it. It's going to be an aggressive push. He'll go ahead and back off, and now everybody can just chill out for a second, catch their breath back, and then kind of see where the next attack needs to be.
A failed stun from Crimson's there. Not going to find that stun on Eddie on Plat. But excellent job from Sukapon. They lost the advantage early on, or a disadvantage was presented to them as they had a player down, but great recovery. They've managed to trade out players to keep it to a 3v3. Frag grenades, of course, still up. Incens as well, and Sniper to boot on the just to the right of Hydron there. And every player just wondering, hey, what's the next play? What can we do? And with just a few, less players on checkout, the potential pushes get slimmer each time. And now it's a lot more open, does checkout feel like, when you've got one less player on each side. And pushes can become a little bit more difficult. Overtime, of course, in 25 seconds. Curious to see actually where the ring is going to spawn, because that could change everything and really force a rotation very soon.
And it could.
There it is.
Be interesting for the 1v players up top. So 15 seconds, everybody's going to be rotating over. Surprisingly, nobody grabs that long shot. They want to prioritize getting over there if they can. Crimson's picks up the frags. Hydro picks up the Incense. Slaps is going to be pressured quite hard. If he can get a trade here, he's done all he can do. Bit of an awkward fight. Oh, who's going to go down? Well, Bounces gets it. Hydro last alive. And Massive will lock in the final round to bring it 6-2. And they played that really well. And quite honestly, that is a great answer back to taking their first L ever on Control. They needed this win for their mentality. They know they're heading into Escalation Vascar next. Massive, they're on top of the world.
Absolutely. That was a must win for Massive, especially after losing that first Control. And I say that because Execution is the weakest mode, right? On theory, if you're to bet against them to lose a mode, it would literally be Execution. And so for them to flip the script, as it were, and get back to a 1-to-1 series, which they have been in before, mind you. It's not only purely 3-0s they've been dominating with. It's gained some equilibrium for them, every team involved mentally, I think. But now, Vasgar Escalation next.
Why you gotta giggle when you say it?
Yeah, I mean, this is. I would bet a lot of money that Massive would actually win this. To be honest, because they are very good on this map against every team. For some reason, Vasgar keeps coming through. If I was to just prepping for this event, Taylor, if just looking at the maps and picks and bans theory in particular. Number 1 point, do not play Vasgar against Massive. That's get that away first of all. But unfortunately, it's come through. It's no surprise, right, when we're talking about picks and bans, that Harbor has been banned a number of times by Massive, because they are very strong on TG as well, but they have lost on TG more than once. They haven't lost on Vasgar yet. This is going to be very, very tough for Sukapon.
Yeah, you guys have no idea how angry Toby actually is. Like, I know he's hiding it well. You know, he's got his poker face on, but
Just
he was
screaming
so mad
off
to
air.
see. He really was screaming off it. Like, I can't believe Asgard. Are you kidding? But, I mean, you know, fair enough. I mean, we saw Sukupan lose training grounds earlier. Even though they outslayed their the enemy team of, you know, Tweak, they still lost because they got outplayed objectively. So, at least in my eyes, I know you obviously have casted all 8 weeks with Ton. You guys did a phenomenal job with that. But you've seen a little bit more. I wouldn't be comfortable if I was Sukupan going into training grounds. I wouldn't be comfortable. I don't know about Harbor. I can't speak for Harbor because I just haven't seen it enough between these two. I haven't seen it at all. But Vaskar, given the historical data, it's kind of like picking the less of two evils. It's kind of like, you know, which one do we, I guess, want to play? Which one is going to be the hardest or easiest one to play? I guess more importantly, at this point, you know, maybe Sukupan's going with the map they're most comfortable on, you know, and sometimes you have to do that, even though you know it is your opponent's strongest map pick. If that's the map you're most comfortable on, and the other two maps, you know, you're just not comfortable on in general, sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and beat your head into a wall and try and go for it. And maybe that's what Sukupan is doing here, Toby.
I think you're right, and I think that's been the general theme of picks and bans throughout these 8 weeks because of the new introduction of modes and being thrown for a loop with, you know, the mode changes and the map changes as we adopted the esports gear cycle. Europe has been through a lot of changes, and I think a lot of teams have just defaulted to their comfort, right? And taking solace in what they're strong at rather than what their opponents are weak at. And I think that's why we just keep coming back to Vasgar, because it just happens to be a lot of these top teams are good in this map. But are you good enough to beat Massive, though? On it, that's a different kettle of fish entirely. Hopefully, for Sukupan's sake, they play as well as they did on District, but it's going to be a tough one. Massive, certainly going to be very confident coming into this one.
So 4v4, we've been seeing more play towards middle. We won't see that obviously at this point, but that middle portion not utilized a lot, but honestly in Pro League, whenever it is utilized, you have the chance to make a high impact play. Curious to see if any of these 8 members will choose to utilize that side. Sukupan off 3 players into the tank fight. And for Massive, though, they find an opportunity objectively to rotate over towards A, so they got Alpha and Charlie. We'll see if Sukupan can retake the hill. They're going for it. It's going to be a 3v3 battle. Let's see if they can win it. Already some trouble, but slaps off the revive. Will pick up one. Eddie, who's been playing out of his mind as of recently, picks up Pains. And great team fight for them. That leaves Bounces last up on the map, and Massive forced to defend against Charlie.
Absolutely. So this is a good start from Sukupan, actually, you know, to cap. And a very slight points advantage early on in escalation, just like Control. Massive like to take the early lead. They're a super fast and aggressive team. Pretty composed in the early game for Sukupan to come off a loss here and have a fairly good start. It's very, very nice to see.
Drone having to hold his ground against Pains. Oh, nice read. I love that push, Toby. Pure confidence, catches Pains off guard. Now, granted, you take down one player from Massive, it's typically replaced by 2 more players, so the job is ever ongoing. Oh my gosh, Hydrone, please do it. Yes, sir. That's what we needed to see, and that's what Sukupan needs. Any plays like that, whether it's Hydrone popping off as he just did, or Eddie and Slaps popping off on that previous fight on Alpha, all of these gain momentum and put in your mind, we can win.
Absolutely. So true. And the thing is with Hydrone in particular, Marsh as well, actually on Sukupan, is their wealth of experience in high pressure games. They have been to so many pro circuit events of these guys. Used to be former teammates for a while back on Elevating Gears 4 as well. They show up on tournament day on these tough games, and Hydra showing it right there back on the previous maps and this one, doing so well. Huge score lead right now for Sukupan with 20 seconds to go with just one hill. They need to make this count, Taylor. They have to get this round.
Indeed. I mean, you're talking about setting the pace, right? Setting the pace early on. Winning this would be huge. They're well on their way to doing so. They're also getting A for good measure, and they win that fight with these 3 down. That was a great round from Sukupan, and you love to see it. You really do. Massive. I don't know if they're uncomfortable yet, but you know, you said they lost control for the first time. Now they're on Vaskar, and I don't. Actually, let me pass the question back over to you, Toby, because You mentioned, you know, obviously your disdain for Sukapon picking Vaskar Escalation today against Massive. The previous victories, though, on this map for Massive versus Sukapon, has it been pretty one-sided, like 5-0, 5-1? Has it been, like, just absolutely decimating them?
Yeah, absolutely so. In their last 3 games, in fact, Massive have won 5-2 and 5-1 against Sukapon. And then even the old Johnny Walker roster, a similar roster to this, with Dragons and Cougars, 5-0 Massive won in their matchup. It truly is Massive's favorite escalation map, and for it to come through, you can probably tell just from those scores alone, they are very, very comfortable, and it raises concern for me. But of course, Sukapon winning that first map, District Control winning the first round now. Hey, maybe anything is possible here. Championship Saturday.
Hydron's going to be in a 1v2, but takes down player 5, goes for the finish now in a 1v against 7 of Bounces. And I believe Bounces wins that fight. Hydron's down. Meanwhile, Eddie running through 1. He's now going to go ahead, sprint as quickly as he can with Marsh to get onto A. And think about the possibilities. If Hydron does win that 1v2, granted, tough spot to be in, but if he does win it, we're looking at a domination, a 2-0 lead for Sukapon, but either way you cut it, Sukapon feeling comfortable closing that deficit already. A is going to be broken, big team fight underway, and it looks like Massive could win it. The pinning slaps from Steps coming up, getting the finish now. Job still more to do, and Crazed will get that final kill. And now the script has flipped. Player 6 is going for the decap. He might not be able to get the full domination, but we'll see. It's only player 1 up. It's going to be Marsh.
Yeah, just about holding on. Our Sukapon and Crimson showing utmost respect, right? Getting out of there as soon as he can, not allowing Marsh to get anywhere close to him to try and take down him in that process. Craze, meanwhile, I believe the players are rotating over towards the B hill to hold on to that. Crimson's amazing ball talking from him. 2 headshots coming out. And honestly, probably the best Boltok player in Europe. You know, speaking of individuals, he has always been the man to pick up this weapon, and he usually gets so much utility out of it. And right there, right in front of us, Crimson's putting in the work. 5 seconds on the clock. Potential domination blinking on through, but instead, again, Answers will pull out. More respect being shown from Massive to not chance a triple cap. They're playing for points.
A good Boltok player can truly dictate the pacing of an enemy push. Right now, 3 members are pushing into Crimson. 4 more shots, he'll back up. But you better believe once Sukapon does, in fact, get a little bit closer to getting onto A, they're going to have to, right? At this point, they have to be on all hills, which, Toby, so for what it's worth, they're doing a good job. Player 4 does get the decap on B. Doesn't go for the full cap. He knows the fight on A is going to be everything. So we'll have this massive battle, but I'd expect that Boltok from Crimson's to be great here, but unfortunately for Sukapon, it seems as if this last stand of the Alamo, if you will, isn't going to work out for them. They will lose. Massive will tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, excellent job. Truly so from Massive. And it's a tough round. It's a tough round, both that one and the first one for both teams. They're playing their absolute hearts out. Massive, remember, in that first round, I believe they had 1 kill for their entire team. And in that round, Massive just went to town in the slaying department, doing an excellent job. Of course, Crimson's gaining great value from that Boltok, now being upgraded to the Retro, of course. Both teams going the vanilla strategy, if you will, of weapon placement, build up your secondaries all the way up to the shot grenade or the incense. And you know what, Taylor? I've seen a snipe at times. I've even seen a drop shot on this map a number of times against Massive as teams try to strategize around them. But so far, it being 1-1 and so close, not surprised both teams are sticking to the usual weapon placements.
Yeah, I think at this point you have to, right? Tied 1-1. There's nothing too crazy you want to change up. You have to feel relatively comfortable. I wouldn't be against placing a power weapon if I was Sukapon onto tank with how well Hydron has been playing this location. He's going to be your ace in the hole, if you will. 2-1 hill advantage now going over towards Sukapon just for a short period of time. They were on the good side, but Massive will take that B fight in style. Already collapsing in onto A. This could be trouble for Sukapon if they can't fight hard back. Right? I mean, they need to. I mean, this is a must-win. I don't think they're going to get it. This is a domination.
This is what Massive are good at. Rotating around for triple caps and just with a flick of a switch, turning the round on its head. Massive, fantastic push. And that's 2 rounds in a row for them now, just as Sukapon started off in that round pretty well indeed. You can see Slaying Wise Massive starting to pull away a little bit, set a gap between them and their opponents. And if you were to ask me, honestly, at this point, Taylor, what is their strongest mode? I would probably say Escalation for Massive. Yes, they've had a more flawless record on Control, but with there being 4 maps, I feel like there's opportunity for them to be beaten on Control, right? With Reactor and TG not being played much for Massive so far. Of course, only in the last 2 weeks have we switched to those 2 maps here over in Europe. I feel like there's opportunity still for Massive to be beaten, but on Escalation, we were just talking about the pick and ban process teams have to deal with. TG and Massive are huge maps for for Massive, but Harbor, instant ban. Escalation is so difficult, evidently, to play against Massive. But if Sukapon, hey, can somehow, some way beat them on this map, it's anyone's game at that point, that's for sure.
Well, Toby, another point to that. Why is Massive so strong at Escalation? Well, one of the things that we talked about is this entire team has stayed together for the entirety of the split, where Sukapon's had some changes, and really every other roster has had changes, but Massive has stayed together. Therefore, the play style doesn't really change on Escalation. And in fact, now with us moving into Control, Execution 2.0, and Escalation being all 3 in the competitive rotation, and also too, narrowing the maps to Harbor, Training Grounds, and Vaskar, Massive now staying together as a team can have their set strategies, set breakouts, and quite honestly can take a massive advantage over teams. And maybe that's why you say that it is, or this is, I should say, their best game mode, simply for the fact that they've never changed any of their players out.
Absolutely, so true. And it's not like Execution where you can just be gods at initials and abuse your slaying power on base strats. No, on Escalation you really need to be a well-oiled team, have great chemistry going for you and great practice on every single map to deal with the different situations. And for sure, Sukapon have been fighting an uphill battle in that sense. Marsh only just returning, of course, in the last 2 weeks of play from his exams and whatnot. This team relatively new as a 4. Eddie, of course, just returning. It's huge. It's certainly a huge factor. The Massive have been together for such a long time in Escalation.
Sukapon trying to answer back, and man, are they going to? Even threatening the domination here. This could be a huge round, given the fact that Massive leads 193-135, and Toby, they're going to get it. And during all that talk, Sukapon clearly had the magic formula, and I think that was just, quite honestly, winning their big fights, winning their big engagements. And sometimes it really is that simple, right? If you can win your big team fights, wipe 4 off the map, gain positioning on all 3 hills, hey, you get the domination, and the scoreline doesn't matter. And in this case, it didn't. Massive, so close to apexing 200, but yet so far away from getting the victory. First half, pretty successful for Sukapon, given the fact that their back was already against the wall, given the success of Massive in the past on Vaskar Escalation.
Oh, for sure. They'll be happy with that first half, absolutely. And for them to come back and have a surprise round, if you will, recovery on that last one, it's almost like deja vu with the round before. Massive did that to them when losing on points. Well played indeed. And still, weapon placement-wise, nothing really changes significantly for either team as we go into the D, E, and F hills. I'm curious now. Yeah, the rotation for the E hill has come through from Massive, and now they're going to have to try and respond to Sukapon, who are being a bit more proactive, flying over to the D hill, taking down bounces in the process.
I like this push from Sukapon. It can work out very well, especially with player 4, Slaps, who's going to be in the opposite end. Craze from Massive needs to keep him in check, but maybe not so much as important as I thought it was going to be, depending, because Massive is winning their fight on D. Eddie, the last one standing, at least in that engagement, will fall, so Massive will keep the 2-1 in their favor. Slaps does, in fact, make a break for it over towards E. He's going to be able to get that. However, they leave F exposed. And that's the thing about Vaskar being the fishbowl that it is, right? Just constant circles. If you can objectively just continually keep that 2-1, you're going to take the win. It's a lot easier said than done, but it's one of the most unique maps that we've ever had. But I think it's still in the competitive rotation simply because, maybe if you're a team who isn't outslaying your opponents, you can still find a victory objectively if your team is all on the same page.
Yeah, the asymmetry of Vaskar is really actually quite something special Theoretically, in Gears maps, we've always criticized asymmetry in maps, but Vazgar just slipped through, and teams have really liked it, actually. And it used to be I think the least played map in Europe at the very start, during the Pro League when Gears 5 first released, but it's just completely turned its head. Same with TG. Used to be all about Asylum District, but now it's more about TG and Vazgar and the return of Harbor, of course.
Scoreline obviously favoring that of Massive. Superpon having to try and come back in this moment. He is still being fought for quite hard. 2 down for Massive. Make that 3, an opportunity reappears itself for Sukapon. They won last round. Great shots from Crimsons, though. Takes the head off of Marsh. Hydrone forced to just take a little break as well. Despite the heroics from Sukapon, they still don't have the win condition, but at least they brought it down to where Massive has 40 seconds to hold on, unless they get the decap on A, which it seems they're going to get. Sukapon's going to have to work very, very hard, put in that overtime to take the win here. But I don't see it happening personally, but who knows? Let's see if it's possible. They are winning their fights.
E-Hill not capped, mind you. Now Massive losing bounces, running for the hills, literally to try and turtle up on their last hill. And it's never a good bet, really, against a good team. You don't really want to be doing this. But here we go. The stronghold is set up for Massive. They do get Marsh. Slaps will fall in the process. Hydrone as well. Surely that's it now. Massive staying alive here on that last hill. All cleaning up the kills. Ooh. That was a close one. As soon as the players started running, I was like, oh no, Sukapon are collapsing. But fair play to Massive. They kept the composure. No one was taken down there. They all did their bit. That's a very important round. 3-2 to them.
And I believe round 3 had the same type of ending where Sukapon was trying desperately. They got the decap. They had 1 hill to their name, and they had to push as a 4-man unit, try and get the cap on the other hill. Of course, you have to send 1 player back. You're assuming 1 player dies off of the retake. He's going to be the one to capture that hill that remained decap. But it's such a hard job, especially when you're down that far. Everything quite literally has to go perfect. Obviously E United has the E United special, but it's very hard to take that title away from them. And Sukapon obviously needs to kind of work on that, but fair enough. I think it was a good play, and they fought to the very end. Much respect. Massive off to potential good start. They're evening up the odds now. Slaps is down, but Hydrone is back for the return. And Crimsons is hightailing it out. It looks like Sukapon will get the 2-1 off the rip as player 1 on the opposite side of the map. Marsh might be in a 1v3 depending on how Massive takes this push.
Yeah, he's going to be all the way back now towards his home hill, aware that the response from Massive might be to aim at him and run down that lane of Vazgar, if you will. End of the circle. Now the rotation coming through back to the E-Hill for Massive. As you can see, Sukapon have set up since then. Lancers are out. They're keeping their distance. They don't want any shotgun fights if at all possible. Pain's starting to move into the hill looking for that break. Crimson's now actually going to get down the process, and they will get that kill. That's crucial. Hydrone cleaning that up. It means the numbers advantage is secured, and they can now re-engage Sukapon just in close quarters once they get their health back.
Trying to just pepper them up, get that damage in if they can. Hydrone looking to make a move, backing up, but hey, he comes back, doubles back, and Craze, we'll see you later. And the cherry on top is Payne's getting caught out as well as soon as his teammate of Craze, got into that engagement, was chunked. It was only a matter of time before Payne's would fall right after that. If I'm Sukapon, I'm not overcommitting, not trying to go for the domination. I'm setting up with that 2-2 split, seeing where I need to reallocate numbers. I think player 4 has a good mindset that, kind of double back help out Hydrone and Eddie. Round number 2, 3v3 back once again. Sukapon won this fight just before. Let's see if they can replicate the success. If they do, Massive might be losing this round pretty shortly.
Yeah. Now time is really not on Massive side to make this play. They're going to have to make their utility work. In fact, they're all just going to jump on the hill and try and break it as soon as they can. They will get down in the process, and they will get the break, but the revives do come through swiftly enough. Hydrone trying to peek round to shoot the shoelaces of Scourge there of Massive Pain's. Not going to find down in the process, though, but look at this. Great damage from Crimson's. Craze trying to edge around with right-hand advantage. They need more, though, Taylor. They do need a cap. They need kills. They need to do a little bit more, do Massive.
This is going to be a heartbreaking loss for Sukupan if Massive wins this round, because let's not forget Sukupan has tried what Massive is doing 2 times, rounds 3 and then the previous round, only to fall short. If Massive is able to do what Sukupan failed at, well, that's the final nail in the coffin, in my opinion. Either way, Sukupan's so close to victory, and it's going to come down potentially to F here. Oh no! Player 1 is by himself. This is very doable for Massive all of a sudden, and they also have to worry about E, but I'm getting really worried. 3 points away. Can those other players from Massive get there in time? 2 is going to get that D cap. Maybe the full cap is going to Hydron going to be enough. Well, E will also be there too. Got a bit scary, but Sukupan locks it in, ties up the map 3-3.
Beautiful round there from Hydron. I have to be honest, from the very start, he has been doing the absolute dirty work, and it's akin to say like Kenny from E United, right? He's kind of outshined oftentimes by Powers and Explosive and just the absolute gods on his team, but Kenny does so much work for his team. It might not be the flashiest at times, but boy, does he make a difference, right? And Hydron there for me, even off the initial, right, Taylor, throwing the incend on the cover, using that displacement of his opponent in his 1v to get the flank, as you saw, the lance to the double back read right there, that rotation to the hill to secure the round. That is the kind of performance in a tournament, on a championship Saturday, that you need from Hydron, from Ben there, and he is doing an absolutely incredible job today.
Without question. I mean, the entire day, you said day, right? I mean, the entire day. I mean, you even look at his previous series when they played against Tweak, you go back to his snipes. It's beautiful. Just monstrous snipes on Execution Clock Tower. Nice instant from Crimsons. We'll take down Hydron. We were just hyping him up. Unfortunately, I guess we hyped him up too much. He burst into flames. Bounces will take down Marsh. Eddie on the other side, forced to retreat. But one thing is for certain, Massive is on a terror in round number 7. Don't look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
Speak of the devil again, Hydron a little bit of trouble, 1v2. Does get the down in the process. Does that open things up for Marsh? No, he can't quite get there in time to take advantage. 4 seconds on the clock. He has to step into the hill any moment now. There goes the flashes. Craze getting down in the process. Shot grenade spot on from Bounces. But Marsh trying to push around. Eddie will get that final down. They will hold on to this round for now. Will Sukupan. For points, lead somewhat in the favor of Massive.
Hydron is normally very effective in these tough spots, but he's been falling a bit flat. But honestly, no fault to him. That's not a roast at all, because he has been in massive team fights, chaos. It's not all up to Hydron. Even though we hype him up, you know, we need Marsh, Eddie, and Slaps to step it up and really support him. And in this case, they're looking to do just that. The only person who's going to be on the outskirts is going to be Eddie. Opposite of that, of Bounces, who could push in onto D, but Pains is heralded up, and he's going to get 2. Marsh last alive now, and that 3-man push from Sukupan ends before it even gets started.
Yeah, this is huge for Massive. They are perhaps the best team at team fights. Historically, right, it's safe to say being the best team, but honestly, as a death ball, they are formidable. And that fight just shows it in spades. Hydron off spawn, looking for Pains. Excellent down, and gets the kill secured as well. F-Hill saved. Lovely revive coming in from Slaps. And now, if you just check the score for a second, it seems like Massive should guarantee this round at this point. They will one off one hill. Craig's re-engaging, gets the first out, gets the second, kills lighting up. And that will be it. Well played from Massive. A big round again. 3-3, now back to 4-3. It is literally back and forth since round number 3.
Back and forth indeed. Now, for Massive, they have got 2 rounds in a row, and this is obviously not where, if you're a Sukupan fan, hoping they don't get 2 rounds. We do have instants and shocks, so now there is an opportunity for a disable. That's what I assume is going to happen. The instants will be disabled on both ends. We go to round 9. I assume we're going to get a long shot on tank and probably frags on E. I digress. That could change, maybe an M-bar, but regardless, though, with the instants out of the way, it's less to work around if you're Sukupan. It's less utility too, but those instants hurt them on the last round. So maybe there is a silver lining to the disables coming out.
I think so. Sukupan have been doing pretty well, to be fair to them, before the incense were put onto the map. So either team really probably aren't too disappointed with that. Look at this for a cross, though. Meanwhile, Slaps and Eddie going to work on the back hill. Craze is in trouble on the center. It's not a great place to be when you're outnumbered, that's for sure. Angles galore on Vazgar when you're stuck there. Meanwhile, Crimson's, that's a tough push, but he made it work. And Now, Massive are back alive.
If Marsh stays alive there, Toby, he's going to be just lancering and peppering Massive as they come off the respawn while Sukapon's trying to get the domination. He falls. That's okay, though. For Sukapon, not all is lost. Actually, not anything is lost, really, because they are ahead in score. They're winning their fights. This is an important round, not only to send it to round 9, stay alive, but more importantly to, which I think the tank fight is going to benefit them when the long shot is placed. And ultimately, that should be coming up soon. I highly doubt anyone's getting rid of their shock or their ensigns, and retros are great, but I doubt they come in. You don't want to get rid of the shock and ensign, especially for that tank fight as closely contested as it's been. Eddie's going to back off. The pressure is real. And Massive should be able to get the decap here. Maybe. Good team pickup. Hydro could be the hero here, and he might be, and he will be, and that was in conjunction of slaps. You know, Sukapon may have fallen flat a couple of rounds in this map, but at least for this round, when it matters most to stay alive, they are all gas, no brakes.
Oh, most certainly. Again, Hydro staying alive, keeping his distance, getting that all-important Lancer down there to stop Massive in their tracks. They've done such a great job, have Sukapon over on this east side of the map. Really impressive, actually, to hold Massive at bay like this. 15 seconds now, huge score lead. They literally have to get this round through. Given that Massive are on 4, 18 seconds on the clock. If you leave it to one hill, Eddie with the defense finds bounces. Payne's running across the map to see if he can get into the hill in time. He can. Can he stay alive, though? In fact, he gets to kill a Mosh. Yep.
Yeah, this Sukapon's going to be on F. Despite the heroics from Payne, it doesn't matter, unfortunately, if you are a Massive fan. But I know, Massive fan, Sukapon fan, I know everybody's a fan of a round 9, okay? We're about to head into it. You love to see it. We talked about how Sukapon was going to have to fight tooth and nail to win on Vaskar, something they have yet to do against Massive. You were gritting your teeth about Sukapon letting Vaskar get through the pick and ban, but regardless, if they can take this, much the same dialogue we had about execution before, right? If Sukapon can lead 2-1 in the series heading into Reactor, which could be the ace in the hole for them, but they've been practicing it. Massive may not be as well versed on that map because it hasn't been played as of yet competitively in EU. This could be Sukapon's attempt to close out the series 3-1. So the Torque Bow plays, fair enough. No way. I've been dying to see a power weapon back in. Yes, it's okay. It's a mark side. I don't care, but Toby, there's something still there. This has not happened to me since. Yeah, this hasn't happened, I think, since the Winter Major. Like, so I'm talking like months and months back. Well done, I love it.
I think the weapon node is just under a heap of sand at this point. Time has just passed for so long before something was put there that, my oh my, it's so surprising to see a weapon there. And even then, a Torquebow placement as well. You don't see that often in Escalation at all, at least on the European side. I can guarantee you that much. Hydron with the Torquebow this time round. Push coming in through for both teams. And now 2v3. Hydron, just get out of there. I'd be screaming with that Torquebow on his back. The revive is there. Eddie is going to get dropped in the process. Incent going down. F-Hill capped up. Is anyone at the E-Hill?
Well, it's going to be player 5. He's rotating over. This could be a massive round very shortly. Hydron, though, oh, he doesn't get the kill on the craze. I thought surely he died off and the torque bow was gone, but no, he still has it. This could be possible for Sukapon, despite things looking scary. Hydro popping off, and he needed to. He needed to stay alive in that moment. Take down Crimson's. He has the torque bow still on his back. I believe 4 or 5 torques still to his name. Sukapon, despite having an early deficit, Toby, has a very real chance. He just has one, but fair enough. I don't care. He made some great plays. Well done.
For sure. He is playing lights out for his team right now. It's so impressive to see Hydron back to his true form. It's reminding me of the days of old in Gears 4, where he's playing his absolute best, and now it really is just living up to the occasion now of this matchup and the final round of this map. 4-4, massive with the points advantage, kill advantage of Sukapon, but here comes Bounces with that first kill, that first blood on the marsh to start off this play.
Great shock. Great shock to drop Pains. Keeps us. Ooh, great shot from Hydron. I think that was his last bolt, if I'm not mistaken. Sukapon needs to hold on to every advantage they can get. This is one of them. 3 down, Craze last alive. Sukapon not wanting to overcommit for the domination. They're going to play this smart. They're going to play it safe. And I believe set up for the fresh torque bow, which should be coming up shortly. Also something to take note of, Slaps did find his way through mid to pick up that Marksa. And for what it's worth, the Marksa doesn't hit as hard as it used to, but it still hits hard. You have to respect it. Marsh picks up the fresh torque. Even though Massive is getting E, I've got faith Sukupan can do this. I think it's well within their grasp, Toby.
You and me both. Seriously, from how these guys are playing right now, Sukupan individually and as a team, they are looking on fire. Pains gets stuck, or rather the Torpo does get shot to his side. Very powerful on the ground is a Torpo in Gears 5, unlike all the games. The Hydron getting picked off though. Well played bounces.
Like
damage
that.
comes in. Marsh trying to get in that cap if he can would be.
I don't like this.
Oh no. Yeah,
you know, Toby, it's just that the torque bow was used to reposition those players behind cover, and Hydrone should have wrapped right and picked up the eliminations whenever they were forced to go to the right to avoid the torque bow bolt. I think that was a huge missed opportunity that's going to cost them the round.
It's a great shout. This is certainly a really good shout there. 10 seconds on the clock to hold on one hill. Things slowing down for a moment. Is anyone there? 3 seconds on the clock. I don't think they can reach it. Surely that's it. Massive will come on through with the win in the end. 5-4. They were so close, Taylor. They were so close. Sukupan. And they were winning in points as well at some point in that round as well. So unfortunate for them. That was massive. That was massive. Just clutching up at the end there and holding their nerve. Kill-wise, just look how even it is between both teams.
Very even. Hydrone 22-12 though, really the superstar across the board, and he was the superstar despite taking the L. Again, missed opportunity when that torque bow was being shot out to reposition those players behind cover. Hydrone should have pounced on that opportunity, rotated right, and got those eliminations. And unfortunately, he didn't time it properly. He gets chunked. To Massive's defense, that was a great elimination to take him down and read the situation for what it was. But again, that play, that single moment was what broke the potential for Sukupan to win round 9 and take fast car escalation for the first time against Massive.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Those slowed down moments, oftentimes with a game that close, can be everything, right? It kind of becomes execution almost, where that last initial of that round is literally everything, if you will, as a comparison to that mode. And unfortunately, it was Massive on the defensive that time round, and they made it look flawless, didn't they? Massive were very difficult to deal with on the offense. As I said, when they do death ball, they look very scary indeed in the European region. And right there, unfortunately, Sukupan couldn't attack in the same way as they had in a number of different rounds on Vazgar. So unfortunate, of course, commiserations to them on that map, but we're on to map number 4. The fun doesn't stop there for either of these two teams. Reactor. This is honestly, Taylor, the Reactor has probably been played at some point in Europe in the last 2 weeks. Of course, again, we've only just had these maps come in the last 2 weeks, TG and Reactor and Control. But we haven't done it on broadcast. We haven't casted over this before.
Well,
I haven't casted over it before. I'm going to have fun with this. I'm curious to see if Sukupan really have been practicing this map, and that's perhaps why they voted to get it in today.
You know, it's a tricky map to play. It really is. I know chat was talking about it early on. I was having a discussion with them. They're not a fan of the cover system on Reactor. It's especially going up from the ramp into mid, which mid control is important. You do have a hill there. You have essentially a 360-degree viewpoint around the map. Plus, it's a huge transitional point. So mid control is very, very important. You have one distinct power weapon, though, that you have to fight for tooth and nail because it plays a massive role typically on Reactor control. And that's the torque bow, and you earn the torque bow off the first hill. So the first hill, getting control early on is everything. You have to fight hard. Now, I know on Regency, EU teams, for what it's worth, do not fight as hard as North American, Latin American teams do. For the M-Bar, I think they should be fighting much, much harder for the M-Bar and Regency. I'm going to continue to say that until I see a definitive fight for it. But regardless, though, for Torque Bow, I think EU is going to be a bit more comfortable trying to fight for that, again, because they prioritize points off the rip as opposed to power weapons. But now you get the best of both worlds. You get the torque, you get the initial points, and that's going to be a huge positive thing. I'm taking that Torque Bow, and I'm putting it to use. And I'm trying to maintain it as well because it's going to be used more so as a positional item. And also, you got to think about reactor control, Toby. The hills are close. They really are. And that splash damage from the torque bow or even the frags could be huge.
Yeah, that's such a good point. I think it's just a natural evolution, really. When you're confident in your initials and your teamwork, to be able to say, hey, we're going to leave the hill, we're going to forego those points and play a longer term game and leverage that power weapon instead to play for a retake. Admittedly, more difficult is a retake than a straight up initial shotgun fight. For example, I mean, yes, that would make sense. And I guess with Reactor, the rotations to the hills are a little bit shorter, I'd argue, than say your TG or Region C, where the rotations are a bit more cut and dry. You have to go early. You should just definitely leave 20 points, etc.
Right.
I think, yeah, I'm curious to see how these teams play it, because, hey, like I said, I've not casted over it before. I've watched plenty of you guys cast it NA LATAM. I'm excited to see how I get on with it myself as an individual casting, and also these teams adapting to it as well. It's gonna be a fun time.
You know, it's an exciting map to watch and cast over. It truthfully is, especially more so if you have a closely competitive map. Heck, even if it's not close and competitive, I have seen Pro Series, one was like 300 to 170, was high versus, I forget who it was. I want to say Fire and Ice, if I'm not mistaken, but Fire and Ice won 300, like 170 something. But for what it's worth, I think Hive still had that map within their grasp at a certain point, despite the score difference, and that was because of how they were attacking the hills. Wolfpacking on Reactor is very important because, again, the cover system is a bit unique, and also on certain hills, what's so unique about certain hills is even though they're close in proximity, right, the ring is really close, you have a bit of that elevation. So as you're pushing into the hill, you're most likely getting peppered with Lancer fire, you're most likely getting peppered with snub fire. So it makes it difficult to get close, and also makes it difficult to be unscathed once you get to that point. So wolfpacking is important, but one of the things that makes it exciting from a spectator viewpoint, at least in my opinion, is how many angles there are. There's a lot of angles where you can kind of be that sneaky player. So keep your head on a swivel, check your corners, because you never know if someone's going to be sneaking up behind you.
For sure, and the clear, center point of the map, literally the center of Reactor, is the platform at the top, right, and all the angles it provides. But as you can see, that is the maps we've had so far in this awesome game thus far. Surprising, isn't it, Taylor, that Massive win 6-2 on checkout, but then have such close games, even losing the first map in the series on Control.
Hey, stamina is a real thing. It truthfully is. I don't know if Massive is losing any of it. I mean, I guess you could say more so that Sukapan might be losing their stamina, but then again, that close round 9 was huge. To be honest, with how close it was, though, and coming down to one definitive moment, I hope Sukapan can let that go, because sometimes, despite it being exciting, besides the map being very close, sometimes those close maps can weigh heavily on you, because now you're thinking, we were so close to being up 2-1 in this series. Now we're not, and now we have to work extra hard to force a Game 5. So I hope that's not going to be the case. But regardless, though, hey, let's see how this is going to play out. Pains has the torque, and nobody has the hill, and that's because how big it is, right? So Eddie is able to stay on the outskirts and keep it contested.
That was a huge, perfect call out from you before this map started. Massive sent 3 to Talkbow. Meanwhile, Sukapan did the complete opposite. They sent 3 to the hill, but straight away, Massive angling from the platform up the top. In fact, Pains with the Talkbow, immediately they scattered away and tried to find cover wherever they could. And now, speak of the devil, back to Pains off spawn, has a perfect pinch on Sukapan.
Perfect pinch, and that's going to be the theme, right? Whenever it comes to Reactor, there's a lot of pinches that take place because of, as you said, wisely so, how quickly you can rotate and get to the hills, right? It's not like training grounds where you have 10, 15 seconds where you're running. It's not even like Regency that's so big. Reactor is, I mean, not Vasgar-esque, but it is kind of circular in a way with that main transitional point in mid. But from hill to hill, you can get there blazingly fast. So you got, like I said, keep your head on a swivel. I think that's the biggest thing to take note of. Rotating in for the next hill, it's all the way on the other side of the map. And I believe we're going to have a 1v for it. Meanwhile, we have a big standstill between Sukapan and Massive. Kind of wondering what the game plan is here, but it seems like I can see it. Sukapan, what they're doing is they're trying to push up enough still, be in control of this fight, and making it so hard for Massive to gain any ground. And by the time Massive does gain ground, you got to think those players from Sukapan most likely are going to be respawning straight into the fresh hill. So let's see if this works out. I mean, it's working out for what it's worth already.
Yeah, so true. Craze and Crimsons, though, using their skill to fight on through in the end with a perfectly timed attack. Marsh coming through the center to try and get the pinch on Crimsons. It works perfectly. Eddie's there in support too. And it looks like Sukapon could just about hold on. Pains with the new Torpo though. That could cause a lot of difficulty now as he starts pulling and going around corners with it. Lovely shot on the Marsh. We'll find that kill there. Despite, yes, Sukapon's really aggressive setup, if you will, and that early rotation as they're known for the hills, Massive have been able to push through with not too much difficulty, a little bit of time and composure, and it's really worked out for them. Pains, great shot going on the Hydro. Revive chain is there. Crimsons will clean up Hydro, and Marsh will fall too. And Massive look very, very good for this next hill now, already rotating to the opposite corner.
You said early on, Toby, that you pride Massive in their slaying abilities and their wall-packing abilities, and on Reactor, that's going to pay dividends. So you can rotate early and be set up, but with how close these hills are, you are expected to be talented as a close quarter combat fighter, and I think Massive may have the edge there. I say that despite, Hydro and Co being so good. By the way, Pain's flawless placement, getting splash damage, and the aggressive push to get the finish. Sukapon having to push through this one choke point. Good bait and switch, though, between Pains and Co. Crimson to push out to the right. They're looking to pincer in Hydro, which is going to work. He's down. Slap's going to be in a really tough spot. 1v3 moment, and eventually he will fall. One member from Sukapon does find a way in just to say, hey, the hill's mine for a second, but forced to back up, and Massive will retake control once again. I hope this isn't going to be a trend we see. I want to see it be competitive, but Massive, I think, from what I'm seeing team-wise, in these team fights are starting to heat up, and Sukapon don't really have a leg to stand on.
They are. They most certainly are heating up. The aggression, the speed at which Pains is playing, right? It reminds me of District earlier, bouncing around, and the fast movement that he's known for, starting to come into his own a little bit more now. Secret Man on that pillar. Not sure if Marsh is aware. You can see that Mac, that is Pain, just hiding around there. Torpo picked up for slaps, and I think they're just going to give up this hill at this point. Of course, 15 seconds on the clock. They're going to start their rotation to the next hill. Torpo in hand for slaps to try and catch out the players on rotation.
Oh, yeah, do it. Oh, gosh, I love seeing those cross-map connections, but I guess I'll have to wait a little bit longer. No, wait, can you get it? Yeah, you can. You can see right through that little crack. Oh, the angles these guys know, despite maybe not being as, not, I guess, being a seasoned competitively on these maps, you already know they're playing it in rank. They're playing it on their free time. Okay, they're scrimming it, I am sure. So it's not like this map is foreign to them, and that angle and that little line of sight was a good example of that. I like that bounces from Massive goes for the challenge on slaps for mid control. Again, that mid control is Massive, because look at the angle he has now. The rest of his team can push right. Bounces has a unique angle on the left. Bit of a misroll. He's flashed as well. Is he going to be able to get it? Yes, he can. Those moments are the clinch factor, and I know he was clinching up. Bounces, well done. Taking down Eddie. Massive continues to get richer and richer in points.
Well, originally, Taylor, I thought Sukapon would have a little bit of a leg up going into this map, right? They picked the map, that you'd assume that they've been practicing it and feel well prepared on it. But no, as soon as the game started, their initial seemed to be a little bit off, right? Massive had the right idea. You called it before the map started. And yes, Sukapon are known for their early rotations. They're really, really good at rotating early on control, but I thought that'd be a benefit on Reactor on an unpracticed map. But Massive have just flown through them, as you've said, right? The death ball, their shotguns are on point, and it's showing up in the points now, and it's worrying times, I think, for Sukapon.
100%. I mean, that's the thing. You said it best, Toby. Like, Massive is just simply winning their fights, and winning your fights is everything for getting the break on Reactor. You can at certain times, like, Lancer out and get an angle and team fire. Like, that is important. But for a hill like this, where are you really getting team fire at? I mean, I guess if you have the angle of the right side, but no, you have to push into these guys. It's going to come down to a Nasher fight. And Massive knows this, and they're doing great shock, by the way, to isolate those players down low. I would take this opportunity to go to the right and take that player off of cover, but I digress. Bounces will pick up that Torpo. He's going to be rotating in. Sukapon's getting the early points, but I think they're about to lose it. Two players already down. Bounces being challenged up close, and this is that retake potential, Toby, that we've been harping on. Massive, they're able to retake and make it happen.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Massive. A difficult situation, admittedly, for Sukapon, but boy, did Massive play that well, keeping their distance, still using that Torpo, right? Still able to leverage the environment around them. That is the smoke screen, if you will, just right in front of Sukapon there. Well played indeed, and still 40 seconds to go pretty much on this hill left. They really can sap the hill for all the points. They're still getting the kills. They're still staggering Sukapon. Eddie's going to fall here in the trenches of Reactor just next to the middle. And Crimson's might even be a bit of a control disconnect there, but he will get angled out on the wide angle regardless. And the rotation will start for the next hill very soon.
Yeah, rotation's in. Massive, so close to victory now, and you know, this is going to be a huge fight for Sukapon. But quite honestly, and I hate to be a Debbie Downer, I really do, but Sukapon's just quite honestly not winning their fights. Yeah, we did lose a player, unfortunately. And, you know, I'm not familiar with the rules. I do believe at this point Sukapon is well within their rights to play as it's a live round 4v3, but I've been seeing great teamwork, or not teamwork, great, what am I trying to say here? Great
sportsmanship.
Sportsmanship.
Guess,
yeah, I don't know why that slipped my. Yeah, great sportsmanship across the board. Challenger Series, E-Days, NA Latin American Pro League, whatever, and obviously here in EU, you love to see it. No one wants a free win.
Yeah, exactly. And just bring up the scoreboard instantly. Look at the numbers. They jump out to 17 eliminations, 20, 15. Meanwhile, no one on Sukapon has hit double digits yet. And, you know, concerning stats. I'm not sure what Crimson's was working with before he was out, but I'm sure it was similar, right? Just in the score differential, you can see where it comes from. You said it best. They're just winning their fights are massive each and every time, and they seem to be adapting to this relatively new map here in Europe just a little bit better. And Massive, all they do need to do is win this map to see it out, and if possible, right, not to just seal it away, done deal, but a 3-1 map score would, on paper, from a bird's eye view, just not stand out to you, right? It's like, oh, Sukapon were able to win the XE,
right,
and that was it. But no, Sukapon have challenged them every single map and even beating them on control for the first time, right? Their first loss in this series have Massive had on control, and so it is really a testament to how well Sukapon are playing. And of course, as casters, we were talking about, hey, I was thinking, I think you mentioned it in broadcast, actually, my power ranking for this one was Sukapon to have second, right? I think they're the most likely team to get second, just behind Massive. But after the tweet game, I was like, oh, maybe Sukapon aren't going to come second. Yeah, maybe it is a little bit closer than we thought. Despite, we were hyping up second through fifth, but we just kind of thought Sukapon was a little bit better than the rest. But no, after this game, Taylor, after this match, I think I'm a bit more confident in my power ranking with, Sukapon in that second spot, because no one has ever challenged Massive like this before in the last 8 weeks, and even a little bit before Split 3 as well.
So everybody's going to go ahead and gather around. The frag's going to go down, and we're going to get a bit of a reset. Crimson's, I don't know, is having fun. I guess he's like, hey, man, let me just get warmed up a little bit. I'm back in. Let me make sure everything works. I love seeing this, by the way, Toby. Little reset. There it is. Body parts everywhere. And let's get it started. I think Sukapon is going to be respawning close. No, they're going to be on the other side. No. So off the restart, Massive, who already has the lead, is immediately going to be right next. Well, okay, excuse me.
It rotates.
They're smarter than me, Toby. I'm smooth brain. They're 5-head. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, I think it's a much more fair and democratic hill, this one, just as it changes. Fair play to the timing of these guys. That is a lot fairer, for sure. Sukapon, though, winning that fight straight off the rip. They get the first kill. It opens things up, and they're able to cap up the hill. Pains, meanwhile, collapsing on slaps on that midpoint of the map. Map control, arguably, when you have the angles, you can certainly make things work. Bounces flanking around, not really hit that many shots, though, unfortunately. Eddie and Marsh looking to see if they can finalize that 2v1. They do. Meanwhile, the rest of the team do push on through, though, for Massive. 3v3 in front of them.
3v3. Who's going to win this one? Obviously, every fight Massive wins puts them that much closer to the 300-point mark, and it looks as if that's the direction they are going. Slaps is down. Crimson's creating that spill, creating that pressure. My goodness. Eddie tried to get away. He's down. And Crimson's, which means Massive puts themselves within just 50 points pretty much after, maybe even more, after that far away from the 300-point mark. So Sukapon's gonna have to work even harder than before. Looks like they are getting that. Oh no, but I know what Paige just did. Remember how I was telling you about those angles? Paige just took one of those angles, blindsides one of the players from Sukapon off the rotation, takes him down. Crimson's capitalizes, taking another one, crazed as well. And again, that's why you have to keep your head on a swivel when it comes to Reactor. Paige takes advantage of the angles. Well done from him. heads up play.
Yeah, and Reactor has plenty of those, right? And you said it best. The ranked games, the experience they've had on these maps, they know every nook and cranny of it, right? They might not have been practicing it loads in tournaments and such as of recent, but they've certainly utilized them at some point in ranked matches as they play. Payne's starting to light up a little bit. He does take out his teammate in the process, but you can see he's feeling himself. Oh my goodness me. Bounces with a triple nade. Yeah, exactly. 2 kills actually happen to be his teammates. Is he going to try and make up for it? The up A will not connect. Slaps, reads it, gets out of gib range, and returns the damage. Sukapon looking a little bit better now on this hill, but you can't keep your eyes off the top left, can you? It's such a huge score lead for Massive.
It really is, and this is the thing. This is where Sukapon has put themselves in a position, rather, is they have to fight tooth and nail for every point. I mean, Massive, look, I mean, right now, they get, what, 3-4 points. It continues to grow and grow. Sukapon, with the Torpo with Marsh, might take it over again, but even if they don't, or even if they do, rather, Massive was able to get to around the 280 mark. And even now, I think they're going to win it. 20 seconds is enough. Sukapon is forced to be aggressive, overly aggressive, in fact. Reckless, even. Who cares? They've got to get the touch. They're running out of time. Marsh is down. I think this is it.
Yep, 5 seconds on the clock. They have to get in there. They're losing numbers in the process, though. Crimson's perfect kill from him. The trade comes on through. Slap just keeping it alive. 4 seconds on the clock, but they cannot leave. They cannot rotate. Slaps will get another kill as another as well, but the rotation's on. Taylor, it is a race. 2 seconds on the clock needed for Crimson's and his team to cap up, but Sukapon do beat them there. They're still alive yet.
I mean, they are alive by a knife's edge, but my goodness, they are. I already wrote down the score. I guess I'm gonna have to X that out and make an update because Sukapon's not going down without a fight, but they can't lose anybody here. Unfortunately, they lose everybody, so they'll gain 11 points to make it a little bit closer, but still a dominant win for Massive, 300 to 141. They take the series 3-1 and solidify that they, yes, are the best team currently in EU and one of the best teams currently in the bracket so far, so they will move forward, I believe, to play against Phantom T. Payne's 35 eliminations. Overall, though, not a surprise, but I think what is a surprise, actually, if I had to say something, Ton, was the fact that Sukapon kept the series so close when we thought it was going to be a blowout.
Yeah, very much a close series there throughout. And that kind of gives me positivity for the potential grand finals. That Massive do bleed, and we've seen them bleed in Control for the first time. Toby, look, we've watched 8 weeks of play. They've only really come close maybe twice to losing. And for such a convincing win on a map like District as well, it's got to give Sukapon potential hope going into maybe a grand final against them, if they can get there, of course, that they could potentially do it once more.
Yeah, you'd hope so, right? They've come. You thought over the weeks, right, that they could eventually lose it. They've come, I think, within 5 points once against Phantom T, right? That was on Nexus, admittedly. It was a long time ago now, but it's close enough, right? Teams are showing that they can play Control very well, but it's just you look at the overall record. Massive have literally been flawless until this day on a game mode. That is huge, right? I don't think there's anyone in NA LATAM who can say a similar thing about any game mode, right? And so it says a lot. Things are changing fast, though, it seems like, and this tournament is the catalyst for it.
Yeah, potentially. Well, let's have a look how the series did break down with these two teams. A very, very close one has to be said, but Sukapon, I think the standout there is the 300-233, but imagine if they take Vazgar as well, then all of a sudden you're pushing towards a clock tower. We didn't necessarily get the reactor that we were hoping we were going to get out of Sukapon. I think Massive are like, oh yeah, go on, pick it, that's fine. Look at the performance we've seen from them on that map, much better on that side of things. But yeah, it's an unfortunate one. I think for Sukapon, you look at a couple of those maps there. I said that Vazgar, very, very close. You wouldn't have liked to see a 6-2 checkout at all. Yeah, okay, if you can force a clock tower, then maybe the game's on. But I think, and I've got nothing against Massive at all, but we just want to see them be fought against consistently and want to see them pushed against it. And we want to see what kind of a team they are if they do have their backs up against the wall. We nearly seen it there. We may well have seen it in a map number 5. Let's have a look at the bracket, though, to see how things are broken down now with those results that come through. Phantom T get through by default against Johnny Walker and Coke due to a disqualification on that side of things. We'll not go too much into it, but either way, Johnny Walker and Cook will drop on down, and Phantom T will make it through to that winner bracket final against Massive, which will be a really good game. We've seen it a few times around, but let's have a look at the losers bracket because we still have another game to play out this evening. Plenty going on And I believe we're going to be jumping into Tweak against Italian Wash to get a result from that. Loser bracket round 8 will not be played tonight. Everything else will be played tomorrow. Nonetheless, there are some sharks in this lowest bracket now. Reflections, isn't there? Sukapon, Johnny Walker, and Coke are going to be very, very difficult for some of these teams to get past.
Oh, without question. You know, I honestly, and you said it best, right? We're not looking or have anything against Massive, but it's always nice to kind of see an underdog. And I say underdog, Sukapon very talented, but for all intents and purposes, they are the underdog to beat, you know, kind of the top dog. It makes for a great storyline. But I still think there is a great storyline developing because Sukapon kept that series as close as they did. Like you mentioned, Ton, I mean, going into the loser brackets, they're going to be a deadly, deadly team. And you better believe they want revenge against Massive, or maybe even Phantom T. Who knows if they get to that point? We don't know how a winners bracket final is going to work out. But regardless, though, I know Sukapon is going to have a good run, and if I'm any team, I don't want to play against them.
Absolutely not. Well, what all you guys are here for, though, I know majority in the chat are enjoying the games, but nonetheless, let's get it over and done with. There is another Team Phantom skin available this time around. It is the long shot, so do get your quests completed on live.gearsofwar.com and to claim that free skin. We have one more to go this evening and plenty more tomorrow as well, so do stick around for what will be the final game of the stream and the final game of the day. We will see you very shortly after this quick commercial break, where we will be back with our final game. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the EGL Open Series. My name is Tun, joined by Toby, and through this time around, we're closing out with our final game of the day with a losers bracket slot to slip on in here. And it's going to be an interesting game that has already started, so we'll quickly cover what's went on already. It's going to be Italian Wash taking on Tweak. Tweak winning that first map fairly convincingly on the control, which was on Reactor. We're now moving to Checkout, then Training Grounds, District, then Clock Tower. That's a lot of information I've just thrown at you straight out of the bat, but this is losers bracket. And these teams are already in that top 8. This is for top 5 or 6. And let's actually have a look at the maps there. I've told you them already, but here you go. Reactor, we're getting to see a little bit more of it. So teams, Toby, have obviously went back and they've said, right, okay, let's practice this map and maybe throw it in as a curveball. And that curveball working out very well for Tweak.
Yeah, clearly 300 to 74, and we thought the Reactor game we just watched on stream was close. Now that one is, or rather distant into score. That is much more distant. The two teams. Good job from Tweak. They're clearly been practicing on Reactor. It's safe to say. Check out map number 2. Interesting. Picked by Italian Washed. I think it's just probably the most favored execution map at this point in time. Training Grounds Esker, no surprise there. I think generally speaking, the rest of the maps, there's no surprises from either team. It's your cut and dry, most favorited maps, I think, in Europe. And probably a good cycle for Tweak and a very good start for them.
And for you, looking at them, I mean, how are you feeling for Italian Washed here? It's a very, very good roster. We haven't necessarily seen the best out of them over this split. Any of those maps that you're looking at and thinking that it could go in their direction?
I think they've messed up on those picks and bans, to be honest with you, have washed. I think they should have seen earlier on just how well Tweak were playing on District and Training Grounds, and I would have tried to stay as far away from those two maps as possible. They picked District, and they didn't ban Training Grounds, so I think this is a really bad pick and ban for Wash, to be honest with you. Checkout, I think, is a good pick there, though. We saw how Tweak got handled on there, so that's probably one that I would have picked. But yeah, like I think in general, I'm not too keen on what Wash has done here.
Oh well, let's see how they do then. Already 1-0 down, and heading into game number 2. Italian Wash need to start the comeback already, and they're gonna have to start it on Checkout. Let's head over to the casters though. For Toby, please to take this one away.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we've actually not casted Execution together yet, Fru, I don't think. Or at least we haven't played Execution Checkout in front of us, have we? And so, yeah,
no.
Here we are, finally casting it together, and this should be an exciting one. I guess the storyline for this one is that Italian Washed started off kind of weak with a bit of an upset, losing to Outsiders earlier on in the day today. But they've got some really good players in their roster, right? And perhaps they can make an impact here on Execution.
Yeah, you believe they could do, right? I mean, this is the 7th seed that we're watching here in Italian Washed, and obviously Tweak are the 5th seed, so they're pretty close, to be honest with you, in terms of what we're expecting from both of these teams. Skill-wise, they match up pretty well as well. And yeah, so far, Washed, I don't quite think they've been living up to expectations so far, and that round there kind of proves what we've just saying, doesn't it? Tweak opening very, very strong and just outslaying Washed, really.
Yeah, really, really well executed there. You can see Breaker 3 downs, 3 kills, leading the pack, as it were, the only player who doesn't have 1A in his name. And that's kind of like the awesome pickup that 1A have had now. Breaker has really perhaps created the best 1A team we've ever seen, right, historically. He's really bolstered the ranks. It's a very intelligent mind to especially play out execution and control to a really high degree, and also bring some intelligence on the escalation front as well, with how he's been the EGL essentially in escalation for his really star-studded teams for a long time. But this again, one more time, Zenji will pick up the frag grenades and a reset in this 1B.
Yeah, those frag grenades can really come into their own, especially if you can get them in behind as you make a push. It's stuck between a rock and a hard place, or an explosive place in this case. It's a very difficult position to be in here. Snap though, picked up for Mantis, and one shot, one headshot now, looking for 2 as he does realize that there is a Breaker down there. 3v3 situation, Toby, just for a few minutes. Breaker he's going to try and get a check here is Mantis. There's a shot going out. Para's going to push up, flashbang out. So weak. Mantis is going to go down and doesn't have that team there to rescue him just yet. There is a little bit of damage coming through, a trade back and forth. We'll see this go to a 2v2. Crisis in a bad spot. He's going to get taken out. A little bit of a silly push if you ask me, and now Marco, he has really no hope there, does he? As soon as his teammate pushes down that alleyway, there's not much you can do really to support there.
Yeah, absolutely. So well played indeed from Tweak. And Italian Wash, they need to pull it together a little bit. I think they've lost to check out fight twice now. Zenji's been able to outplay his 1v and get those frag grenades twice. A very difficult task. It's certainly doable, but it's difficult against the right player. Now, usually there's just stalemates there if neither player is able to get an opportunity to push. But Zenji clearly has been finding them time and time again. This time getting inside tub. A classic call out of Gears 3, if you will. Oh, he's tried the wrap, but Astro says no, shuts him down. That's a big change up in how things are going. Jimmy B looking for the quick pick potentially. Para trying to lead the way. Incense picked up for Breaker, and lovely shot from Para to open things up here on checkout itself. 3v3 and sniper in hand in Jimmy B, and both frag grenades have been used.
See what Jimmy can do with the sniper. Mantis had a nice little shot with it on that last round. Jimmy now has the opportunity to reply here. Things just settling down a little bit, and you do get a little bit like this sometimes on checkout, don't you? Where teams are trying to work out what their next play is, especially with this kind of gridiron overtime ring coming into play as well shortly. We will see teams rotating towards weapons, holding positions, and it looks like Tweak here pretty happy just to hold the back checkout, try and use that sniper to delay any push.
I do secretly love these slow moments in execution, as it is usually just completely rapid. I love it. The strategy and the plans of how to best make your next move. Although here the players are starting to light up a little bit with their energy. Flash isn't going to be effective from Crisis. Jimmy B's not going to connect with his body check as everyone starts collapsing on that aisle, essentially. Marco will find Para. The down is there. Breaker is left to his own devices, and a lovely push from Astro there over the top. Italian Washed will get their first round.
Yeah, nice little coordinated play there. I don't think the play itself really worked off too well, but Marco, in the end, he kind of came up a bit clutch there and found himself a double kill. Really nicely played by Marco. And Crisis once again just being used as that bait, essentially, isn't he? He's the one that takes the fire. He's the first one in. Uses his movement to try and avoid as much damage as possible, and teammates just wrapping up the fight around him.
Slow down play again for both teams here on the checkout fight. Here comes the push, though, far wide from Marco into Jimmy B in Para's hands, though. He will go. 4v3. Mantis needs to get there as fast as he can. He tries to get that pinch. He does get the down on Jimmy B. Can't get close enough, though, to close the gap. Astro, he needs to find his 1v ASAP. You can tell he's pushing as fast as he can. He's got right hand. Mantis in trouble. Breaker will go all the way wide. Zenji keeping his distance, making it as hard as possible for Astro to try and close the gap and force that 1v. Tweak, they're playing a slower game right now on checkout through, but it's definitely working out for them.
Yeah, it is, and I'm not entirely surprised that this roster's doing well on checkout, to be honest with you. This is kind of going back to at least Jimmy's bread and butter and Breakers too. So yeah, these guys, they know how to play checkout. They played it for a long time. I'm not surprised that they're 3-1 up at this point in time. I want to see something a little bit different from Italian Wash, to be honest with you. They're kind of just following the same strategy over and over again, and they're really not trying to do much different. This time around, though, they have won that jump-up fight. Breaker does have the snipe, and maybe if you can get a headshot here, he'll open up a potential clutch, but in the end, the Lancers are just too much, and he does fall. 3-2 now. The scoreline, Italian Wash bringing it a little bit closer.
Yep, that they are. And just looking at the rosters, right, for all, especially the Italian roster in particular, Crisis and Marco, for those unaware, former teammates of Bounces and Pains, all the way back in Split 2, and I think early on in Split 1, actually. Yeah. That's where the Italian name comes from. That's why it's Washed, right? They feel like they've dropped from former grace of that top 3 consistently with Bounces and Pains. Bounces and Pains, of course, moving on to team up with Crimsons and Crazed. And it's now time for Crisis and Marco to try and find their way back in the ranks. And that's why individually and as a team, they have so much potential. And great to see them keep up with Tweak here so far. 3-2. Execution certainly is an opportunity, I think, for them to take advantage of, because again, they have the raw skill, don't they, Alex? It's just the teamwork of Tweak in particular might be the biggest disadvantage that Italian have to deal with.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think as well, you know, playing alongside Pains, playing alongside Bouncers, like that has its benefits, right? And I think a lot of players, when put in an opportunity, you know, to play with such fantastic players, their game does step up as well, right? Because you learn and you kind of feed off that solid experience that those top players have. Whereas when you're teamed up now with Mantis and with Astro, they don't bring that same kind of energy to the team, and it's much more. Every part of this team is now even, right? They're all 25%. They are all doing their own bit, and they've all got to contribute to that kind of slaying stat. And I think Marco and Crisis have a little bit of a bigger job on this team than they did on the previous one. Oh dear.
Okay. Mantis has just sniped essentially his own teammate. The frag grenades come through for Zenji once more. The double kill comes in, and just as you blink, the round is over. I was just about to praise Italian Mosh for their awesome rotation and getting the snipe originally. My goodness me, it could have been 3-3 honestly there, but Tweak just made it work perfectly with the frag grenades. Unfortunately, the snipe at the wrong moment is not going to help Mantis. They will not be too happy about that. Oh, what a round.
Yeah, what a round indeed. That's it's not ideal, is it? It's not ideal. You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't plan that.
No.
Sometimes these things happen.
What is it with
before.
checkout and sniping your own teammate?
Yeah.
It's a thing now in Europe. It's a curse.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think it's just the lines of sight, right? And the kind of areas of engagement, they just lead to it a little bit. Incense in. Nothing coming through just yet, but that sniper is blocked off. A nice little angle here, actually, from Tweak. Will find the kill there on Crisis. That's a really nice bit of crossfire there, isn't it? Whole team shooting down. 3 downs in a row. See you later, Crisis. 3v4.
That's the Breaker effect right there for me through. Like, as soon as Breaker joined the team, you can see they're all answering a little bit more. The aggression isn't as fast. Jimmy B, of course, almost getting the double. But will get the first headshot, of course, on the stand-up and the down. Gets the second. He wants the headshot on the down. He wants the double in the round, of course.
Oh, Jimmy.
Not finding the triple. He found the angle. That was a half of the battle for that one. But nonetheless, a really, really good round there from Tweak. The reaction to Italian just dipping, trying to escape. Nope. Lancers, not going to happen. They are very much on point for Tweak. They said it to me and put in the messages that I was communicating them with before the tournament. Breaker has made a huge improvement on that front, and it's there for everyone to see.
Yeah, I think it is quite obvious, right? And you can see that on the assists on the scoreboard as well. Breaker there with 10 assists to his name, and across the board as well. Para there. Jimmy with assists. When does Jimmy ever get an assist? He's kill, but he's not usually the one to be helping out with the lance ring, is he? So yeah, good to see across the board that Breaker's made that difference, and now 5-2 up. They've got themselves here an opportunity to go 2-0 up in terms of the match series score. Good grenades coming through from Zenji there. A fight at the back. We'll see Marco win, but a flank coming through from Parrot. Is trying to force the play here. Breaker gets the kill, sorry. And there's the final kill coming through. 6-2 the score, Toby. Tweak looking very, very strong here.
Yeah. Absolutely. GG's in the chat from Marco. 6-2 the final score. Looked a bit closer, of course, in the first half of XE checkout, but from there on out, kills really show a lot. Breaker, 10 downs. Speak of the Lancers, Breaker's certainly put in the work there. Para, everyone had 6 kills actually on that team. Were very well played from Tweak, a team effort clearly. And they're 2-0 up in the series now, Alex. And definitely the strong favorites going into this game. I think many would predict that. But it's starting to be put into concrete, I think, in front of us. Tweak are the strong favorites from here on out, no matter what. And it's going to be a tough, very tall order for Italian Wash to try and get back into this.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they've got to win 3 in a row now, haven't they? If they want to get back in and they want to go forward in this tournament, they have to win the next 3 maps. We've got Training Grounds coming up next, District after that, and Clock Tower. I said in the kind of pre-match, or at least the pre-map 2, that I didn't think that the Italian Wash picks and bans were very good, and I think this is why this next section here that they've got to kind of face, they've got to navigate, is the two best maps that I've seen this Tweak team play, and that is Training Grounds on Escalation and District on Control. They're very, very strong on them, and I'm not sure that Italian Wash do match up on these maps.
Yeah, it's tough. It really is, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the play is now for Time Washed. Are they going to be not too happy with themselves? I'm sure after checkout, after that first map as well. They started off the day with their heads probably little bit low after losing to outsiders. Now they're against the Titan of Tweak, and things clearly aren't working out for them. I think for Tweak, it's probably smooth sailing from here as well. After the tough game earlier, of course, on broadcast against Sukapon, they're probably in the clouds right now. These guys, they're probably having a great day. I know Zenji was being hyped up so much in the Twitch chat earlier as I was watching, because he was playing truly phenomenally. Really, really, playing up to the occasion, and the rest of the team, the breaker, the roster change coming in for with him has been excellent. And I think for Tweak right now, they might even be thinking past this game at this point, and thinking how far can they actually get in this losers bracket, because they truly are doing so well today.
Yeah, I think that's probably the question I've got is now, with this kind of roster change, do we consider Tweak in that top 5 as a kind of permanent member of that really, top end of European gears? And for me, I think I do, to be honest with you now. I think I do consider them to be, competitive with Sukapon, with Johnny Walker. I'd like to see Tweak versus Phantom T as well. I think that'd be a really good matchup, because I kind of see some similarities there, to be honest, with those two teams. They both drill hard. They both come up with some interesting strats, and they both can slay out on their day. So yeah, I think they do compete up there. I'd love to see them against another top 4 to top 5 team, to be honest with you, and hopefully we get that later in the tournament if they do proceed. But yeah, Italian Wash, they are I think currently the second lowest team seeded team remaining in the tournament so far, unless Muppet has gone out whilst we've been casting. They have actually. So yeah, Italian Wash currently sat 7th seed wise. They are our current lowest seeded team. So they've got a long way to go if they want to get any further in this tournament, Toby.
Yeah, long journey ahead of them. As you can see, the maps. Training Grounds is next. I actually, you corrected me on the talk of the picks and bans, the analysis. I completely forgot about that Tweak game that they played against Sukapon. Just by watching it, they were phenomenal on TG, weren't they? They surprised me the most on that map in particular. And as a result, I think this pick and ban process actually has really gone in Tweak's favor. They've won the first 2 maps. They won the kind of the wild card of Reactor, where teams are a little bit unpredictable for us casters so far, prediction-wise, with it being so new. And it should be a straight win for them on Training Grounds if they are to play in any fashion similar to how they were playing earlier against Sukapon. So let's get into it. Let us know your predictions in the Twitch chat for this one. Will it be a 3-0? If so, hey, maybe a round score for this one. I'm curious to see the opinions of the players in the Twitch chat from the European community, especially after what we saw earlier from this week. Let's see. The U fight is underway, and Para not going to find the connection on the flash. The turnaround for Jimmy B as he gets aggressive as always. The trade out comes through. Mantis will fall. Marco gets taken down, and then Para wins his fight on the U to conclude there, moving on over to the A-Hill.
Yeah, really nice play there by Para, just baiting out that wide push and getting the shot over the top, and rotation coming through as well as quick. Zenji's got shots at the back here, so Crisis will be getting crossed out from a couple of sides here, maybe 3 sides. So just coming through for Italian. This is what they needed. Bit of a wolf pack there, some revives coming through as well. They're going to survive for a little bit longer here. They will get their home hill back. The question is what do they do next? So they're going to make their way over towards the B hill. Well, Crisis isn't. He just got absolutely chopped down there by Zenji's Lancer. That was beautiful. Now Zenji behind them. Been a bit of a pain here. Zenji has to back out in a second, though, because he's going to have someone off spawn. In the end, he's going to get taken out by Mantis, and Mantis will then rotate to take this top tower here. A little bit of map control here set up for Tweak. Italian Wash next play will be to break it.
Yeah, difficult thing to do for sure. Crisis has gone wide, though, onto the god spot that Breaker currently resides in. Not going to happen, though. The Lancer's just too on point. This is what I mean. It's like a running theme now. Tweak with their Lancers, it's just spot on. Their positioning seems to have tightened up a little bit. They're not falling to easy pushes or easy deaths, right? They are very quickly just getting into some really fantastic spots and not making any mistakes in the process. Power timing out the last player there in the form of Astro, and a huge points advantage for Tweak now. They could win off one.
Yeah, absolutely. They're over 100 points up, right? We don't usually see teams come back from this point unless they manage to get a really nice wipe and get that triple cap in. Italian Wash, they're going to give it a go here. Flashbang's going to go out. Para pushed off for just a second, but a couple of quick kills coming in there. Shutting that down entirely. Tweak go 1-0 up, and they continue where they left off checkout.
Yep, absolutely. So, happy days so far for Tweak on escalation. Very close, of course, to a triple cap off the rip on the initial. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised about that at all. Drop shot over at the U fight to see if they can kind of gain a little bit of a competitive advantage there. Italian Wash just forcing the strategies down a single path, if you will. And yeah, 4-man from Italian Wash. They're all going to go in for it. The cap comes in for Zenji onto the B hill. That's kind of insurance, but do they really need him anyway? Of the way they're playing, a 3v4 might actually be plausible.
He'll be off to the C hill. He
Oh,
will be
he
off to the
is,
C hill.
yeah.
We saw this earlier on. A little bit of a Mr. Krabs play, as Taylor called it out to be, and this is exactly what they did to Sukapon. Drop shot is down. Marco's not going to get anywhere near the C hill though, and it's going to be the exact same play. If anyone had watched earlier, anyone,
So
Toby,
true.
they could
So
have told you
true.
exactly what Tweak was going to do there, and they've just pulled out the exact same, note out of the hat and run it again, and it's worked twice in a row. Good job, Tweak. Good job, Tweak, indeed. But that's some poor planning on Washed side. They've seen it happen before to good teams, and they've fallen into exactly the same trap.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness me. It's so true, right? It's TG earlier, if you're watching it, Tweak clear as day are doing very well on this map, and the Mr. Krabs rotations, they are so obvious when they happen once that you really have to stare at it. And if you were watching the broadcast earlier, you're right, you would have just made sure, hey, do not do 4, because that could happen. And Tweak just made it really come on through so easily. Drop shot picked up for Mantis. Crisis trading out. No, he'll get the down. Revive coming in from Para. Still pushing in to finalize that push. Domination blinking for a second, but Astra, of course, is over on the C hill.
Mantis not long for this world here as 2 members of Tweak push upon him. Nice up there coming through from Para. They are going to run off, actually. Para will be sent back to get that hill cap. I did wonder if anyone was going to go back for that one. A fight going down over at the A side will be won by Crisis. Crossfire in the side, though, means he has to go back. Going down here would not be the best of choices, but he just survived, gets himself in cover here, and will get the cap. So well played to Crisis there, as we do see Italian Wash trying to reset, but you got to look at the points, haven't you, Toby? 70 points up here. Tweak again in a really good position.
Good shot him from Para, dealing with 2 right now. He got the down in the process, but Crisis was able to follow up with the damage and save his teammate in the end. Nice little score lead built up for Tweak, but they're losing numbers fast. 4 down. The triple cap is going to likely come in, bar a miracle. 4 seconds on the clock. Power is running over to the home hill. He can reach it. And bouncing around, stays alive for a second. 4 seconds now. Surely this is it now. Triple cap is locked in. Italian Washed will convert a team fight victory over to a triple cap. There's life in them yet.
There is. It's nice to see them get on the board with a round here. We know Tweak's pedigree here on training grounds, but Italian Wash, they all know this map as well. They've played this a lot. They are very competent on this map. It's just a very tough opponent they're up against. So yeah, good to see them on the board, keeping it close. Long shot going down though. That's a Italian Wash placement there over the range. So mixing things up a little bit here, Toby. Just trying to get away from that U fight a little bit. Quite like what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I think they're trying everything in this point, Italian Wash. They're being honest with themselves, which I really prefer, that, than them just saying, hey, just do it again, we'll win, do it again, despite the same result happening. And now they're trying everything that they can to try and beat the stronger team right now. Sight down. Nice initial victory for Italian Washed. Again, they get the drop shot. Fair play to them, they do. Keep getting that, but they keep getting triple capped almost from this rotation over from the B hill. K-Breaker finalizing 1 kill after a down. Still fighting. He's going to be outnumbered very soon. Is he going to continue playing forward? Yes, he is. Looking for that give. Not able to find it. If he gets out now, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What a magician.
Not so fast.
And he will get dropped. And, you know, on that topic of his movement being so fast and being able to stay alive for so long, that's one huge difference I've noticed between, you know, UE Gears 4 players to now on Gears 5. Remember, Craze used to be one of the slower players, I'd argue, on UE. He'd play very smart and slow. Now he's like what many would term a sped, right? It's like he's just flipped on single stick and just bounces around crazily. And Breaker's the same thing. I'm surprised playing against him. He's gone from very slow to what seems like the meta, if you will, and that is to bounce around very fast and open yourself up for a gib and avoid all damage at all costs. It's been very interesting to see Gears 5 evolve in that sense.
Yeah, definitely so. I think a lot of the kind of the slower players, and it's difficult to say, they're not slower in general, right? But just the people who prefer to be a little bit more kind of simply. Yeah, like a lot of them have adopted that style, and I found myself in the same boat when I picked it up for a little bit. Like, you have to do it because that's, you know, if you don't, you're left behind essentially, right? It's too easy to land shots. It's too easy to move that quickly as well. Like, I found that Gears 5 for me has been the easiest one to pick up. Just after playing for not playing for too long, and it's very accessible. So I'm not surprised to see that, you know, the players that previously did not really buy into that kind of movement and that kind of style have done so here.
Yeah, exactly. As the round closes out, Tweak have a huge points advantage. They went off 1. No one's close enough on the B hill. Tweak will just slip this one on through. And now at the end of the first half, clear advantage towards Tweak, 3-1. I think they'd be not surprised if they won that 4-0, to be honest. Tweak, they're playing that well, that confidently. Strats are clearly on point. The initials are working out for them. Yes, they've lost the drop shot a number of times, but Tweak have still very much been there, and it hasn't been too much of a difficult loss. It seems like when they do lose that drop, they seem to have everything on point worked out.
3-1 scoreline now. Tweak ahead. We'll see them go back into this the second half now. Obviously the ring's rotating around a little bit. We're going to get this E hill over towards the U, over towards Overlook. Para opting for an up-top strategy here, pushing around very aggressively. Did not see Crisis hidden in the pillars, and Crisis will make him pay there, but there is support coming through. Drop shot going down to Marco. Will waste the first one, and will go down, gets taken out as well. Drop shot out of play now, Toby, as Crisis pushes forwards. A little bit of headstrong play there from Crisis, gets himself caught out and taken out in the end. He's going to cost his teammate his life as well, as Mantis now hits the deck. The drop shot is on the floor. So Breaker will rotate that one. Good eyes from him to spot that and get that on his back.
And now the push towards the F hill has begun. K-Breaker has the drop shot defending, active, ready to go. But he's a little bit close, for me, to try and drop that. Now he steps back for a second. Yeah, finds the kill on Marco. Good job from him. And Astro absolutely bricked from that back A. Breaker trying to clean him up from distance, and it works out amazingly. F hill quickly recovered. E hill still under the control.
Nice play by Tweak here. Now they're just going to set up a little bit of control. You can see them. They've got control of balcony up top. Next push, you think, from Italian Washed here is going to be the back of the U. They do manage to get the flashbang in, and the first kill there on Zenji, but look at the downs coming through here. Crisis out, Mantis down, Marco's going to go down as well. That is beautiful, isn't it, from Tweak? Really playing this nicely. All the downs coming through. Mantis getting cleaned up there. Marco at the back, just managed to find a kill on Jimmy, and now looking for a little bit of a flashy play as he goes towards Breaker. Breaker playing the distance well, waits for his teammate to come through. In the end, this is both hills still under Tweak control.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, Mantis actually lagging out there, I think. in that round. Rules are you can just finish off the current round as it is live. And that would bring it up to 4-1. And I believe that's what Tweaker and Italian Washed are running with. Finish off the live round. And then from there, can work to get the player back in. 7 seconds, 5 seconds. Nice drop shot pick. Nice snipe. Zenji with the headshot. Lovely. Finishing off the map, the round rather, in style. And there you have it for now. 4-1.
4-1 indeed. I was about to say, you know what I miss? I miss weapon sliding. I wish that was brought in some capacity. I was just thinking there when Zenji was like under under the Lancer fire there. If you could have just slid that out and got himself out with that sniper, it'd open up a few more opportunities. But yeah, we're saying still a disconnect here. Teams are going to break the hills, most likely here. Just as the weapons playing, we're trying to get the players back in here. Tweak looking strong. Quite interested to see how they do tomorrow, assuming they do manage to get these next 2 rounds. They're going to have a pretty tough run ahead of them. Johnny Walker and Coke. That's their next opponent, if Tweak do manage to win this one.
Not sure, I think. Are they playing on? Yeah, it seems like we're playing... we can't be sure unless the hills are capped, of course. I think they're just going to break the home hill of F, or... Yep, that'll be the case. As they wait to get the last player in. I think we've lost a second, actually, in the process.
Yep, looks like we've got a forfeit on the cards here.
Yeah, might even have a forfeit. I mean, Tweak were very comfortable in their lead and looking extremely good, but I didn't think they were that good going. Well, there you have it, folks. 3 seconds, the clock will chime in. Tweak will confirm their victory in a second, hopefully, as they're starting to...
baiting us now.
Tease me, bait me as a caster. Clearly, as they literally, as the second I chime it off, they'll step out of the ring. 5-1 the final score. 3-0 the final score in map count. And GG's in the chat from Zenji, and a very, very good match from Tweak. Fair play to them.
Very good indeed, Toby. Look at the kills coming there as well. They're just padding a little bit at the end, weren't they? But yeah, I think Tweak, they definitely look like the better team even before the disconnects and the forfeits. So not too surprised to see Tweak going through there. And as I said, Johnny Walker and Coke, their next opponents tomorrow. Toby, I don't know what you think about that matchup, but I think that's going to be a really interesting one. I hope we get to see that.
Absolutely so. I think the matches are lining up very, very nicely indeed. And I'm sure we'll see the bracket soon on stream before we do clock off. This is going to be a fantastic day tomorrow, I'm sure, for us as we look ahead, as you were. And the thing is, the teams have been so surprising today in terms of the upsets here and there. Sukapon with a fantastic performance against Massive. I do wonder how tomorrow will pan out. I really do.
I do as well. As we talk about this, we can see the final scores there of Tweak versus Italian Wash. Tweak, obviously winning Reactor by quite an amount there, 300-74. That's a really strong performance. And after that, Checkout going through 6-2 to Tweak, a strong performance there on execution, and of course Training Grounds. Toby, we've just seen that one 5-1. Another dominant performance really for Tweak on that map. If I'm any other team, I'm going to be asking to ban that one if we see Tweak on the opposition side. Good games all around from Tweak there.
Yeah, very good performance from Tweak throughout that series. And they really, and I know you guys touched on it, look a lot better than what we've seen a lot of these players in any teams that they've been in over the past 8 weeks. They've looked a lot better than they had done. So it's the right moment to peak, isn't it, Toby? Things have not looked too good for Breaker specifically throughout the whole of the Open Series. But sorry, so to see him now coming to the surface, if you like, during the finals is a good thing to see.
Yeah, it's been quite unfortunate for Kieran, hasn't it? In the last few weeks, with how his teams, panned out. Saki, of course, that was the first nail in the coffin for the original roster, right? Saki moved over to Phantom T. He thought that made the most sense. Didn't really get too many thoughts as to that, but it kind of just made a lot of sense to Saki and Breaker at the time, and it was sad to see, right? Because Saki and Breaker have been together since the start of Gears 5. The very start, back they were fighting in Obey in the Pro League, and they were like the duo. You just kind of took them for granted, right? Very unfortunate to see, but of course, after the roster changes through and through, he was a free agent at one point last week, but now he's landed on 1A, and it seems to have played very, very well. 1A/Tweak looking super, super good.
Well, Wales have got to have something to shout about this evening, haven't they? Let's be honest, because the Euros game didn't go that great. Let's have a look at the losers bracket, though, to see how things are looking. Advancing on to tomorrow's Johnny Walker and Coke, who will play Tweak, of course, who we just seen in that series. The other side of things, 75 Hertz will advance against Outsiders, and will, luckily for them, be going up against Sukapon. Of course, those two teams, the winner of both of those games, I should say, sorry, go on to face each other in the loser bracket semi-finals for a place in that losers bracket final. But of course, the winners bracket is already been done and dusted for quite some time. We already have our two teams in that winners bracket final. Massive taking on Phantom T. There's still a lot of good teams left in this though, through. I mean, look, the losers bracket looks very, very competitive. Massive against Phantom T is kind of a one we expect to go in one direction nonetheless. However, there's still some very good teams in that losers bracket. That's kind of where things get super interesting for me tomorrow. Looking down there, where I'm really not sure how many of those teams advance. We had the conversation beforehand that, yeah, okay, we kind of know our 1, 2, and maybe even 3 teams. But after that, where do we sort of lie? I think that's kind of the question that's going to be answered.
Yeah, it is the question that's going to be answered, right? We've got the top 6 seeds remaining as the top 6 teams in our tournament, and I think that's a really good thing for us here. We're going to have the best teams battling out. It means every game's going to be close down in that losers bracket, and as we start to get towards that loser bracket final, that grand final, we're going to get some really tasty matches and a little bit of rivalry, I'm sure, as well between the teams. So yeah, definitely excited for Championship Sunday, and I'm sure all the players are too.
Yeah, very, very excited. But all of you guys who've hung out with us till the very end of the stream get rewarded with arguably the best skin of the day. Team Phantom Nasher, now available for everybody to grab via live.gearsofwar.com. So make sure you complete your quests. Of course, we know you like the regular loadout skins, and we made sure we kept them for the best part of the season. So for everybody who stuck around, you see, don't tell anybody else that you got this for staying around at this point. There you go, Team Phantom Nasher now available. But let's just review a very, very good day. I'll be honest, we've seen some games, and typically with the European games, we do see it very top heavy. Very, very top heavy. Yes, okay, that was prevalent, Toby, at the very beginning of the day. But as time has went on, things have been maybe a little bit closer than I expected, at least anyway. I'm not sure what your takes.
Yeah, I think the big one was Massive versus Sukapon, right? That was the huge one. Yes, it finished 3-1 in the end, but it was just flipped on its head, right? I was saying to Taylor, if you look at the map score, nothing looks too different, but really inside the maps, boy, oh boy, was it close. If you just watched only that game and none of the split beforehand, you'd think, oh, these teams are pretty close. It was a very well played from Massive, but it was close, and Sukapon might get them next time. You think that, and so I think that shows a lot, and it's a really big tale of things to come, because originally we thought Massive were unstoppable, right? We were just like, they're probably going to win the tournament, right? Nothing's going to happen. But then Sukapon just did that, and it changes everything, changes the course of the tournament potentially, because it looks like Massive certainly are beatable. And then also another game, of course, was Tweak and Sukapon, of course, much closer than many would predict. I think many just thought, hey, Sukapon will probably win that. It might be somewhat close, but not a 2-2, not a final map kind of close affair. But, that came through in the end. I think those two stand out to me the most.
I'll ask you one final question before we do close things out. Out of those loser bracket teams that we do have, who's your favorite to go on? Because I know we got Sukapon down there. They would very much be the team to probably come through. But who else out of the rest are you looking at and thinking that they could potentially do something?
I haven't seen much of Johnny Walker and Coke this tournament, to be honest with you. I think they've kind of had a little bit of under the
Unfortunately.
radar run. Yeah, definitely so. And I'm curious as to whether they've had the kind of practice in the warm up this weekend to really compete tomorrow. So I'm actually ruling them out a little bit, to be honest with you. I don't think 75 hertz monitor are really going to go much further, to be honest with you. I think they've kind of reached their level right now just for the amount of practice they've had. So between Sukapon and Tweak, they're the kind of two that I'm looking at to kind of break that top two. I really liked Tweak, to be honest with you. I think they gave Sukapon a really good game earlier. But Sukapon's resilience, kind of coming out of that, really did surprise me. And I think Sukapon are going to be the team out of that kind of 3 to 6 bracket that really do start to challenge Massive and maybe even Phantom T2.
Well, we have all of that to look forward to tomorrow. Of course, we had plenty of games today, plenty of skins being given away as well. Not too many upsets, really, but we've had very close games, which is exactly what we wanted. But Season 3 of the Open Series will be closing itself out tomorrow. We'll be kicking things off at 3 p.m. BST with 4 games remaining. We're very excited to get into it, and hopefully you guys are too. We will see you then for more skins, more great EU gears. We will catch you guys tomorrow. See you then.